Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I'd like to call the June 27th, 2023 regular council meeting to order at 9:11 a.m. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the Blackfoot and the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Chestermere is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. Before we begin, I'd like to point out that we are conducting this meeting virtually. You can visit the agenda page on the city's website for more information on how to participate in today's council meeting. With that, let's begin. Good morning to everybody in council today, and good morning to those that are online. What we'd like to deal with initially is the agenda approval. I'd like to request if there's additional amendments to the agenda as presented. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. I would like to add an in-camera item under Section 29 of FOIP, information that may or will be released to the public on CRCA discussion.
Okay. Okay. That's appropriate. Legislative Services, the amendment that you'd like to make to the agenda on the meeting minutes is covered in the first item, June 13th and June 20th.
That's just to remove the approval of the minutes from the agenda, just because we haven't got the OA approved ones yet, so we're going to leave it until they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. If I could get a member of council to read the motion into the record. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the agenda for the June 27th, 2023 regular council meeting agenda with the following amendments. Remove items C1 and C2 being the June 13th and June 20th council meeting minutes. Move item I2 being FOIP lift station 12 to immediately follow F2. Add FOIP Section 29 information that is or will be available to the public.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion presented? Councillor Dean?
I believe we have to add the specific there for the last one. So Section 29 information that is or will be made public, available to the public, CRCA discussion.
Legislative Services, do we also have to indicate that that's an in-camera item? Or it's just automatically assumed given that you've used the word FOIP?
I think it's implied by being a freedom of information.
Okay. All right. Are there any further comments or questions? Councillor Funk?
On the second item being FOIP, it says FOIP section, doesn't list the section.
Section 25, Callan.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor, are there any additional comments in relation to the motion? Councillor Fogt?
I believe that you have to put those 5 issues in camera. Or in closed session.
Section 1 to be held in closed session. Could you add that same thing, Callan, to the third point? To be held in closed session? Thank you. Councillor, last time, is there any additional comments in relation to the motion on the table? All right. Pardon me?
Do we want it reread?
Sure, please.
Motion that council accepts the agenda for the June 27th, 2023 regular council meeting agenda with the following amendments. Remove items C1 and C2 being the June 13th and June 20th council meeting minutes. Move item I2 being FOIP Section 25, List Station 12 to immediately follow F2 to be held in closed session. Add FOIP Section 29 under Section I, information that is or will be available to the public, CRCA discussion to be held in closed session.
Thank you. Just a final question. Is there any comments in relation to the motion that's been read into the record? Seeing none, hearing none. All right. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we have one bylaw that we wish to read into. If I can get one of the councillors to read in the motion that's being presented by Legislative Services. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council amend bylaw 008-23 being the proposed East Acreages Municipal Development Plan to include North Acreages and Paradise Meadows in the Municipal Development Plan.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Second amending recommendation, Councillor Hanley.
Motion that council amend bylaw 009-23 being the proposed transitional rural residential district land use bylaw to include North Acreages, Paradise Meadows in the land use bylaw.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Councillor Dean?
Sorry, can we just get a small clarification on where these motions, like where these amending motions are coming from?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dean, council amended the bylaws during the first reading. You're technically not allowed to do that because you can't technically amend something you haven't read first. So this is just a way to make sure we can have these public hearings and give second reading and whatnot. So it's just a clerical error. So okay.
Thank you. Are there any other comments in relation to the motion on the being read into the record? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, we have one more motion of lifting from the table. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council lift from the table the following items. Directive 1, recommendation number 2, 3 ayes. FOIP Section 25, land, labor, and legal.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. I think we're close to being done that. No, one more too. Okay, here we go. Okay, so in relation to the approval of the minutes, we have the Police Communications Committee committee minutes, which were for April 20th, 2023. If I can get this motion read into the record, please. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the minutes of the April 20th, 2023 Police Communications Committee minutes as presented.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Excellent. Now we'll move on with our favorite topic today, which is our public hearing. If I can get Councillor to read in the motion, please. Councillor Watt?
Motion that council open
Sorry.
the public hearing for bylaw zero. Thank you. Motion that council open the public hearing for bylaw 008-23 being the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows Area Municipal Development Plan amending bylaw on June 27th, 2023 at 9:19 a.m.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right. Any individual or group that wishes to present at the public hearing today must register on the designated sign-in sheet either in support or in opposition of the proposed bylaws. The public hearing is being recorded and live streamed and will be available to view on our website. The use of audio and video recording devices and cameras by the public or press is prohibited. In outlining the process of the public hearing today, first of all, the staff report from administration will be heard. The presentation from the applicant, if applicable. Presentation from the public in support of the proposal. presentation from the public in opposition of the proposal, rebuttal presentation from the applicant, limited only to comments received, and then final questions of administration. So now I'd like to call for the staff report from administration to introduce the proposed bylaw 008-23, being the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows Municipal Development Plan amendments. Good morning, Liz.
Good morning. I will begin by giving a brief presentation on the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows proposed MDP amendments, bylaw 008-23. I do want to clarify very quickly that there are 2 public hearings today. This presentation is pertaining only to the MDP component of this project. Is it gonna work? It does. The intent of this presentation is to provide council with the proposed MDP amendments to provide the municipal development plan amendments for the East Acreage, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows that relate to the land use bylaw amendments that will be proposed later. The 2 motions being requested today at this time are a request for bylaw reading for first reading or second reading, and then a request for third reading. The background that we want to go over to begin with is that the council report and presentation on March 14th, 2023 was provided, where administration presented the draft MDP and land use bylaw amendments. And that intention at that time was to accommodate infill development in the East Acreages and to provide transitional gradual residential development options within the East Acreage area. On May 16th, bylaw 008-23 was given first reading. That motion was clarified already this morning, which was to be expanded to include the North Acreages and Paradise Meadows in this amendment. The proposed MDP amendment is predominantly text in nature. There is one change to the map, but we'll talk about that after. The amendment is to section 3.4.3, reinvestment in existing communities. And so residential development shall be comprehensively designed with future growth in mind. Provides subdivision and development application requirements to accommodate infill residential development in East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows in the absence of an ASP. I will note that the reason the communities are in red is that the same material has been presented for first reading with the exception of what is in red. So we are very clear to be transparent in what the change has been made. And you'll see throughout that it is just the inclusion of all 3 areas. We also want to encourage landowners and developers to develop innovative stormwater, wastewater, potable water, and fire protection strategies. And we are accommodating the addition of the TRR district into the land use bylaw as an opportunities for landowners to densify residential development in a phased manner. The map amendment is very minor. You will see on the map, I don't know if this will work. No, it doesn't work. We have the North Acreages at the top, that stays the same. We have Paradise Meadows at the south, that stays the same. East Acreages is the only change. Right now it says East Acreages ASP. It is going to change color to match the dark blue that is the rest of the municipality that doesn't have ASPs, and we are just calling it East Acreages to be consistent with the naming of the other ones. There is no ASP, so that is super minor mapping change. We do want to talk about the proposed MDP amendment and the CMRB compliance. CMRB, just to remind everyone, is Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board. In the documentation with the CMRB, there is a clause that says, notwithstanding section 4.1, municipalities are not required to refer to the board proposed statutory plans or amendments to statutory plans in the following circumstances. Amendments to existing statutory plans that are not substantive in effect, such as small-scale amendments to maps, small-scale text amendments, small-scale land use conversions, or amendments that member municipalities, in their discretion, has determined not to be regionally significant. So, in accordance with Council Motion 221208-28, the MDP amendment is compliant with 4.2B1, 4.2B2, and 4.2B3. The bylaw review process is first reading, May 16th, public hearing today, and then we also have second and third reading. It is council's discretion, should those happen today or at another date. We do want to talk about the public input received to date. The proposed changes have been circulated to internal and relevant external agencies. At the time of writing the report and the presentation, no correspondence had been received by administration from external agencies. The public hearing for this bylaw was initially scheduled for June 13th. As the actual bylaws were not easily accessible on our website, administration recommended that we needed to reschedule that, get things posted correctly, and so here we are today. And the notice was posted on the website, the bylaws were posted on the website, new notices were mailed to landowners, and we do have to do mail and our website as per Municipal Government Act requirements. And the public hearing was advertised on the website as well and posted on our social media outlets. And so at the time of writing this report, which was June 21st, we had received 9 responses from property owners to the public hearing at Chestermere .ca email. And those have been tabulated here. Those have been put into the package. We received 4 in support and 5 against. And additional comments have been received in writing since that date. And I believe our amazing staff from Ledge Services will present and read that information. And we have questions, if there are any at this point in time, and ultimately conclusions based on our presentation at this point.
Thank you, Liz. Councillor, are there any questions for Liz at this time? Okay, thank you. What I'd like to do is move forward and call for presentations from the public. Let's start with those presentations that are in support of the proposed changes. I'd like to call them in order of appearance on the sign-in sheet, which Ledge Services has. Not? They don't wish to be.
They can come forward for both information, so you still have to call the names for both sections.
Okay.
Just saying support there, the ones that support.
Okay, I think so. Okay, just to start with those that are in support, just looking to, if we could call to the podium, Martin Waldinger, if he wishes to speak. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and fellow citizens. I'm speaking in support of the bylaw for 2 basic reasons. The first one is that I do believe increased densification will result in a net lowering of the increases in taxes. I don't think anybody expects taxes to go down, but broadening that support will help reduce the costs and spread those costs amongst more of us, reducing each individual's cost. And I also believe that that's a very good way to eliminate the use of septic tanks and septic systems in our neighborhood. Thank you, council and neighbors.
Thank you. All right, moving forward, if I could also call Anthony Ramos. Good, okay. All right, if I could also call Doug, trying to remember to say your last name, sorry. Scheffelmeyer, okay. Sorry, thank you. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Doug Scheffmeyer. I'm on 31 Lake Place in Chestermere on the east side. I would just like to, I'm in support of the bylaws. I have some questions, but that's for the next one. I would like to move that council approve these and, because I'm in support of that. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, there's a couple residents that have mentioned that they're in support of, in support and in opposition. So I'll give an opportunity for them to come forward if they wish to. Karen Wayman. Hi there. You're in support? Okay. No, I decline. Oh, you decline. Okay, thank you. And you don't have to come up and speak if you don't wish to. Again, the message that we want to have today is public hearings it's a bit nervous and whatnot, but really try not to be. Coming forward and having these discussions with council is a good opportunity to actually have a conversation. And we want to try and encourage, some dialogue here today. So if you are interested in speaking, definitely, but you're not forced to. And last person who has an opportunity to speak is John Vanis.
Good morning. As you've heard, my name is John Vanis. I'm 15 Paradise Lane. I'm, first of all, speaking on behalf of a group of people that met on Saturday, bit of an impromptu meeting with people from the North Acreage area. And we are setting up an association to represent. We haven't obviously had an opportunity to contact all of the people in the North Acreage areas. However, that is our intent, to move forward and actually contact every single person and get everybody on board with this so that we can speak in a unified voice to council and have some sort of a semblance of exactly what direction that our area would like to go in. Where our intent is also to contact the other areas and their groups and meet with them to be able to figure out exactly what their direction is, aside from what I hear today. Our group at our meeting came to the conclusion that there was a number of different things that we were in favor of, which is obviously why I'm this particular portion here I'm to speak on. A number of the people are for actually subdividing the properties. However, along with that comes a whole list of other things that should actually take priority over the subdivision aspect. However, I do agree that densification is something that is actually going to happen, whether we as landowners like it or not. At the end of the day, we are in the middle of a city, and that is a reality of progress. However, that progress should happen in a concerted effort with everybody being on board with what needs to happen. And aside from just subdividing, there's a lot of things that need to happen prior to the subdivision even being a viable, economically feasible option. Like somebody had said, we'd like to get rid of all of the septic tanks and septic fields. That isn't going to happen without sewer and water. And that was our number one item on the list, is that we can talk all day long about subdividing, but unless you got 2 acres, you can't have a septic field, and doing any kind of holding tanks, both water and sewer, is not economically viable. We were throwing some numbers around, and I'd done some quick calculations that doing any kind of hauling of sewage, which is your major cost in this whole proposal, would cost the average family about $2,000 a month to haul sewage out. And a lot of people go, how is that possible? The fact of the matter is that the amount of water that you take in and the amount of sewage that goes out of your house, pretty much equal. And with that being said, hauling water in is cheap in comparison to having to haul sewage out. And if any of you have ever had that opportunity to be able to be in that position to actually see those bills, they are horrendous. So at the end of the day, when you look at doing a subdivision and trying to build something on a smaller lot and having to absorb those costs, the amount, just not including even putting the systems in, just to actually haul water and actually haul your sewage away will cost you the same amount as what your mortgage is going to cost you. So if people want to double their mortgage payments, go for it. That's all I have to say at this point. I'll talk on in the opposition side later.
Thank you very much. All right. I'd like to ask 3 times if there's anyone who wishes to present in support, and provide the opportunity for them to present. If there is someone, please step forward in relation to.
823?
Yes, sorry, 823, yes. It's like 823, bylaw 823, yes.
Honorable Mayor and fellow councilors.
Morning.
And fellow citizens. I'd like to say I'm in support of 8-23. I'm sorry I didn't do a presentation. I broke my left wing here the other day, so it's kind of,
Goodness.
typewriter doesn't work too well. Anyway, we had that survey that went around, and I know it's not part of this exercise here, but on behalf of Lake Area Estates, in that survey for higher densities, there was 10 in favor of the 18. There was 1 or 2 acres, there was 2. Keep as is, there was 4. There was 2 non-response, so a total of 18. So with that, I was not just speaking for myself, I would speak for those there that nominated to participate in this exercise of that survey. I'm sure that you cannot have higher density without, the amendments that we're talking about here today. So anyway, that's my viewpoint, and I appreciate and thank you again for your diligence in giving Chestermere a step forward.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today. I'd like to make another request if there's any last people that wish to present today in support of bylaw 009-23. 8-23, sorry. True.
It was on there, but we had the 2 confusing. So you might have me on the opposition page.
Oh, I see. Okay, there's a cross out. Yes, Fred.
Yeah. Okay. My name's Fred Deer. I have 11 Paradise Place. I've been a resident there since before the annexation. And right now I'd like to applaud Mayor Colvin and this council in moving forward on unlocking our land. Our land has been locked for 14 years due to servicing issues. And as John said, we need to address some big issues with the servicing of, I know, the North Acreage area, and I haven't been subject to what's going on in the east and Paradise Meadows. But we're in favor of this transition rural residential motion, and I'm going to speak later about the other bylaw. So I commend you people. Thank you for moving us forward here.
Thank you. Thank you, Fred. Just again, if there's other residents wish to speak, please come forward. If you could just state your full name, please.
My name is Sonny Dollywall, 31 Paradise Lane. My family has lived on Paradise Lane for about 21 years now. So we've seen all the changes happen around Chestermere. And I think this bylaw 0823 is a positive step for the city of Chestermere. For many years, we haven't been able to subdivide our 4 acres into 2 acres to accommodate a bigger house for our family. But with this bylaw, it gives us the opportunity to move forward. I thank council for letting us speak in support of bylaw 0823. I will later speak against bylaw 0923. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a request again, if there's additional people that wish to speak in favor of bylaw 08-23. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Sunny Rai. I'm from 280135 TWP RD242. We have 4 acres. When we approach, what I want to talk about is on Highway 1, our first entry into this area is coming from the east, and we enter East Acreages. The density at that location when we're driving through, we're approaching Chestermere, kind of adds property value as it perceive our city. It's the first city before Calgary, which makes a general impression about this area. So depending the density of how we want that area to be, we got 4-acre parcels there. They could be subdivided to 2 acres, but if we take them down to 1 acre, 1 acre of land takes a lot of manpower to actually make beautiful. So 1 acre is a lot of land. So considering the size of the parcels that we want to make from 4 acres to 2 acres and how we want to deal with the servicing for that, kind of just waiting on what we want to do with that. And I just want to ask for the future when we do divide what the procedure is, who do we speak to so we can go to the direct channel and just accelerate the process. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll endeavor to have that question answered here shortly. Just again, I'd like to ask if there's anybody else that wishes to speak in favor. And just to mention your first name, please.
I have to agree. I have to thank the council I'm Pat Shaw.
Thank you.
East Acreages. I want to thank the council for their efforts in getting us forward. And I'm hoping that this is just a step on our journey of 14 years so that we can move ahead. I do agree with the speaker who's mentioned the fact that without services, this is going to be very difficult to go anywhere with, and that we actually need a lot of help to get there, because as individuals and not developers, most of us either just want to build a house or want better water. Like, there's so many different views in the East Acreages that you have to think that everybody has to be happy with what we do. We can't, as individuals, go forward. We need to talk to each other. We need to plan together. We need to do these things. And I'm not sure we can do it on our own. But yes, you have made, if this is a step, then it's a good step. But if it's a conclusion, it's not going to help us.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to ask again if there's any residents that wish to speak in favor. Okay. I'd like to call, sorry, one more, sorry, come forward, sir, please. I'm just writing their names down, yeah.
My name is Jora. I live in East Acres, and this is a very good idea. And look at any big city, they don't live in the acres anymore. No more acres, they live in metric, how many feet or how big lot you have. You know, at the end, we're gonna end up 60 feet by 120, or how big lot you have, that will end up like that. Yes. Any big city you look, never an acres.
Yes.
But 1 acre is a very good first step. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. All right, just to ask again if there's additional residents that wish to speak in favor. All right, I'd like to ask 3 times whether anyone wishes to speak in support of the proposed bylaw. I'd like to ask a second time if anyone wishes to speak in support. And I'd like to ask the last time if anyone wishes to further speak in support. All right. I'd then like to bring forward those that wish to speak in opposition. In order of appearance on the sign-in sheet, I've got that sheet, I think, right?
You have written submissions as well for it?
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yes. Do you want me to read it in, or do you wish to read it in?
We actually take it.
Okay.
The first one we have is from Manjeet Gill, 602 Marina Drive. It's stated that increased densification and further development of the North Acreages area seems like a natural progression in increasing tax base given the development that is already taking place in the city. The next we have is from Kuldip Gill, from 243211 Paradise Road. So they're in favor. As you know, the increased densification and further development of the North Acreages area is long overdue. I thank Mayor Colvin and the council for finally providing the landowners of these 3 areas the standards and framework to further subdivide and further develop their properties. Since the annexation of the subject lands by the town of Chestermere in 2009, the further development of these properties have been frozen. Thank you again. Kieran Gill. They're in 243211 Paradise Road. They're in favor of bylaw 00823. I fully support Mayor Colvin and Council's motion to increase densification and further development of the north and east acreages. This bylaw provides a framework to the current landowners with regard to subdividing lots to develop their properties. Cal Morstad from 412 Mount Cascade Place Southeast. They're in favor of the proposed bylaw, subject to confirmation that the north acreages are included. We note that your Exhibit A, bylaw 00823, notice seems to refer only to the east acreages. This seems to be a reporting error. Please advise if we are wrong. The last one on my pile is Rinder Apal from 55 Paradise Place. They agree with bylaw 00823. Land beside the Chestermere and acreages needs development as it will get services, water, sewage, and garbage removal with it.
Thank you.
So the following will be in favor of both 008 and... Okay, sure. So the first one is from Janine Lucian from 28002 Township Road 242. And they're in favor of bylaw 008. The second one is from Zenka Dukarik from 12 Wentworth Mount, Southwest Calgary. They are in favor of bylaw 008-23. I'm in favor of the bylaw being passed as I am an acreage owner and have been waiting for this for more than 12 years. This will be fantastic for the city of Chestermere as most of the acreages are close to the lake, and this will maximize the city's potential. The next one is from Douglas Scheffelmeyer. They're in favor of 008. If I break out 4 1-acre lots and keep the existing 1-acre home property, will I be able to continue using the functional existing septic tank and field along with the existing well, as no further impact would be done to the new 3 lots, and the systems are on the 1-acre home lot and are with the lot boundaries. And then the last one is from Eva Stubikar, from 12 Wentworth Mount Southwest. They're in favor of both bylaws as it unlocks the value of our land as acreage owners. This is also a great opportunity for Chestermere to grow as a city as most of the acreages are close to the lake. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, so moving forward, I'd like to proceed with moving on with those that are wishing to speak in opposition to bylaw 008-23. And I'll just start in order of the sign-in sheet. We have some that have requested to speak on both. John Vanis.
All right, so the problem with this particular bylaw change is that it is, and I'm agreeing with what a lot of people are saying. It's like if it's a step, and the first step in a chain of things, that events that need to occur, then it's a good thing. However, if the intent is to just go to the single acre parcels, then I'm in opposition of this, and there's a number of people that were at the meeting that are not for that at all, because that doesn't do anything for anybody. Like I had mentioned already, just the cost of dealing with sewage and water on 1-acre parcels, it's just not even viable. So the one thing that I would say is, like, unless we are actually going to seriously look at putting in sewer and water up Paradise Road and Rainbow Road and all the other areas, included, that would be a caveat that would have to be attached to this bylaw to make it something that I would actually stand behind 100%. We need that in order to make this thing work. As far as taxes, somebody had mentioned, so we have an issue also with, there's been a moratorium on taxes in these areas when we were annexed, right, which is going to be running out shortly. We need to know that this bylaw is not going to adversely affect our tax base, because the minute we are allowed to chop up our properties into smaller pieces, it also gives council the ability at that point in time to, at a minimum, if you have a 2-acre lot and you're allowed to drop down to 1 acres, now your taxes could double. If we actually multiply that out further and we end up going to smaller lots in the future, then our tax base is going to increase dramatically as well. So I think the whole moratorium on the current tax base for our acreages needs to be dealt with as well with respect to this bylaw, because that's the last thing anybody in this room wants to hear, is that your taxes just went 2 times or 3 times or 4 times what they are currently. Because currently, we pay a lot of money for nothing. We get 0 services. I'm lucky in my cul-de-sac because I have Christmas lights up. So I know the guys come and plow quite regularly because there's a lot of people that come down my cul-de-sac. And I appreciate those guys for doing that. However, that is the only thing that we get, is we get the snow plowed once in a while. All of us acreage owners, we all own equipment. We actually don't need the snow plow, to be honest with you. But if that's all we're going to get for our tax base or our tax dollars, then yeah, that's not good. And if it starts to increase because of this subdivision, that's a huge issue, I think, for everybody in this room. So that's what I see negative. The negative impact is no sewer and water, and our taxes are going to increase dramatically. And if that's not enough to want people to stop this process. However, is this a developing issue? Yes, I hope that it is a development and not just, like as somebody had said, only one step and we stop at that point. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also like to request if Karen Wayman wishes to speak in opposition. Good morning.
Okay, I'm not actually in opposition, but I do have a couple of questions. Pretty much everything has already been said that I'm agreeing with a previous speaker. I want to know if or why the council has not done an area structure plan for our areas, which is in the annexation agreement from the Rocky View, that the city is responsible for that. And to me, it looks like it's pretty much being left up to the acreage owners, which is not in the agreement.
Okay.
That was my one question. My second question is, are we going to be able to see the municipal plan and how it's set up? Because I know right now, in certain areas of the north acreages, that like for instance, our property and the one next door are residential. And I know the one next door wants commercial, which has to be, the municipal plan has to be changed in order to have that rezoned. And I would like to know what's happening there.
And you're on Paradise Road?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Because to me, the area structure plan, when you're talking, this is the first I've heard of anything. I have received no correspondence from council. I didn't get to go to the first hearing that they had. The only reason I'm here today is because my neighbor gave me a copy of hers. Otherwise, I would not known this was even happening.
Okay, okay.
So that I'm kind of disappointed in. But them are the two questions that I would like to have answered, because I can't give a yes or a no to something that I have no idea what the municipal plan is, and there's no area structure plan. And according to this, there's stipulations on, different right-of-ways and all this other stuff. So who's going to set that up? Is that city council, or are you leaving it up to us?
It's the only reason I'm not answering is in a public hearing, I'm really supposed to let you speak.
I know, but
we will have staff that will actually answer some of these questions that you've mentioned, and in that period, council will be able to actually converse with with the staff member on what your question has been there.
Mhm.
There is these questions are great because these are what's important to the residents, and a number of these discussion points that we're talking about, we have actually been dealing with, and it is obviously important, and it's key that we take all of these issues into account when we're trying to bring something forward. But there is definitely steps as these go forward. There are rules that we have to follow, and we go through these steps, and then we'll continue forward. But I do appreciate what you've said, and I've written all my notes down here. So
Well, I have to say,
yes,
we've
please
been in this
continue.
community for 50 years.
Wow.
And, things get kind of pushed to the side, and there's hasn't been in the past a lot of transparency with our councils.
Okay.
And a lot of things have happened without us even knowing. The council that pushed through a lot of stuff before they left went against what the planning was, because we went to a lot of meetings, and the planning on, say the commercial industrial was supposed to come right up to Paradise Road. And then it kind of stopped halfway and cut on an angle, and stuff like that. That was never brought back to the people. And I think the people need to be better informed from our council. That's all I have to say. And I'm talking meetings that go back like 20 years.
Yeah.
When they were future planning everything.
No, it's definitely, change is always challenging,
Yeah.
but residents do deserve the right to make sure that they're being heard, and that they're communicated, transparently and effectively from council, for sure.
Okay.
So thank you very much for your comments today. All right. Just to follow up with Ledge Services, is there any additional correspondence in regards to opposition of bylaw 008-23?
Good morning, Mayor and Council and the public. Before I speak, I would just like to apologize to any person watching and names I mispronounce. We have a letter from Manjeet Gill in opposition. Proposed lot size is restrictive. Increased de-incentivication will allow for more homes and a larger tax base. Kadeep Gill, opposition. I am only opposed to bylaw 008-23 as I believe the site standard minimum lot size of 0.4 hectare, 1 acre, is restrictive and should be reduced to a minimum size of 0.134 hectare, 1/3 acre. I am in favor of the creation of the new land use classification, Transition Rural Residential District, TRR, specifically for these three identified areas. I applaud Mayor Colvin and this council for addressing and introducing these new bylaws in order to enhance the future development and increase the incentivication of North Acreage's area. Thank you again. Kieran Gill. Oh, sorry, repeat. We have Peter Tyndall, opposed. Both proposed bylaws impose requirements on individual landowners so onerous that they will effectively preclude development in East Acreages. This deprives residents of the opportunity to realize full value for their property and contrary to the stated wishes of council. Note that I will raise this in an email to councilors dated March 13th, 2023, and I have received no reply. Body of the email is below. March 13th, 2023, to Chestermere City Council. Like many of the landowners in East Acreages have been encouraged by council's stated intent to allow us to develop our properties to varying levels from their current state to potentially full urban incentives. We now know that there is a full sufficient water for a fairly large number of households, and will be interested in finding out the available capacity for the sewage. I'm concerned by the draft amendment to the MDP. Not only does it state that all development must be in compliance with Figure 8 of the MDP, which is quite restrictive in and of itself, it will presuppose that the ultimate goal is high density and would force any applicant to present plans which conform to a vision of high density residential development, which may or may not occur, and in fact, many landowners would not desire. In my opinion, this proposed amendment would impose a de facto requirement for any applicant to present a fully realized area structure plan for high-density urban residential development, a timeline for this, and to provide fire protection for this hypothetical future. See the highlighted areas below. Extract from agenda begins. Proposed MDP Amendment RE East Acreages. The following shall address to section 3.4.3 Reinvestment in Existing Communities, 3.4.3.6 in the absence of an area structure plan providing long-term development visions within the lands known as East Acreages as identified in Figure 4 Chestermere Planning Area. The following shall apply to the proposed residential subdivisions and developments. All proposed developments must be in compliance with Figure 8 Land Use Concept. All proposed developments shall be designed to consider future development plans, including cohesion with the adjacent properties, locations of future utility servicing, connections, transportation routes, and parks and open spaces with adjacent properties must be identified. All residential development in this area is not considered an interim use and therefore shall be comprehensively designed and located with future growth in mind. To this end, any subdivision or development permit application must include current and future lot layouts and property lines, current and future building layouts, current and future utility design and required right of ways, current and future transportation networks, current and future park and open space designs, including pathways, adequate fire protection for the proposed future density, screening between residential densities and uses, staging plans, identifying the process and estimated timelines of development for required infrastructure, any other requirements as deemed necessary by the development authority. Landowners/developers are encouraged to develop innovative stormwater, wastewater, potable water, and fire protection strategies to the satisfaction of the development authority. Potable water must be supplied by an approved municipal system, being either connection with the municipal water system or citron. Wastewater must be disposed of at an improved municipal system, being either connection with the municipal sewer system or pump out tank. Landowners/developers must provide all required support documents throughout the development process to the satisfaction of the development authority. 3.4.3.7 the transitional rural residential districts TRR in the land use bylaw 00022-10 as amended is intended to provide an opportunity for landowners to initiate residential development in a phased manner in order to accommodate residential decentralization and intensification over time. 3.8 landowners within East Acreages area who wish to pursue additional residential subdivision and development shall apply for a land use redesignation to the appropriate land use prior to subdivision and/or development permit application. 3439 comprehensively designed infill residential developments that are in compliance with the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Growth Plan and 4.2C3 CMRB Regional Evaluation Framework shall not require an area structure plan prior to subdivision and/or development permits. Page 27 of 59. Extracts from the agenda ends. This is effectively reiterated by the requirement of a shadow plan as stated in section 1025(5)(b) of the draft transitional Rural Residential District, TRR, land use designation to be potentially incorporated in the land use bylaw. Extract begins. 10.20 Transitional Rural Residential District, TRR, 10.21 0.5 additional requirements. This land use shall only apply to the lands known as east acreages as identified in the figure. Chestermere planning area and the municipal development plan. All development permits applications shall identify placement of proposed residential dwellings and provide a shadow plan identifying location of future additional residential dwellings, property lines, and necessary right-of-ways for future utilities and roads in accordance with the MDP requirements. Extract ends. One of the things that makes Chestermere attractive is that there's residential options other than high-density urban developments, and this, in my opinion, is something worth preserving. I am fully aware that this is a draft for discussion, but this would appear to not be keeping in with that spirit. I have not had time to speak to the other landowners about this. I saw it last Friday, but I am sure if not most of them would share my concerns. Regards, Peter Tyndall. Stephen Botwood. I am opposed to both of the above bylaws. I moved into my acreages in 2000 when it was the municipality of Rocky View. 2009 we were annexed by Chestermere, and all that happened is our taxes have risen each and every year. There is still development on 2.5 acre lots. This has come up twice in the past, and the potable water lines fees were $40,000 for 1 acre. Not to mention sanitary and storm management. The sanitary alone, lift stations at a huge cost will be required. This has been denied by the residents twice before. Please leave us alone. Sunny Dual. Our family is in favor of the two bylaws as mentioned. Oh, sorry, this is in favor. Okay, that's everything.
That's it. All right, thank you very much. So just so I understood what you were saying, from what I heard, it indicated that 3 of the in opposition were looking for increased density over 1 acre, and 1 was looking for no increase in density from current. Okay, I'd like to ask again 3 times if there is anyone who wishes to speak in opposition. Please step forward. If there's any residents who wish to speak in opposition, please come forward.
It's Sunny again.
Hi there.
280135 TWP RD242. What I wanted to just mention is listening to the gentleman there about transportation. We got 3 areas indicated: North Acreages, East Acreages, and Paradise Meadow. Depending on how you get to your house, on East Acreages, we got 2 entry points. We can go east and west on Highway 1. So we don't have to add traffic into the local city. We can go south on 791. We can hit Glenmore there. So we got options to get out there relatively quick according to transportation. North Acreages, if you're going east, you can enter on Highway 1. Going west to the city of Calgary, you're going to add density traffic through the city. And Paradise Meadows, we're on the south here. Depending on how we get to that portion, should be considered of where the traffic is going to flow through the city as well. So just things to consider.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, if I could ask for another resident to come forward who wishes to speak in opposition.
Morning, Mr. Mayor, and morning, council, and members of the society around here. I'm on both sides of the things because both bylaws have pros and cons to this amendments that you guys coming with. I'd like to just be on the cautious side that although we may say the taxes are not going to increase by the plan that we come up with, my request to the council is to have a very clear indication of how the plan is going to come and how it's going to affect each resident. The second thing that I would like to say, we on acreages have a certain lifestyle, and everybody may or may not agree with that. And there's a certain reason we live on acreages. So if there's a high density people that want to do it, let them do it. But on the other side, if people don't want to develop it, let's not enforce it as well. And then when people choose not to develop it or subdivide it, they should not be penalized with the higher taxes because of your area. The biggest thing is that I think the reason we came to this is people wanted to do something with their property, and we should be allowed to do, to a certain degree, what our preference is, why we are in residence. Maybe, some of them say light commercial or some they want high density or some they want it left it alone and have another building or parking space or whatever they want to do. So if you want to hear everybody, I know it's too early or maybe too much to hear everybody, but everybody should be given a fair chance of what they want to do without being penalized by higher taxes at the end of the day. So on the other hand, I'm sorry, my name is Satish Lal and from 7 Paradise Acre. So I'm going to talk about Paradise Acre being our streets you got to also look at how the infrastructure is going to come in and what would be the impact of that to the residents, whether they're developed or not developed. I mean, right now, some of the residents who are right on Paradise Acre, they don't even get out of the driveway properly. They're cars going by and they have difficulties. We don't have sidewalks for the people who want to run around over there. So there are a lot more than just dividing and water supply and all that. So I know the impact will be there, whether you divide or not divide, but we should have a very clear picture of what we are getting into before we say yes or no. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'd just like to request again if there's any additional residents who wish to speak in opposition to the proposed bylaw. Please step forward.
Pat Shaw again.
Morning.
And I am a woman, so I get to change my mind as often as I want. So the tax issue, I'm just going to address that because it seems to be such a big thing with Paradise Acres and stuff. But as I've talked to assessors before, because our taxes do keep going up, the assessment is based on the house over there that somebody builds. It is not based on the fact that we can't subdivide, or our taxes would be lower than those people in Chestermere, but they are not. So they don't look at whether you can develop or not. They look at the size of your house, the size of your lot, and this year our acreage cost went way up. Like per acre cost went way up, and yet none of us could ever possibly sell for that, but somebody else did. So, we've all been paying for one house that went in 10 years ago, right? Because they probably changed hands just to do something, right? So it's not related, right? Okay. It looks like if Paradise Meadows is coming in, we're all going to have to talk to each other and share the information, because East Acreage has found out a lot of information, and we've got the most ears to council about the ASP and everything else, and understand the reasoning why we're not going to do an ASP and stuff like that. Peter Tyndall in opposition, he is my husband. And basically, he wrote that letter prior to a discussion we had with our neighbors, and he's as much on the fence as we all are. So don't get too excited, but he is right with all those stipulations to each acreage owner to do anything to develop. It's impossible for an individual to do those things. So somehow we have to be united. Without an outline plan, without, some services we're still stuck with, we can't go ahead probably as individuals. We're not developers, we just want to build a house. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I'd like to ask if there's any other residents which wish to speak in opposition to today's bylaw. Please step forward. 08 still. All right, I'd like to ask a second time if there's anyone which wishes to speak in opposition and to step forward, and a final time if anybody wishes to speak in opposition. Thank you. Council, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to ask any of the presenters any questions for clarification, whether in support or in opposition. If there is any questions, to please raise your hand. Okay, if I could request administration to come forward. and to respond to some of the comments. You took notes?
There was a lot of comments today, which we were anticipating. We've spent a lot of time, for years, in fact, with the East Acreages, in particular, talking about development options and non-development options with multiple different councils and multiple different landowners. There are a lot of familiar faces, but there's also a lot of new faces. Those who know me know that I started on this project when I was just a wee little baby planner. And I left the city for a number of years. Other people worked on this project, and I've been back since about 2018. There is no easy answer in this area. And so we've heard a lot of feedback today, which again, we were expecting. And a lot of questions, a lot of those questions have been answered in the past, but again, people have come and moved and changed, and we have new faces and short memories, myself included. There's been so much history here that we maybe talked about it 5 years ago. We don't all remember what we talked about yesterday, let alone 5 years ago. And so with all the questions that were asked today, what I would suggest is that we take this information, we compile all the questions that are asked, and come back and answer them at another date, and that the public hearing at this point would be closed, and not to go to second and third reading, but rather that we can come back with more information that council can review and digest. A couple of the questions that were asked, for example, one was about the area structure plan. And we did do an area structure plan for the East Acreages. I was not around for when East Acreages went first. I believe they had the highest vote of people in support of going to start the area structure plan. An amazing consultant team was brought in. A plan was developed, and I believe in 2015-ish, might have been 2017, council at the day actually turned down that area structure plan because there was no interim solution for development. It was a wonderful plan, and it came out and said, all right, everybody, we're treating you like greenfield development. We're going to pretend you're one landowner, and we're going to give you a development where really you guys are going to have to figure out how you're going to do this. Maybe y'all have to bulldoze your houses and start from scratch. It wasn't implementable. It also didn't give any short-term options for people to be able to do anything. And so ultimately, council turned it down. And then when I was brought back in 2018, I was tasked at that time with what are some interim solutions to get us from 60-some landowners to an ultimate 8 unit per acre development that matched the area structure plan. And the answer was, we don't know how to do that. We turned over every single leaf. We worked so incredibly hard to come up with how do we do interim servicing and development options that create that. And at that point, administration couldn't come up with a solution, and you guys got it. And one of the conversations of the many that I've had with this council has been, how do we change the perspective of we don't want to create a legacy problem with acreages to we already have acreages. How do we allow acreages to develop or not in a way that people will support? Through the surveys we did with landowners, some of council were at those open houses that we held, I believe, in November. And we learned really clearly that there is mixed perspectives in these areas. And there isn't a one-size-fits-all solution. And as much as we try to, whether it's an area structure plan going to higher density with multiple landowners, or whether we look at the TRR district and the MDP amendment we have now, development will be landowner-led. In any area, we as a municipality don't go in and say, hey, you have to develop. We're making you do this today. We don't have that right or the desire. And so the idea, as I've understood it from this council, has been let's find a way to allow some development to happen and to do it in a responsible manner that allows for, whether that was 2 acres or 1 acre to start, or to allow people to go to a higher density R1 designation. The difference being servicing is a huge cost. And servicing, whether you're in an acreage area or you're in a greenfield area, is the cost of the developer, not the municipality. And so this process that's presented here today will not be perfect. Every time somebody wants to do a subdivision to a 1 acre, they will have to come in front of council through an application with administration to do a land use bylaw amendment. And this was another question that was asked on process. People will apply first for a land use bylaw amendment through administration. Every single land use bylaw amendment for a new designation comes before council, just as we are here today. And so we might have some where landowners come in as three landowners coming together. We might have some where it's one person or not. And depending on what they propose, will depend on what requirements are in place. If someone proposes to go to an R4 designation, their requirements are substantially different than if they want to go to the TRR district. And so the MDP amendment before you right now provides the opportunity to start that process. It won't be an overnight process. Land use bylaw amendment applications tend to take months. Then you have a subdivision application. Then, and again, based on your subdivision and your requirements, and we do have Mark here if we want to talk more about the engineering requirements and the differences. But if you're going to TRR, your requirements are substantially different than if you're going to that R3 or R4. And the costs to bring in servicing for an R4 versus the TRR are going to be substantially different. And that's why we can't say this is exactly what you'll need. All applications are different. And that is where there's that process to work through with administration. And we strongly recommend to everybody in the community to come in and do pre-application meetings so we can talk through your process and work with you so that you understand what that is going to be. And we hold pre-application meetings all the time. So that we can start that and be proactive to work with all of our applicants, again, developer or residential landowners, on whatever it is, everything from a deck. Potentially people come in to talk about those before they're doing them, right? All the way to a land use bylaw amendment process. So I know I haven't answered every question, but I guess what I'm saying is there were a lot of questions, and I think that my recommendation would be to accept everything, to close the public hearing, accept the information, and have administration come back with a summary of the questions and answers for you to consider at second reading.
Are there, thank you, Liz. Are there questions, Council, for Liz? Councillor Fote?
Only one question that came up that I wrote down was there was one of the residents that didn't receive information. Is there any reason you could find that that information wasn't given to her?
All of the information was sent to landowners on title. We pull that information right before we circulate through our GIS group. I don't know how that actually works, but I know that they pull up-to-date information. And it is all sent and put in the mail. So I recently got a letter from Canada Post that was dated 6 weeks earlier. So we can't control Canada Post. I'd love to. And so it could be somewhere between her house and Canada Post. We do get the odd one returned, but we're using the only address we have. And then the other thing is, depending on how recently they purchased their property, land titles might not be up to date because there is a delay on getting titles modified after purchase. So that's a rare circumstance, but it is a possibility. But we do keep a record of administratively who everything is mailed to.
Councillor Fote?
A follow-up question there. I would strongly suggest that this person, I believe she said that she'd lived there for 50 years. I think that maybe you and her could connect so we can kind of get some proper information to her and make sure that she gets all the information that's going on forward.
Yeah. And that is also the other option for anybody, is to sign up to the important notices through the city's website, and then you would also get an email. That is not, we have to follow the MGA and send hard copies, and we do that process. But that is another way to make sure you're staying up to date. Again, that means you'll get information on any important notice, not just public hearings, but then it's another way people can choose to get that extra information.
Counselor Foat?
And another question. I know with the east acreages, there was much discussion on what it was going to cost to bring water and sewer into that area. And, but was the same discussion done with north acreages or Paradise Meadows?
I will bring Mark up to chat about this one. What I can say is, I think it was back in November that we held the meetings with all three areas, and those discussions, that was part of those open houses and those discussions. Mayor Colvin was at them. However, not everybody attends them.
Right.
And so, but I will let Mark.
Thanks, Liz. Thanks, Council. To that question specifically, I don't believe that North Acreages and Paradise have the same level of detail that East Acreages have. Obviously, they've been doing this for 14 years or so, so it's a little bit, even our own, this council has had, I think, 3 more discussions with East Acreages than those other 2, so I think there is some knowledge missing there on servicing, and we haven't gone into details. That being said, in general, the servicing is closer on the west side, obviously, and with Bridgeport, that will be a big boom where if they go ahead, that will bring it closer. And on Paradise, we have basically on 2 of the 3 sides, we have developers going ahead right now. So there is infrastructure coming all around it. So in general, they're much farther or much closer in timeline than East Acreages. And I think East Acreages, this will be more, the TR is more applicable because I think there's a longer timeline before that infrastructure is built to them.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Dean?
If I can quickly add, the one thing I would say is any landowner is welcome to apply to pull those services at any time from their nearest access point. That's really, really expensive and cost prohibitive for the average acreage owner. They're not, one of the big development companies, but there's nothing saying they can't do that if they wanted to. But that is, again, why we've come up with this TRR idea, is how do we develop in absence of those connections, but doing development in a responsible way.
Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to Liz, I don't disagree with the idea of the not doing the second reading. I'm just wondering, from a process perspective, though, what would the difference be if we did a second reading and with answering all those questions and then brought it back? Is there any kind of a difference from a process standpoint? The reason for my question is I'm wondering if a vote on second reading demonstrates a moving of the needle forward, right? So I'm just wondering about that from a process standpoint. Thank you.
I will let Ledge Services talk about process. I can venture into that world, but I do tend to put my foot in my mouth because it's not my area of expertise.
Sorry, this is a little awkward. We recommend that council can give second reading, but if there's no amendments on the table, it'll be as presented. And I think, to your point, Councillor Dean, if you want to show that the meeting's going ahead and you just pass second reading as presented with no amendments, I think that kind of can maybe have unintended consequences to the public if you're worried about optics. So Legislative Services would recommend that we accept this Liz's reports as information and do second reading and third reading at a different date once administration has time to properly consider the public's comments.
Thank you.
I can further add, I have the MGA in front of me.
Sure, please.
Slightly prepared today. When to hold a public hearing, section 2.16 for, I want to look at sub 5. After considering the representations made to it about a proposed bylaw or resolution at the public hearing, and after considering any other matter it considers appropriate, that council may A, pass a bylaw or resolution, B, make any amendments to the bylaw or resolution it considers necessary, and proceed to pass it without further advertisement or hearing, or C, defeat the bylaw or resolution. So there's no timeline on your next steps. I believe somewhere else in the MGA, and I will, again, I'm flirting with rules of ledge services. I believe after first reading, you have 2 years to make a decision or it dies. Ledge service, 12 months. This is why they're here. And so we do have a timeline on when to do this, but there's nothing that says public hearing, you have to pass second and third the same day. And so many times there are small amendments made after public hearing that are not substantive, because you're looking for input. You're looking for these comments. That's the point of them. So.
Thank you. Councillor Fote?
I support your, the Mayor to Liz, I support your recommendation of we take a look at all these questions and stuff like that. I think it would also give I'm going to pick on an individual there, sorry, Mr. Vanas. It would also give that group, the North Acreages, time to sit down and get their things together a little bit more. And I would like to encourage yourself and Mark to maybe have a meeting with them to let them know of the costs, as we have done with these acreages. I know that the costs are going to be for water and sewer. I think that discussion needs to be held with them the same as it was held with East Acreages.
Thank you. I will say once the public hearing is closed, there is no more opportunity for public input. So while I absolutely agree, residents should be talking, they should be coming together, they will not have an opportunity to come in front of council and present new information.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I guess my question, Liz, is a lot of what I've heard was some say lot sizes of 1 acre are, not enough. Others think they should be bigger, vice versa. And I think there's a lot of process problems of people not necessarily understanding of, if I choose to do nothing, what happens? If I choose to do something, how does that affect my taxes going forward? And not necessarily understanding the way it's structured to me is, as long as you're 1 acre, equal to 1 acre or greater, you can go and it's just an administration process following the rules. If you want to go less than an acre, now you have to come to council, which may be incorrect, right? Which even myself. So I think if you've got process diagrams that are more in layman's terms, like everyone has a right to be skeptical of what's going to happen and they don't want to have unforeseen consequences. So I think how much time do you feel that you guys would need in order to sort of lay that out better to bring everybody's understanding?
I don't know the timeline on that. And I think, because we have talked about these process charts, and typically we do them after we have an approval from council in terms of putting that information together, because we don't know what will be approved, right? So, and that's something that we've talked about administratively, of once we have a direction and a decision from council to map this out. Again, it's different. We're not talking about the big developers. They know the process. They know how to go from point A to point B. They know where their friction points are going to be and how to work through from bare land to building decks on houses that already exist. And so that is a big difference of what we are doing here. And so I do agree with those for sure need to be done. It is something we could look to put together in advance so that council can see that, because you're correct. You are correct that you had the wrong understanding. Yeah. In order to get to the TRR district, you have to do a land use bylaw amendment. That comes before council. But the other option is, if you want to go denser than 1 acre, go to any one of the existing residential uses in the land use bylaw. So R1, for example, R4, for example, you can go to that. You can do the planned lots. You can go to any of those. Your requirements are going to be a lot different going to that type of density from a servicing perspective. So there are some people in some areas that probably have great opportunity to nearby connections that'll make that more affordable. But when you look at the east acreages and you look at the 2/4 sections and you look at the far east side, that's a long way to bring a pipe versus the west side. So that's why the process isn't the same. The process is very different depending on what you want to do. But we're not going to tell you what you need to do. You come to us and say, this is what I want to do. How do I get there? And that's where, we'll say to somebody, okay, you're over here, you need to bring 2 miles of pipe for, 1 acre. So you might want to reconsider that. Or we're going to say, hey, you know what, going to the 1 acres and showing us how long-term you can have additional densification. This is how we do it. Let's work together and help you get there.
And that's where I think the process diagrams would help, because if I want to get to an end point, right, and it gets a lot more complicated as you go through the diagram, you can say, if I do this is a lot of work, and it's going to be very expensive. But maybe if they see that whole process from start to finish, they can go, how can I migrate to that? Because there's a midpoint that is something I'm willing to do, or something that is reasonable at this point in time. Other things may have to wait, because if the further I am away from services, the higher the costs are going to be for me if I want to go first. I may determine to, hey, let my neighbors go first to bring the services closer to me, right? And then I'm willing to jump in.
Well, and I think Mark had a really important point. The East Acreages have talked to us for years in detail in a way that the North and Paradise Meadows have not. And so I think there is probably a better understanding of this process if you're in the East Acreages versus the others. And so I do think that there is a knowledge gap maybe on that piece. And we even look at this bylaw before us today. It started as only East Acreages because of the history and the knowledge and the work that's been done there.
And I applaud them for creating like a community associations for their specific area, putting themselves together.
And East Acreages, there's actually a couple residents that I know are here today that have been integral in keeping that group united and keeping the city on this project since annexation happened. And they've been doing that for years. So again, that's a different knowledge that the others have. And they've had that group. I don't know how they work. We're not part of that group. But I know that they've been doing that for years, and kudos to them and for those who are starting that in the North as well.
Yeah, and all we can really do is sort of encourage both of those groups to get together.
I think what's nice about what's happened today is that you've seen some frequently asked questions, and now that we've got these questions, again, it'd be easy for staff to put these out so that not only the residents that came today, but the residents that didn't would have some of these questions answered. And I think it's good for us to take the opportunity to answer as much of these questions as we can in front of the residents today, albeit some may require some investigation. But as you pointed out, one of the points that was that was missed on some of what the bylaw is that we're doing today is that it indicates that it's a minimum of 1 acre. And so a lot of residents think, well, that's the most I can subsidize my density to then. And that's obviously, as you just mentioned, that's not the case. So they can rezone their property to a higher density. So the 1 acre is underneath this particular bylaw.
The 1 acre is actually in the next public hearing.
True.
It's not even in this one.
So there is the ability for residents to have higher density, and it's not, as we had a number of the residents speak in opposition, wanting more densification, and you're able to more densify if you wish. You go through a standard process, which does involve your neighbors and coming to the council, and as you said, there could be more stringent guidelines on the development requirements. Which is standard. So the flexibility is there. That's the good news. In regards to, we were talking about some of the concerns about taxes. Now, unfortunately, council wasn't able to bring forward before before today in relation to the tax changes and whatnot, because we do have a little bit more time. Is what ended up happening with the acreage owners that have been in. This special agreement with the city for the moratorium, I guess, on tax rates. Now, subject to council approval, the discussion has been that we would more track what the Rocky View County would be doing with their acreages. And that would remain for the densification that they would be corresponding to that. So what that means is that we're trying to say that we can compete with what Rocky View County is doing. And then if somebody wishes to densify, well, that would change your situation. But if your neighbor densifies, that doesn't change your situation if you've got 3 acres beside them. And so that's one thing that we're trying to commit to is that, I should say I'm trying to commit to, council has to make that decision, is making sure that residents have the right to the property that they wish to have. My opinion is to try and not push residents in a direction of forcing development. I know that it might get a little different if you've got if you've got an acreage in the middle of the city, so that might get odd. But right now, that's really what our goal was in our previous discussions. In relation to the ASP and MDP, what's your thoughts, and if you could answer that question, as to the city being responsible or to proceed with the ASP amendment? I know that my understanding simply is that the challenge with the ASP amendment is that it forces a few things. Typically forces the style of development from the guiding principles, whereas what we're trying to do is create a flexibility. So that it's not as simple as a developer comes in, clear cuts, and we say, yeah, you got to put in so many sidewalks, so many pathways, and you're going to do all the servicing properly, and it's going to be done really quickly. That is going to be super duper challenging for residents doing that 1 acreage at a time. So part of that idea is to definitely have some of those plans as to where a pathway may go, et cetera. And then if a resident wishes to start that, we have things like Endeavors to Assist, which would allow that resident to be paid back if some of that's infrastructure is brought forward, whether that even be pipelines, whether you're talking about water and sewer. The point is that developers develop and the city doesn't. The city approves. And so it is challenging to develop to a very high standard quickly. It's very expensive. That's basically it. And what we're looking to do is to allow east acreages to gradually densify, which is a different way of doing things because it is challenging for that particular group. But could you speak to, in regards to the ASP, I guess, and the MDP and the way it's going, why it goes that way?
This is one that I would really like to come back with more information on. Through the history of this project, we actually have quite a bit legal input on the ASP and the requirement for that ASP. And I haven't read that in a few years. So that is a piece that I would like to come back and provide that information on. But without speaking about legal stuff, which I won't even try, like I sometimes step into ledge services, I'm not going to do that when it's legal. What I can say is that there's nothing to say you can't do an area structure plan that talks about infill development. They're called area redevelopment plans. They happen all the time. The direction that we've had as administration was we did the ASP for east acreages, not the other two. That is closed. We were moving on to a new solution that didn't involve a massive undertaking to create a new statutory document, but rather to work within parameters, putting it into the MDP so we still have statutory requirements that everybody knows that are there, that administration, future councils, future landowners, current council, administration, landowners know that this will be part of that process. And not doing an actual area structure plan or area redevelopment plan. It's still an option. We could go back and do that. We will add a couple years, just knowing the pace of doing those things. Even though we move very quickly in Chestermere, it's still going to be, instead of maybe a couple years, it's still probably at least a year. Lots of work with landowners to come up with what that vision is and how to do that. And so there's nothing saying we can't go back and do that process.
Now, speaking to what you are doing, because it is of note what staff is actually attempting and what they've done, is actually coming forward to make this option viable for residents. Because as much as it seems like the paperwork is kind of a pain, very quickly we can get pushed into one side or the other side. And if we get pushed into a certain side, we get in front of CMRB, and we get into a very long process, which staff has come up with plans in regards to how we can still fall under with what the current CMRB approvals are and allow us to get the densification that the residents are looking for, which is an amazing feat, which is fantastic. If you could talk about that for a second.
So the CMRB, basically any new ASP would go through the CMRB. the CMRB, I value that process. I think that there is a point of it. I think regionally it is a good thing, generally. However, when we're talking about the developments that, adding in a bit of densification, council, that motion back in May, might have been before May, council did say, we believe this is an infill development. We're looking at densification gradually. And so we believe that what's being presented based on the direction from council and the CMRB's requirements, that this does meet that. This is not an MDP amendment that is against the CMRB by any means. We are working towards that same goal. The difference is we're not saying thou shalt do 8 units per acre here tomorrow. We're saying we can get there over time. That time doesn't have an end time. It could be 25 years. It could be 45 years. It might never happen. There are many communities, including the one I live in Calgary, that is not 8 units per acre. There are communities in Chestermere that were designed prior that are not 8 units per acre. I think if we looked at around the lake, I guarantee that's not 8 units per acre. And so at no point in time, in my understanding, has the CMRB said everywhere must become this dense. What they're saying is we're looking to add densification, and we are looking at new communities need to be at a denser level. And so this is the idea that maybe you can take a 4-acre parcel and get a bit more densification in a staged manner.
And some of the reason with the East Acreages, the challenge that you have faced over the last years was the servicing, is that it was previously looked at that a $80 million solution for servicing from the south. What staff has done is looking into, with the support of the acreage owners, looking into the existing capacities of the existing lines that are adjacent to those lands and determining if there was an ability to access that capacity on an efficient basis, never mind off-peak time. And it was determined that there is sufficient capacity to allow significant development. So we don't have those constraints on the other acreages. It's a lot easier with the way that area is set up. So it's not expected to be that situation at all, but it is important to understand why that happened and why the differential all of a sudden once the servicing was looked at from a different perspective. But it still is, as mentioned with residents today, that servicing does cost money, and there's typically certain densifications that make sense depending on the types of pipelines you're going to be running. And so it is a situation where it's nice to have some plans between yourself and your neighbor, or depending on the density that you're looking at. But no, I appreciate everybody that's come here today. Councillor, I'd like to move this along. Is there any further questions for Liz? Councillor Narayan?
Thank you, through the chair. And I do agree with Liz with your suggestion, but coming back with the answers. And if I could add one more question for you to come back and respond to the citizens and the council. I think there's a bit of uncertainty about the implications of what it might look like in terms of tax implications. Let's just say, council does approve this, and some landowners go ahead and subdivide it. What does it mean in terms of taxes for those individuals that just decide not to do anything? So if you can maybe come back with more fulsome information on that, that'll be fantastic.
Yes, thank you for letting me come back on that. I know nothing about taxes.
All right, cheers.
I pay mine. That's my limit on knowledge, and even then, my husband pays mine. So, yeah, thank you.
Well, and that is an important point. Right now, Chestermere is considering annexation of some additional lands in Rocky View County, and part of that discussion is for council to bring forward a tax plan in relation to acreage owners. And so that's where we're referring to this discussion that hasn't completed with council yet, but that needs to come forward as to the concept of matching, really using Rocky View County's rural acreage tax rate, and really using that as your base point and matching that and letting that ebb and flow as possibly as Rocky View dictates, so that we know that we're competing. The assessment is the question that was brought up earlier. We don't control the assessments. Those do go up and down as per the assessor, which is third party from the city. We do try, and as you noticed with our mill rates this year, we do try and combat that issue if the city is not looking for additional dollars. If we're looking for additional dollars, we try to separate those issues out so it's very clear and transparent to the residents. But the assessments do happen, and we do try to amend that. So part of this is a bit of a staged process, is that going through the public hearing and moving it one step forward is this bylaw. Council, again, having to deal with some of these tax concerns and tax questions is another step, and there'll be other steps that'll have to come forward, but it is one step at a time. We will try and move these things forward quickly, but there is some process to follow, but we are definitely trying to move in the right direction. And the right direction is not defined so much that we're forcing you to do something, though. That's important, is that part of the goal is to make sure you can keep your residence as is, or if you can amend that and not be forced in any direction thereof. So thank you. Okay, so moving forward, if there's not any further questions for Liz, I'd like to call for a motion to, just a second. Any final questions? I'd like to call for a motion to close the public hearing at 10:51 p.m. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council adjourn the public hearing for bylaw 008-23, being the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows area municipal development plan amending bylaw on June 27th, 2023 at 10:51 a.m.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Okay, it's 10:52. I'm just wondering if we should do a quick bathroom break recess here till maybe 11 o'clock. Quick one. Thank you very much, everyone. Take about an 8-minute break. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We're just going to come back from recess. Just request everyone to join their seats again. At this point, I'd like to move forward with the next public hearing. If I could get a council member to read into the record the opening of the next public hearing. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council open the public hearing for bylaw 009-23 being the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows land use amending bylaw on June 27th, 2023 at 11:05 a.m.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, I'd like to move forward and call the staff administration to introduce the proposed bylaw 009-23 being the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows land use bylaw amendments being presented today again by Liz Armitage. Good morning again.
Good morning. As mentioned, this is the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows proposed land use bylaw amendments, bylaw 009-23. As this is a separate public hearing, we get to go through the whole process again, and I cannot skip things. We need to make sure that everything is in the record, so we are going to have very similar conversations to the last one, however that is necessary. I broke it. There we go. The intent of this presentation is to provide council with the proposed land use bylaw amendments to provide the transitional residential development options in East Acreage, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows. We are at the same recommendation as the last one to pass second reading and third reading. However, that said, I suspect by the end of this presentation, we may have a different recommendation after we have all the public input on the idea that it might be similar to what we heard in the last one. The background is that on March 14th, 2023, administration presented a draft MDP and land use bylaw amendments to accommodate infill development in the East Acreages and to provide transitional gradual residential development options within the East Acreages. On May 16th, bylaw 009-23 was given first reading, with a motion to also include the North Acreages and Paradise Meadows in the MDP amendment and the land use bylaw amendment. And again, this morning, prior to the public hearing, those motions were reworded in order to make sure things were done correctly. The proposed land use bylaw amendment is the addition of a new residential district called the Transitional Rural Residential District, or the TRR district. This district shall apply to only lands contained in the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows, as identified in Figure 4 Chestermere planning areas in the MDP. Note again, the red is highlighted to be clear in the changes that have been made since first reading to today's public hearing. It will provide an opportunity for additional residential subdivision to occur in a phased manner, and it is intended to regulate the transition from rural residential to higher density residential development, including the provision for urban utility services. One of the critical elements we do want to talk about in this is the proposed minimum lot area is 1 acre or 0.4 hectares. The optimal lot size to allow for adequate stormwater retention. In the absence of servicing standards, we're unable to determine the feasibility of higher density, and lot sizes may be reduced through a future amendment, which would require this process once servicing standards are complete. At this point, I think I'm going to ask Mark to come up and give us a bit of a discussion on the servicing that is critical to the TRR district, and as well why that 1 acre from a servicing point is there.
Good afternoon, members of council and the public. We did a lot of searching and soul searching and looking at our current standards, Rocky View County standards, and tried to balance the risk associated with development and providing a transitional area and servicing. There's a lot of great ideas on servicing. There's our traditional method of servicing, our regular 8 units per acre urban density, and then there's servicing around rural standards, which rely heavily on self-disposal and self-treatment, i.e. well water and disposal of sanitary. through septic fields. Those methods are not appropriate and probably would not be accepted by your neighbors based on the discussions on East Acreage about the wells and the water quality and the amount of water there. There's issues with having septic fields and having smaller lots and going below that. So the idea here was, how do we get from point A, where there's maybe you wanted to subdivide your 2-acre parcel or your 4-acre parcel into a 3 and a 1 acre parcel. That was one of the things that we said, well, a pump out tank and pump in tank for the short term, and then we could look at maybe some, if there's enough people, enough lots, then we could look at an off-peak small grinder pump to pump out for your sewer into the sewer system with a pipeline, depending on where you are, into the gravity system and what capacity is there. The water study did prove out that there's lots of water available for quite a bit of density in this area, which is great, except for if you want to develop way on the east side of East Acres, bringing a pipeline all the way over there is going to be cost prohibitive. So that's, again, it's all about staging. And the other big one that comes in is we're applying, without getting into a whole water analysis and water balancing act for stormwater, we're under a requirement of a zero discharge due to the WID and our outfall right now. So any development right now must have a zero discharge of stormwater. Right now you have drainage, which is fine, but as soon as you develop, it becomes urban stormwater and it falls under EPA. So based on the other studies that we have in the city, it's anywhere between 30 to 50% of your land has to be used to dispose of your stormwater by infiltration, evaporation, whatever. That's the best management practices. So when we look at it, whatever the lot size here, 1 acre, effectively 50% of that will be dedicated for stormwater management on your property, right? Without having a separate facility. Because we're not talking about making PULs and public storm ponds and all this kind of stuff. We're talking about your one lot. You have to make sure that you have no discharge of stormwater off your land. So effectively, that 1 acre is actually a half-acre lot that you have to develop. The rest of it has to be left for stormwater management. So then there was some discussion, could we go down to a half-acre or a quarter acre? And I think a lot of that then comes down to traffic and other issues that we have. And we talked about a lot about staging and about how do we make sure that, we're trying to make sure that we can do this in a reasonable manner and get to that long-term stage and still not have to pave that road in front of your house or, build a big pipeline to your house or a big sewer line to your house, right? So it was kind of trying to balance that. And it was deemed that this 1 acre or 0.4 of a hectare lot was probably the most, it kind of balanced the risks of all those issues without going into a huge amount of engineering and details. And there is going to be some servicing standards developed, and those will be the trigger points, and those will understand when you're going to have to pave the road, when you're going to have to widen it. There's a bunch of other issues that have come up. We're currently doing a TMP, and last week they showed me some data that some of those grid lines will need to be widened in order to accommodate the future growth. So if we go to a really small density, how do I all of a sudden say I need to take off 8 meters of your front of your yard because I need to make this an arterial road? So there's a bunch of different issues. So 1 acre at this stage is a real balancing act between servicing and going to that. I understand that trucking in water and trucking out water is expensive. I've done it. It can be managed to be much cheaper than what was talked about. It all depends on your storage capacity and making sure you match your truck. You get full loads when you're bringing in water, and you take full loads out. And then disposal. There is also, if this takes off, there will be an incentive for this council to consider a dump station and a bulk water station, which we currently don't. Because we don't have this in our system, why would this council or this community want to have a bulk station and a bulk disposal? Because we don't have residents that have that. But if we do, that will be brought forward as a capital plan in the future. So some of those costs would be reduced by not having to truck all the way to Calgary to dispose, or all the way to Strathmore to dispose. I'm not sure if that really answers it. It's kind of a really high level answer to your question.
Thank you, Mark. Density transition in other land use bylaw districts. The TRR district is a standalone district. So anyone who chooses to want to go to that 1 acre, doesn't mean you can have to do 1 acre. You could do 1.5. You could do 2. Depending on the size of your property, you could do 4. There's options. It's the challenge of development. We don't tell people what they have to do. There are options. So the minimum is 1 acre. But an important question that council has asked us to explain previously, we thought we would reiterate again today. The idea behind this district is that you come in and you create whatever you want to today. But as part of that application, when your surveyor is doing the subdivision information, you're going to end up needing to provide a shadow plan, a description of where that house is going to be situated and how future development can happen. So things that would be considered are future lots. And the location of the house is really important, because one of the key things that people do when they build a house on an acreage is they put their house right in the middle. Then you can't develop around it. So the setbacks that are proposed in this district are almost mirrored off of our more residential estate lots. So they're a lot smaller. So instead of putting your house 30 feet into the middle of a property, you can put it in a different location. So all of those things are going to be evaluated as you develop in this district. And so there are costs to do that. It's one thing for a surveyor to come out and say, here's your new subdivision. It's another thing to say to your surveyor or planner or engineer, whoever it is, here's how we're going to eventually densify this more. Here's a plan. And so if somebody proposes for their MR to have a pathway, these are important things. We need to see that shadow plan of how that'll connect to your neighbors one day, so that we don't create roads and tree and pathways that dead end. I always laugh when you go on a pathway and it literally just stops. And with this process, there are chances we may have those small things slip through the cracks. But the intention of creating this idea of showing how the density will occur is so that we're going to minimize that risk. And so the other idea is that this is just one district. This is a standalone district, but we also still have all the other residential districts. And so to transition towards a higher density land use district will occur as it naturally does now. So if a developer's coming in and they have 40 acres and they come in and subdivide, they might only subdivide 20 acres at the first time and then do the rest at a different time. So there's different approaches to this and different ways to do it. And because it is innovative, in fact, in our research, we haven't found other municipalities that are doing this. And kudos to council for looking at doing something innovative. As much of a challenge as it's been to do that, I think that innovation is critical. And so while we do this, we might find after we do 2 or 3 of these that some things need to be tweaked in this district. And we'll come back with an amendment if that's needed. Because I don't think this is going to be perfect off the bat, but I think it's going to be a very, very good start. So a key part here is that in the absence of an ASP in the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows, future land use redesignations and subdivision applications are expected to utilize those shadow plans, which I just discussed. And higher density can simply move to a different district and apply for that, which would come before council. So whether you're going to the TRR district or a higher density, you have to do a land use bylaw amendment process first. So there is no, tomorrow, if this were to be approved, you can't come in for a subdivision first. You have to come in for your land use bylaw amendment process first to go to TRR. So each person looking to do that, there will be a public notification. Council will, exactly like we are here today, neighbors might come and say, you know what, I don't want this, and voice that opinion. And neighbors might come and say, I think this is fantastic, just as this process is, and that is the point of this process, in absence of that ASP. So we did first reading on May 16th, and East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows were added at that time. Today, before the public hearing started, we had a rewritten motions that council has accepted, and then second and third will be at council's discretion. In regards to 00923, the proposed changes have been circulated to internal and relevant external agencies. No correspondence has been received by any external agencies. Public hearing for 009-23 was initially scheduled for June 13th, 2023. The bylaw was not easily accessible on the city's website, so we have rescheduled it for today. And new notices were sent out in accordance with the MGA requirements and the City of Chestermere's website, and 2 consecutive weeks posted on social media as well. For this bylaw, we received 9 property owners' responses. 2 were for, in support of it. 6 were opposed, and 1 was not specific. We did receive other emails and phone calls, and these are not included in the table. The formal submission for written complaints has to go through our website. But we have talked to people who have phoned. Myself and Colin have mostly responded to most emails and phone calls. And I am now available for questions. And so is Mark.
Thank you. Councilor, are there any questions for administration? Thank you, Liz. All right, moving forward with our next step, I'd like to call applicants, well, there's no applicant in this session. That is the city. I'd like to start the public presentations portion and bring forward those that wish to speak in support of the bylaw being presented today. Just to start with our sign-in sheet. Again, you have a choice if you wish to speak in support, or you don't have to, of course. Martin Waldinger.
I'll pass at this time, thank you.
Okay. Gary Ott.
Your Honor and Council, fellow citizens of Chestermere acreages. My name is Gary Ott. I guess I didn't give you my name before. Probably know who I am. Gary Ott, Lake Erie Estates 46. I'm for the amendment to be adopted of 9, whatever it is that you're proposing here. My feelings on this whole process, that this is a transition period. And I know the other 823 is a transition. I know a lot of people are with 823 are confused that it's only a 1 acre process. That is not so. It's the transition from a 1 acre to multi-acres, multi-sizes after you accept the 1 acre reduction. I understand that's the process. As council, some are shaking their heads yes, some are shaking no.
Yes.
I hope that we're all on the same page on this. And I know Liz proposed that this be put on hold. An ASP came 2009, I believe it was, to Chestermere for the East Acreages. Somewhere around there. Annexation, 2009.
Annexation was 2009.
2009. We were in desperate need of water in Lake Erie Estates, which were part of the East Acreages. If you look at that sore thumb that goes up on the side of East Acreages, we're in there. We ultimately got water because with the annexation proposal, it was written in the annexation proposal, any residents adjoining existing water structures, the city had to provide water service at the owner's expense. And we accepted that because we were in consultation with the city of Chestermere, the city of Calgary, because we had no water source. It was bad water. It had high hydrogen sulfide content. It had high fluoride content. Our license that was approved back in 2001 was rejected by the province because of high fluoride, and we wanted to take it out at each household. The cities or The province said, no, you have to take it out at source. So that would have been about $300,000 touch to those 18 residents of Lake Erie Estates. We said, screw it. Annexation came, we voted for annexation on that premise only, that we would get water and sewer. Or else we would have been sitting with High Point, Lansdowne, and all those acreages out there that are not part of Chestermere at this time. We would have voted it down, and we voted for it only because we were going to get water and sewer. Well, when we were asked by council, or we came to council, and my wife and I went to the CEO, Halliburton, I think it was his name, and he says, get a consensus of all the people if they're in favor of water and sewer. We did that. I think we had 80% were in agreement. A couple wouldn't agree, not agree. But anyway, we presented that to him, and the mayor said, no, we're not going to give you water. So we phoned the province. The province says, give them water. It's in the annexation agreement. And we got water. But they couldn't give us sewer because they had no engineers on staff other than some foreign engineers that didn't understand that water freezes at minus 32 in Alberta, so it wouldn't run downhill, which they were doing in their country. So the city couldn't approve sewer. And yet they've got mini lift stations all along the lake on the east side pumping up to the sewer line. And if half the people in Lake Erie, if they would have got a mini lift, which the present septic system is a mini lift, my basement, top of my tank is probably at the 6-foot level. It's lifted up to a 2-foot level to go out into the field. And every one of the residents that has a sewer system, septic system, functions that way. And the septic system is, I think they say 6 feet of perforation through the ground, that water becomes pure. So everybody that says, oh, it's going to pollute the lake, it's going to pollute this, they better start reading their science and get with the program, because that's been known fact for years. Depends what it goes through, sand or
Excuse me.
gravel or...
Excuse me, sir. Your time has been allotted.
Anyway, I'm here and propose in supporting this. Yeah, this, and there's 12 people in Lake Erie that are for higher density, so I would put those as a positive along with me. I've talked to them. They said, we got to move forward with this because we have high density right beside us. I sit there in the morning and there's traffic light 300 feet away, or stop sign, and some stop, some don't. So I'm watching cars whiz by, and I'm trying to get out of a stop sign. So the police have been very active in trying to curtail that activity, and I encourage the high residents that we're encompassing right now. East Acreage doesn't feel that yet, but the city is growing, community is growing, Kennenberg's growing south, and eventually we may as well join the group instead of fighting the group. So we propose the higher density and this amendment to do it. And also 823, I'd like you to mark 12 down for them because they're for that proposal.
Thank you,
Okay.
Gary.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Jen Gira. That's correct.
Janine Lucian? Janine? Is that
Janine?
perhaps?
Janine? Sorry.
No worries.
Hi, good morning.
Janine Lucian, 280221, Township Road 242, on the far east side of the East Acreages. And all I have to say is it's been 14 years. Yes, let's go ahead and move this forward and get something done. And basically, I don't really care what it is. Let's just do something. I'm in agreement with a lot of the statements from all of the rest of the residents that have spoken. And I just wanted to ask if one of my neighbors sent in a letter, and I checked with legislation before, and they didn't seem to have the letter. So I wondered if I can read their letter for them, because they said that they didn't have it. So this is from Chris Gertz, and he is in favor of both of the bylaws. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the bylaw process for the East Acreages. We have been waiting a long time for movement from the city of Chestermere in regards to subdivision for our area. This council and current mayor have been the only serious advocates of doing anything for our area, and we greatly appreciate their efforts. I have spoken many times with various individuals from the city of Chestermere and the residents of the East Acreages, and it is long past due for these bylaws to be passed. The main concern that I have heard from residents is that a framework should be provided for residents that is easy to follow and not too onerous for beginning the subdivision process. I believe this is something that has been discussed by council and will be implemented. There is great distrust by residents of past councils and planning departments, putting obstacles in the way of moving forward and unlocking the value of our properties. This is a real concern that must be assuaged by council and the current planning group. Once again, we expect that these bylaws being passed, that Chestermere and its residents will be able to move forward to a more harmonious and prosperous future. Chris Gertz. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. All right, I'd like to call Iman Singh.
Good morning. I wanted to speak in support of this bylaw. I think we have an affordability and housing crisis here already, so densification like this is a positive and responsible first step. For the existing residents here, this is going to increase the tax base, it's going to increase property values, and it's going to spur some economic activity in the area. My only concern was with the minimum 1 acre lot size, but it looks like this is just an additional transitional step, so I have full support for this. Thank you.
Karen Wayman.
I decline to speak at this time.
Thank you. Pat Shaw.
I don't know if I should.
Come on, Pat, go first.
Yeah.
Get up there. Don't be shy.
Yeah, I'll ask you. No, I don't ask you about anything. So yes, I think you have to pass this bylaw. I wish you had passed the last one and got it all over with, because we are going in a circle over and over again. This is the same thing we heard 14 years ago, and the same obstacles put up, the same solutions. We got to change the NDP, we got to change this, we got to change this. And we never get to the actual planning phase and the actual implementation phase. Maybe we need to start with those first and forget about the paperwork until all of that is there. And then you're not going to have to do it over and over again. Because as you plan, things change. As you plan, people come up with better ideas. But if you don't actually get to the planning and sit and do administration the whole time, you never get done.
Thank you. Sunny Ray, Sunny Raj.
I believe all the concerns have been really addressed. What I'd like to mention is 14 years passing, everybody is aging, and people could be gone before they realize their dreams of actually having their family with them on their parcel. So the point of coming here is not even being realized. And time is moving, and that's maybe the main concern.
Definitely heard that. That concludes that. like to request, if there, again, 3 requests for the last one to speak. If there's anyone who wishes to speak in support of today's bylaw 009-2, step forward.
Council, and appreciate the time that you spent here, and to thank you all for your efforts and planning of up to this point. I'm in total support of getting this done and the previous bylaw as well. We need to move forward. As everybody knows, we've been here for a long time waiting. I've been in Chestermere for 60 years. I've seen all kinds of development, and this is the right step and the right move forward. So please, council, pass this and get this going. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a request again, if there's any additional speakers that wish to speak in support. Sure, that's okay. Yes. Please approach.
Once again, my name's Fred Deere. I'm at 11 Paradise Place. I was here before Chestermere was involved in the North Acreage area. It's fantastic that you guys are finally moving us forward. We've been landlocked. Our land has been locked for 14 years, and we've got to do something. The problem I'm seeing right now is the 1 acre initial minimum lot size should be reduced to 0.134 hectares, which is 1/3 of an acre. It allows us to reduce costs of servicing. It works better for a 2 acre parcel when you subdivide, because you give up 10% of municipal reserve, which brings you down to 1.8. 1/3 of an acre works much better math-wise. It gives you 6 to an acre. Actually 6 to a 2 acre parcel, which would be 1/3 of an acre thing. So I was going to speak against it, but I really think that you're adding an extra step here, because when our group comes, we're going to be coming at 1/3 of an acre, which more or less parrots the R1E, and that hasn't even been mentioned on the board with the setbacks and size of the properties. So I'm for it. We just need to reduce that initial from 1 acre, 0.4 hectares to 0.134 hectares for math and cost savings purposes.
Okay.
And I think everything will work perfect. So thank you. Thank you very much for doing this.
Again, just like to request for a first time, if there's anyone who wishes to speak in support, please step forward. Good morning.
Sonny Dollywall of 31 Paradise Lane. I was at the meeting with Fred on the weekend, and I'm in full agreement with what he just said. I think that the bylaw needs to move forward, but there needs to be amendments to the minimum size, as some people don't have 2 acres where they can break it up currently, so then that's kind of holding them back. So I think if we have smaller minimum lot sizes going into it, it'll be more beneficial and cost effective. Thank you.
I'll ask again, in closing the hearing, please come forward. Thank you.
Before we close it.
Now's the time to do it.
John Vanis, 15 Paradise Lane. Again, I just need to reiterate once again that there's been a really good point been brought up by our engineering department. I believe that's your role. With dealing with stormwater that you require the half acre, the half of the two acre plot, or half of the 1 acre plot, I should say, just to deal with the stormwater. So again, without having any kind of sewer, water, stormwater system in place, all of this is for nothing, because none of us will be able to do a single thing. It's nice to have it in black and white in the form of a bylaw stating, yes, we can subdivide, but the reality of it is, and that's what everybody needs to understand, is that without the sewer and water, this is for nothing. So that's all I have to say.
I'd like to, move forward. If there's any people that wish to speak in support, if they would step forward. I'll ask a second time if there's anyone who wishes to speak in support. I'll ask a third time if there is anyone who wishes to speak in support. Thank you. All right, at this point in time, I'd like to move forward with residents that would like to speak in opposition to bylaw 009-23 in today's public hearing.
We just have the emails that were sent in
Sorry, I
to
forgot
read
that,
again.
yeah. Yes, if Ledge has any written submissions, if you could please come forward.
Good morning again, Council and everyone. So the first one is from Ava Stubikar from 12 Wentworth Mount Southwest. I'm in favor of the bylaw as it unlocks the value of our land as acreage owners. This is also a great opportunity for Chestermere to grow as a city as most of the acreages are close to the lake. The next one is from Janka Dukarik from 12 Wentworth Mount Southwest Calgary. And they are in favor of bylaw 009-23. I'm in favor of the bylaw being passed as I am an acreage owner and have been waiting for this for more than 12 years. This will be fantastic for the city of Chestermere as most of the acreages are close to the lake and this will maximize the city's potential. The next one is from Sunny Dhaliwal from 31 Paradise Lane. Our family is in favor of the bylaw mentioned above. We have been homeowners in the North Acreages area for over 21 years. We have seen Chestermere grow and have been left in a place of limbo, not knowing what the future of our lands hold. We believe the two bylaws will allow for the homeowners with a chance to explore the possibilities of their lands and potential for subdivision and density. We believe this is a positive change and in favor of the homeowners, as right now there is no path or choice to any subdivision with the current bylaws. And then the last one is from Douglas Scheffelmeyer.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, and thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the residents which wish to speak in support. If I could request members to proceed forward, residents to proceed forward that wish to speak in opposition to today's bylaw 009-23. We have one which wishes to speak in positive and negative, or positive opposition and support. Again, a Jen Gira. Karen Wayman. Okay. And Pat Shaw. Okay. Irene Olson. Boyven, sorry.
My name is Irene Olson-Boyven. Myself and my husband live in Lake Air Estates, part of the East Acreages area, and we oppose 009-23. As part of the Lake Air Estates area, we do not want our neighbors adding homes of any sort to their property. We purchased our acreage 22 years ago because we wanted an acreage lifestyle in a small community of acreages, not a high-density housing area. We do not want to have to continually oppose proposed development plans by our neighbors in our area. Council has a last say in a public hearing as to whether each proposed change will be accepted. And it is in Chestermere's interest to have higher density and thus a larger tax base. So even if we oppose, this means nothing. Please, in the very least, let Lake Air Estates opt out of this bylaw. We are only 2-acre lots, and we love our lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to also request, say this correctly, Sakina Hamo? Hamo? Thank you. Sorry.
Hamoud, 7 Paradise Place. I have 5 who oppose. I do not mind Chestermere growing. I just completely disagree with the 1-acre lots and smaller. If I'm being honest, if somebody wants smaller than that, go move to the city. I think as far as the North Acreages go, it's heaven on earth. You've got the best of both worlds. You have the city and the country. And I don't understand why we want to make the country smaller than 2 acreages. It was a lifestyle choice. I don't appreciate it being taken away. I didn't buy it to make money. I bought it to live a tranquil lifestyle and retire.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to also call if there's any additional residents which wish to speak in opposition to bylaw 009-23. Ledge, are there any written submissions in relation to opposition?
Okay. Good morning again, Mayor and Council. Some of these will be repeats as they were opposed to both 008 and 009. The first one is from Lena Dumez from 12 Paradise Meadow Bay, Chestermere. We are in firm opposition to these proposed bylaw changes. We oppose both bylaw 008-23 and bylaw 009-23. Our biggest regret is not staying in Rocky View since we have been annexed by Chestermere. We have been continuously hounded by the city about future development on our 4-acre parcels. We did not purchase our parcels of land to make a few measly dollars to a developer who could not give a hoot about our community. Our property currently houses hundreds of different species of animals, native shrubs, and other various foliage. It is a welcome refuge to all manners of wildlife, including many species of small birds, owls, hawks, geese, and ducks, as well as foxes, gophers, and yes, the occasional skunk, badger, coyote, and deer. We have seen a lot more wildlife recently since every other square foot of Chestermere is currently having a house slept on it, and the wildlife has been pushed out. I do not see why we can't have a mix of LLR and many new communities now starting to surround us with higher urban density. Some not to read. This is from Cal Morstad. Please note that regarding bylaw 009, our representation is on the basis that the north acreages are included and added to Exhibit B, bylaw 009-23, section 110.20.1. I note the public hearing notice covers the north acreages, but Exhibit B does not. We are only opposed to the bylaw as we feel the minimum lot size of 0.4 hectare size should be reduced to 1.34 hectares, ideally, or 0.2 hectares. This is Peter Tyndall again. I have to, I'm sorry. Both proposed bylaws impose requirements on individual landowners so onerous that they will effectively preclude development in East acreages. This deprives residents of the opportunity to realize full value of their property and is contrary to the stated wishes of council. Note that I raised this in an email to councilors dated March 13th, 2023, and I received no reply. Body of the email is below. March 13th, 2023, to Chestermere City Council. Like many of the landowners in East acreages have been encouraged by council's stated intent to allow us to develop our properties to varying levels from their current state to potentially full urban densities, we now know that there is fact sufficient water for fairly large numbers of households and will be interested in finding out the available capacity for sewage. I am concerned by the draft amendment to the NDP, and not only does it state that all developments must be in compliance with Figure 8 of the NDP, which is quite restrictive in and of itself, it presupposes that the ultimate goal is high density and would force any applicant to present plans which conform to a vision of high density residential development, which may or may not occur, and in fact many landowners would not desire. In my opinion, this proposed amendment would impose a de facto requirement for any applicant to present a fully realized area structure plan for high-density urban residential development, a timeline for this, and provide fire protection for this hypothetical future. See highlighted areas below. Extracts from agenda begin. The proposed MDP amendment RE East acreages. The following shall be added to section 3.4.3 reinvestment in existing communities, 3.4.4 24.3.6, in the absence of an area structure plan providing long-term development vision within the lands known as east acreages as identified in Figure 4, Chestermere Planning Area. The following shall apply to all proposed residential subdivisions and developments. All proposed developments must be in compliance with Figure 8, land use concept. All proposed developments shall be designed to consider future development plans, including cohesion with adjacent properties, the location of future utility serving, connection, transportation routes, parks, and open space with adjacent properties must be identified. All residential developments in the area is not considered an interim use and therefore shall be comprehensively designed and located with future growth in mind. To this end, any subdivision or development permit application must include the following: current and future lot layout and property lines, current and future building layouts, current and future utility design and required right-of-ways, current and future transportation network, current and future park and open space design, including pathways, adequate fire protection for the proposed future density, screening between residential densities and use, staging plans identifying the process and estimated timelines for development of required infrastructure, any other requirement as deemed necessary by the development authority. Landowners/developers are encouraged to develop, innovate stormwater, wastewater, potable water, fire protection strategies to the satisfaction of the development authority. A potable water must be supplied by an approved municipal system by being either connected to the municipal wastewater system or Citrum. Water must be disposed of at an approved municipal system, either connection to the municipal sewer system or pump out tank. Landowners/developers must provide all required support documents throughout the development process to the satisfaction of the development authority. 3.4.3.7, the Transitional Rural Residential District, TRR, in the Land Use Bylaw 022-10, as amended, is intended to provide an opportunity for landowners to initiate residential developments in a phased manner in order to accommodate residential densification and intensification over time. 3.4.3.8, landowners within the East Acreage area who wish to pursue additional residential subdivision and development shall apply for a land use redesignation to the appropriate land use prior to a subdivision and/or development permit application. 3.4.3.9, comprehensively designed infill residential developments that are in compliance with the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Growth Plan and 4.2C3 CRMB Regional Evaluation Framework shall not require an area structure plan prior to subdivision and/or development permits. Page 2759, extract from agenda ends. This is effectively reiterated by the requirements for a shadow plan as stated in section 10.25.5B of the draft Transitional Rural Residential District, TRR, land use designations to be potentially incorporated in the land use bylaw. Extract begins. 10.20 Transitional Rural Residential District, TRR. 10.20.5 Additional requirements. A. This land use district shall only apply to the lands known as the East Acreages as identified in Figure 4, Chestermere Planning Area and Municipal Development Plan. B. All development permits application shall identify placement of proposed residential dwellings and provide a shadow plan identifying location for future additional residential dwellings, property lines, and necessary right-of-ways for future utilities and roads in accordance with the MDP requirements. Extract ends. One of the things that makes Chestermere so attractive is the residential options other than high-density urban developments. In my opinion, is something worth preserving. I'm fully aware that this is a draft for discussion, but this would appear to be not in keeping with the spirit. I have not had time to speak to other landowners about this since I saw it last Friday, but I'm surely many, if not most of them, would share my concern. Regards, Peter Tyndall. And then we have Stephen Botwood. I am opposed to both the above bylaws. I am moved into my acreages in 2000 when the municipality of Rocky View. 2009, we were annexed by Chestermere, and all of this had happened, and our taxes had risen each year and every year. There is still development on 2.5 acre lots. This has come up twice in the past, and the potable water lines fees were $40,000 for 1 acre. not to mention sanitary and storm management. With sanitary alone, lift stations at a huge cost will be required. This has been denied by the residents twice before. Please leave us alone. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'd like to ask to close this portion of the public hearing out. If there is any residents that wish to speak in opposition to the bylaw 009-23, I'd like to ask a second time if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition. And I'd like to ask a final time if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition. Thank you. So what I'd like to move on to our next step, which is council, if there's any questions or clarification that you wish to ask from the public presenters, that would be the time to do it. Councillor Funk?
Through the chair to, I guess it'd probably be to Liz or Travis. There's a lot of education involved in order to understand the complete development process from greenfield to 1 acre lots to densification to all the different options that are available. And it seems I think there's just a lot of education missing that people just don't have time or the desire to probably learn, and how this works, and wondering how we can maybe provide some information to residents as to the that this is just one option in a number of many options that were already available, to help residents that are willing or wanting to develop their property, and not that anybody needs to develop their property, is my understanding. It's providing choices for those that have come forward in the past, wanting to develop.
Thanks, Councillor Funk, and good morning, Council. I would say that I think part of today was about showing that we can accomplish this. And there's still a lot of work to be done by administration. Like, we had talked at one point about creating processes, the flow charts. Our team is currently doing that right now, even for some of the normal processes that we do have. But when and if this goes through, like administration, we'll still have to work with, we'll work with Mark in developing what these engineering standards look like, because it's new, right? And there's no perfect fit or right answer or one size fits all for every situation, depending on the community you're in, the adjacent services and whatnot. So I think beyond this, there's still a lot of work to be done. I think really the goal was to say that, is this achievable? Yeah, it's achievable. But there's still a lot more education to happen, and there's still a lot more work to happen from administration. Liz, do you want to add to that?
I would add that once council, assuming council does choose to approve these at some point in time, or however they are amended, I would suggest that we do want to hold some education sessions on what do you do now? How do you start this process? And so the pamphlets, absolutely, and some information sessions on what do you do? What does this mean? How can you use this? What are your options? And one-on-one meetings. And that's where we talked earlier about pre-application meetings. We've had some with different residents that are here already, and we can do more of those, and we'd be happy to. And so I know one resident was getting my contact information at the break, so that they can follow up directly with me, and that's something that anyone is able to do that, and we are happy to work with everybody, one-on-one and in a group setting as well, to go over what does this mean, how does it work.
Thank you. Just have a question for one of the public presenters, Fred. In relation to your comments of wishing it to be 1/3 of an acre lots, are you seeing that the current structure creates red tape, in that you are applying for, if council passes it, you're looking at a 1 acre under this zoning, and if you wish to change to a different zoning, then those rules would apply based on that higher density zoning?
I understand that, we can do it, but it's just an extra step.
Just red tape.
It's just red tape. And there's a couple other things that I wanted to bring up. Right now, our stormwater in the North Acreage area is a zero footprint because it just goes to our ditches.
Yeah.
And I don't know why anything would change to require, if we're adding 2 or 3 more houses per acre, the stormwater drainage would still go to the same place. And even if we could accommodate more stormwater, we have room on our land to put it there. So we can take care of that in-house at a lower rate. And then the next thing is our tax dollars. So for 14 years, I've been a community member of Chestermere. Prior to that, I was in Rockyview. And my calculation on my properties is I have paid over $156,000 worth of taxes to the city of Chestermere. And not $1 has gone into my infrastructure in the North Acreage area. Not $1. We might get a snowplow after a snowstorm. After the city's done, we end up cutting our own ditches. We have no services whatsoever. So that's something that we need to address when it comes to infrastructure, to maybe possibly a shared program with the city in bringing some of this expense down. So
Now that, your comment in relation to the stormwater, if I understand that correctly, it's 50% requirement, which is 50% of the changed surface area. So for example, if you had a 2,000 square foot roof and a 1,000 square foot driveway, you're looking at 3,000 square feet taken out of a 1 acre parcel, say 43,000 square feet. So that you're quite low in the sense of still hitting that target of 50% stormwater maintaining on your property. So there is, it's not, it takes a bit of density to get into that. You still, though, as you mentioned, though, as you develop, a normal developer would put in a stormwater pond and or working with your neighbors to do such a thing, or on your own property.
we've got a group of people that we're all working together, and we want to have more people work with us.
Yeah. And it is just one of the items that when you're going through development, it's one of the boxes. But it's an important one, obviously. But thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fote?
I have a question to that gentleman that was just at the mic.
Fred?
Fred, how much land or how big is your land base that you're considering?
About 40 acres.
40 acres.
Yeah, of the North Acreage area, which would envelop 6 or 7 of my neighbors.
Okay. And yeah, that's good. I just kind of wanted to know.
Yeah, like, we've got it kind of rolling here, and we're trying to get a little bit more organized by forming a community association. We want to develop, and we want to make sure everybody's happy, and we can all move forward here because we've been landlocked. What we're talking about here today should have been done, I'm going to say 9 years ago. And really, I was expecting it to happen 9 years ago, and the previous councils just buried us.
Right.
Anytime we tried to come to the planning department and show them what we want to do, they found fences for us to jump,
Right.
which there's no way we could, because when you became the municipality or the city, it changed the rules.
Right.
So, at one point, we should have been able to build what we call a detached dwelling.
Right.
So on a 2 acre parcel, you should be able to have a second house for part of your family or whatever else you want to use it for. And that was taken away from us 14 years ago. And that's just one factor. So I think this can be done. I wish you would have ran it through today. So the TRR, but I'd like to see that the 1 acre changed to 0.134 hectares. And I think we can work with that.
Okay.
So
I'd just like to ask, I have a question for Sakina, is that right?
Sorry, I just have a question. I think you asked how many acres. Did you say you have 40? Or are you including neighbors?
I'm including neighbors.
How many do you have? Like So I think your question
Yeah,
was.
yeah, my question was,
Yeah, I've got 3.78.
3.78. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I was wondering how you had 40 acres. Okay.
No, that's with everybody that we're dealing with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sakina, I have a question for you.
You can't say 40, like you don't have 40. Sorry.
I have a question for you.
Whatever.
You indicated in your presentation that one of the things that you're focused on is keeping large acreages, I guess.
No, not large. Nothing smaller than 2.
Nothing smaller than 2 acres. If you could, please, yeah.
And
Just for
nothing
those at
smaller
home.
than 2.
In relation to, I just wanted to hear your thoughts about what does that mean in relation to if the city's looking at allowing 2-acre parcels to maintain and large herd, et cetera, but to encourage in any kind of development, we always encourage transition screening or something like that, whether that be trees, bushes, a variety of things. And then also we're committed to, as we've mentioned, but hasn't been passed by council yet, is to keeping the taxes where they are aligned with Rocky View County in relation to acreages. So we're not discouraging acreages to remain and allow residents that wish to keep larger acreage parcels to keep them. But if somebody, for example, we do this normally in development is if there's going to be some kind of development beside someone, there typically has to be some kind of screening that they would put in that would encourage not to infringe on the lifestyle of the resident to the next to them unless they're doing the same densification. But I wanted to hear your thoughts in relation to that.
I wouldn't know unless I saw it.
Yep.
Perfect example. Yesterday, as I'm cleaning my house, I had my music to 100.
Yeah.
Not a neighbor heard. I don't want stuff like that to change. My kids play on their quads, get on their quads, ride around. The last thing I want is my neighbor saying, "You're too loud. Your music is too loud." I consider my yard heaven. Why on God's green earth would I go, build 9 houses behind me? I will oppose that. If I need to get legal counsel, I will oppose 9 houses coming behind my house. If there's a 2 acres, go for it. Less than 1? No.
Well, in that, during that process that you just referenced, those are the kinds of things that do come forward, is that council would have to take into consideration the neighbors that are around these areas.
Thank you.
So that, if you're looking at screening, for example, or transition screening, that you don't want to see that densification, that's the kinds of things that you can bring forward, as you can oppose as well, right? You don't have to agree.
I will not.
But
2
there are
acres
those
is fine.
things that can be heard as well
Yeah.
to keep your lifestyle.
I don't want 9 houses behind my house. I chose an acreage lifestyle. I'm only speaking for myself. I chose an acreage lifestyle. If I wanted to live in the city, where I did, I could go live in the city.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. All right, Councillor, are there any further questions for any of the public presenters today? All right, if I could ask Liz to come forward in relation to any comments or questions from council and or statements that administration would like to make. Good morning.
Good morning. Or maybe it's afternoon now.
It's almost there. It is noon, okay.
Thank you. We continue to hear a lot of passion and a lot of perspectives, again, as we expected. And so at this point in time, administration would also suggest council does have the discretion to pass second and third. But we would suggest that, similar to the last recommendations we made in regards to the MDP, to close public hearing, and then administration can come back with a summary of the questions asked and go through that information. I will note that administration does not recommend that the land use bylaw 009 be approved prior to 008. As 008 is a municipal development plan in the statutory document, that framework should be in place before the land use bylaw is amended. So we will point that one out. A point of clarity, I do think Mark might have a comment from one of the discussions that was brought up on the engineering side, but I will leave that to him as to whether or not he wants to bring that one up.
Just to flow into clarity, just because your drainage goes somewhere now doesn't mean it's not stormwater now. So when you redevelop or you change development, the rules come in with EPA and you fall under those guidelines. So there's a bunch of issues. You can't just keep draining to that ditch because you could flood your downstream neighbor. You could have impact of long-term erosion because you're draining more. And the water quality is a big issue because that all drains currently into our lake. Therefore, it falls underneath our agreement with the WID. And they have restrictions on development, especially with the annexed areas, not within the original town boundaries. So there is a bunch of stormwater issues. So there will be some of that. But that being said, when you talk about getting together with a bunch of people and making a storm pond, then the TTR 1 acre lot is not the development land use you should be going for. That doesn't make sense. Where I'm saying the TTR 1 acre is when you literally are going to put a house and you're not going to build a separate PUL and you're not going to dedicate your MR. We're going to put a deferred MR dedication. We're going to do all that stuff later. It's to get that one person who just wants to have their family next to them and wants to have a second house. That's what the TTR original was for, right? So, and is the 50% right? Is it 30%? Well, if you gave me a study that said 30% would do it, I'd be all for it. But that would probably cost you $50,000. So I'm willing to accept 50% without having a study to back it because that's what all the other studies say. I think that's a cheaper way. So we're trying to balance how much effort you have to put in because at some point it costs a lot of money for engineering. I'm an engineer. I know all these things, right? So, but it's I'm not as bad as a lawyer, but they do cost money. So that's where I think part of that whole, is it a third, a half acre? Those are really, can it be adjusted slightly? Yeah, there's always variances that we can do with under the bylaw. By the way, it's not a hard one. There's a percentage that can be changed. But what you were talking about going to an E3, another land use zoning, then that's where you should be going. So I think there's a process discussion there about like what is that I think it goes back to when we had those open houses and the mayor asked, do you want no development, low development, 1 to 2 acres, or higher density, right? So there's 3 options really. The no development, don't do anything. TTR is the 1 to 2 acres, and then 3 is all the other land use bylaws, which will be enabled through these changes. So, but there's other requirements when we go to the higher densities that I will have to think about, make sure that we don't cause problems for your neighbors. So you heard today about people about stop signs and not being able to get onto the road. Okay, well, if we let you go ahead and you put in 50 new homes, well, maybe you have to put in something else. There'll be a higher upgrade. You have to upgrade that interchange, right? But if you're going to put 1 new house on there, okay, 5 houses, 20, 50, what's that number? We'll have to get that figured out. But at the end of the day, this is just a process. And everyone here has been talking about 14 years being locked and not being able to move. The process here is to get you to move. Even a little bit, you can go from 0 to 1, like there's 3 different zones, right? So I think this is trying to we're trying as hard as we can to meet your expectations, the expectation of our council and administration, and also protect the overall public in terms of infrastructure and making sure these things don't fail. Now, will we mess up? Absolutely. Will everyone be happy? Absolutely not, right? But this is a community, and as a community, we have to come together. And the way we were going before, you've been sitting here for 14 years, you know it doesn't work. So we have to try something different. So that's just me. Sorry.
Liz, I have a question in relation to kind of the red tape question. And in relation to allowing the higher density on this bylaw, what's your thoughts on that? Does the bylaw encompass that higher density?
To go to a different district? Is that what you mean? To, like, if we have TRR with the 1 acre, but somebody wants to go to more of a traditional estate lot size, it's the same process.
Yeah.
The difference becomes the cost of servicing that some people may be able to, depending on where they're located, be able to do. And maybe, I don't know, someone might be sitting on a pot of gold. They might be able to pull the lines wherever they want.
But what about in
Realistically, that's
relation to
rare.
the bylaw itself, though? So if the bylaw, instead of being 1 acre, said half acre,
The process is the same. So I would say that if you want to go smaller than 1 acre, then you should be looking at the exact same bylaw process. And that's where pre-application meetings will help. And look at the different residential districts that exist within the land use bylaw. If you're going to go more dense, then you should be looking at the ones that are already there. Because of the integrity of that stormwater piece and that servicing piece that Mark has been talking about.
some of the requirements. So as we go into different higher density zoning, the requirements change.
Well, you're going to have to provide services in a traditional manner. And so the idea with the TRR district was minimal costs for engineering studies that need to be done. If we go to something like 1/3, for administration, and Mark, you might want to cut me off here, for administration to be able to support and recommend going TRR to a lower size lot, we're going to need some engineering work done. We're going to take another 6 months to a year to get some studies done on what these things mean. And we're just, as the engineer in the room, again, Mark, cut me off anytime, it's not something he's going to be able to recommend without the engineering to back that and the documents and the studies to back that. So the 1 acre was our safe number.
So what I'm stuck on though is if they wish to have a higher density and this bylaw say allowed for it, that still requires them to do more documentation, more reports. And if a person wishes to do half that density, it requires them to do less reports. Is that covered within the bylaw? Or would that be recovered within staff's administration's ability to comment in relation to that?
That would be through the processing of that. So the TRR district that we've written into the MDP provides some, as MDP and land use bylaw, and this is where they function together. We have specified the requirements for the storm specifically in the TRR district. We have a specific clause written that says, in the absence of a stormwater management facility for the development, 50% of the lot area must be allocated for stormwater management, and stormwater must be directed to these lands. Stormwater must not discharge off the lot. A caveat shall be registered on title identifying the lands. This may be reduced with the development of a stormwater facility and corresponding stormwater management report to the satisfaction of the development authority. So that's based off that 1 acre. If we drop that size, Mark, you got to start talking here. I am out of my comfort zone.
Yeah, like it gets a little tighter. I mean, we'd have to do some more studies. But that being said, I think what the mayor's getting at is if you're in the east acreages and you want to go to an R1 estate lots for your, say you have 20 acres and you want to do that, right? They can go, they don't need to go to a TRR first and then to that zoning. They go right to that zoning. We would say, okay, we're going to do it with an absence of, because the MDP amendment will allow us to do it with an absence of an area structure plan. But they would then have to prove to me, where is your MR? Where is your stormwater pond? Where's what impact? Maybe it's small enough you don't need a transportation impact assessment. Maybe it's just a transportation letter, right? There's a bunch of different things. So it's still, you can still do that. It's just we're not using that land use, the TTR, right? The TTR is basically strictly for. And then we're going to be doing standards here and doing some studies, and we might come back and modify to council and say that zoning, that 1 acre, we can now change that to 1/4 acre, right? Once we have all the other studies backing it, right? There might be some of that. Like there's some future.
So I guess the confusion is, are we forcing these residents to rezone the properties that they have today to a TTR zoning?
For the 1 acres, yes. But if you want to go to an R1 zone, you just redesignate to an R1
So as the
zone.
residents, for example, have a 4 acre parcel right now, Is the zoning on their property going to change
No.
if we pass this today?
No. This has been very specifically designed so that any subdivision has to come before council through the land use bylaw process. Subdivisions do not come to council. But without an area structure plan, administration strongly recommends that when land use amendments occur, that should be done, and then the follow-up subdivision should be done in a public manner that allows a public hearing for neighbors to have a say on that redesignation.
So just to be clear, you're saying that the residents today, their zoning doesn't change, though if residents wish to proceed in one factor of densification or another, they're just picking which zoning they wish to apply for.
Yep.
So it's not a duplication, it's just one or the other depending on what exactly they want to do.
Yes.
There's maybe that first bylaw that we approved, the MDP and modification, like currently, you're not allowed that zoning, you can't do anything, you can't subdivide, you can't do anything.
There's a clause in each of the LLR and the RR land use designation right now that says basically, so those districts were brought in when the annexation occurred. They're basically word for word, except we added in a clause at that time, and when I say we, I mean administration and council of the day, that says no subdivisions allowed in the absence of an area structure plan, essentially. I don't have that wording in front of me. Yeah. So what we're doing is saying, you can apply, those districts still exist today. We're not touching those districts. That's what's on people's land. You can apply to change your district to the TRR or any other residential district.
I think that's
And
what's being confused.
The TRR is designed in a way that it reduces the engineering costs required for development to proceed.
Okay. And that's for the MDP
Yes.
amendment. And then in relation to the land use change,
We're just creating the TRR district so it exists as an option. And we are not touching those original zones. So everyone actually who has that original zone, nothing changes.
okay,
What changes is your neighbor's right to apply to change their zone and their density and through that planning process. And I do want to back up and say one of the other components of the 1 acre, it's not just engineering. It's also the fact that we've heard from a lot of people that don't want densification. So we're trying to strike a balance, right? It's not just the technical engineering saying, hey, 1 acre is kind of where we can go on this one. It's also that we've heard a lot of people through the last 14 years who don't want development. So we're trying to strike that balance for those who do want to be able to do some subdivisions and those that don't. So that there is a human element to that side that's not just the technical infrastructure side to that recommendation.
yeah, we definitely want to allow people to do both if they wish. Councillor Fote?
Through the mayor to Liz and Mark. You made a comment, Liz, that it could take up to 6 months to compile all this information to be brought back to the residents. What timeline do you have?
Oh, definitely not 6 months, unless I'm taking a really good vacation.
Okay.
I think she was talking about the standards. If we were to go down
Okay.
to that from that half 50%, and we went anything less than 50%, and I'm just using that 50% because some of the existing subdivisions that we have, like Dawson and Chelsea and those ones, they have that 50% before they have to go they can irrigate, right?
Mhm.
Some of them 30, some are 50, but so I'm using the higher number to be conservative.
Yeah.
And so that's the basis of this 50%. Without having them hiring a stormwater engineer to come and do a whole water balance for a 2 acre or 1 acre parcel that's going to cost them $20,000.
Yeah.
I'd just say, you know what? If it works over here, this is actually less likely. This is going to be more conservative. It's going to be reasonable, right? So and cost effective. So and so when we talk about bringing back, if you don't pass second and third, we're talking next council. I think next council's full.
Not next council. I would suggest, because there's the August break, at the latest, it would be early September. If we can make it happen in July, we would make it happen in July. But we need to go through everything we've heard, summarize that. I do think we should bring back some process charts so that council is clear on what this process is as well, because I am hearing even council being slightly confused. And so I think that that's an important component as well. So as per everything we do, we'll do it as quickly as we possibly can.
Councillor Henley?
Yeah, my concern is it sounds to me like if we finish passing both of these today, right? Nothing happens for anybody tomorrow. They stay exactly what they are, but now they have options available to them, right? So nobody's being forced to do anything, but now we've basically got rid of a 14-year impasse. People have the ability to move forward, right? So nobody's forced to do anything. If you want to go to these less than 1 acre lots or whatever, there's a process for that. I agree with Councillor Funk that there's a bunch of educational issues. But I think the fundamental thing is this doesn't adversely affect anybody by us passing these right now, right? Because it doesn't force anybody to do anything. The smaller lots with the storm ponds or whatever, hey, they can consolidate pieces, work with their neighbors, build a storm pond, and then they can have the option of having a smaller lot. But they have to come up with a plan, and the plan has to make sense before it's going to come anywhere near us, right? This gives, this is the whole thing is a transitional. It's how to break this deadlock and move forward. So now I think we've got the tools to do that. I can understand like the North acreages and Paradise Meadows are newer to the process. And this was initially done in deep consultation with the East acreages, right? Which they're further ahead. Now, when we did the first amendment to the bylaw, it was just sort of to give them the same rights, to make sure nobody was treated differently within this community. So I think this is very consistent with our council's strategic plan. We want to be architects of change. We want to allow people to be able to move forward and do what's right for our community. So my question is really, what adverse effects does it have to residents of the East acreages, North acreages, or Paradise Meadows if we were to actually pass both of these?
Based on what I've heard today, there are some people who do not want this passed. And so that is the part that I can't comment on the adverse effects to them, but I would say that that is the challenge before council. Because you guys ultimately have to make that decision. And there are some comments who don't want it, some who want the 1 acre to be reduced, some who want the 1 acre to go to 2 acres. So that's the information that council has to process. And
now, Liz, one of the things that we're in the process of doing, you mentioned, is that there's more reports coming. And so if I hear you right, that the work that you've been able to do so far is to be able to understand how to simplify the process for these acreage owners to get to the level we're talking about today. And though you indicated that if you continue to analyze the process to go to a higher densification with some of the reports that you might be coming back, that may allow us to change this process if it falls into the simplified process for resident development, if you want to call it that. So that's important distinction, is that, of course, residents can jump to the other version. And as it's a new process, as you mentioned, no other municipalities are trying to assist acreage owners in these ways because it is confusing or it is challenging. It is important to understand that you're doing the research to determine how can you simplify things, if possible, to what levels before it really turns to a significant developer similar process, which is significantly expensive. And so that's what I've heard you say. Is that correct?
I believe so. The one thing I would say is the only study that we are currently looking at, and it's under Mark's to-do list, is developing the servicing standards. And so we're not doing any additional studies at this point, but we do know for this, if TRR is approved and we are going to see more dense rural residential, that is a piece that needs to be developed.
Because the entire point of this specific, what would you call this district? The entire point of this district is to help deal with and focus on acreages. as opposed to every other kind of development there is, because that's totally different than acreages. Because acreages create that challenge that most developers / cities don't want to touch. And we're trying to say, listen, we can come up with it, but it is new ground that we're going through. And I respect the fact that it's going to, nobody wants to hear it takes time, but you're going to go through the process that allows you to go forward with what you can understand today, and then try as quick as you can, obviously, to get to where a point, and there will be an end point, and you can say at that point, well, can't really go any further unless they switch districts. And at that point, do what you'd like. But I think it's important that we understand that the goal is not just densification. That's not really what we're saying. We're trying to say that residents have a right to what they wish to do, as long as it doesn't impact adversely the neighbors beside them too. And so it is a delicate balance, and that's what we're a part of, and you guys are, and the rest of our staff here are helping to make that balance and accountable. And that can cause some frustration between landowners, but that is that challenge, is when you do have things butting up against something else that creates that. We have to be aware of all sides, and it's not just one side only. But doesn't mean you should shy away from the tough decisions, though. So thank you. Are there any other questions for these folks? Councillor Dean?
Yes, through the chair, through city directors to presenters. I think one of the things that I'm hearing is that there is a tension, if you will, between if we don't pass these two today, and I've been waiting for this for 14 years, then what did today accomplish? Even though that there is like questions coming back and things like that. So I think my suggestion would be is that we know that things end up on our action list, if you will, through council resolution. And I don't know how to do this without putting anybody on the spot, but what I would like to see us do then is, if we don't end up passing these, if we don't do that, I think that maybe that's what Councillor Hanley was getting at, then I would like to see us come up with some sort of a timeline that we do right now through council resolution, so that if I was here and I've been waiting on this for 14 years, I at least see some target dates that council is going to be trying to hit to get this done, so that I know that this is going forward. So we have said that we're going to do lots of things, and all of those things are going to happen. I just wonder if I'm sitting on the other side there right now, if there were some dates attached to that. So you suggested September, for example, would be the latest for that. So then what's the next step after that? Could we outline a bit of a step-by-step process, attach some dates, so that residents leave here seeing a bit of a timeline process laid out?
I don't see why council can't pass a motion to bring back second reading on a specific date. I don't see why they can't do that. I am just gonna flirt with my professional area and say, is this public hearing conversation, or is this second reading conversation? I don't know. Sorry.
And I think, not a good point. We definitely are moving, after we close this public hearing, to move to the bylaws and to have the votes on those. So I guess we should attempt to focus on the questions related to this specifically. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we close?
I just want to summarize here. I guess the whole discussion here about second reading and all that delaying, the real question that council has to understand, ask themselves, do you feel you have enough information right now to pass second and third reading on the basis of the information supplied, and you're going to balance the probabilities of all the people here? If you feel you can do that, then there's no point in delaying.
Yep.
If you feel that there's some information that was miscommunicated, or that wasn't clearly understood by the public, and that they they were opposed to it because they didn't know all the facts, or they were for it because they didn't know all the facts, then maybe the summary would be helpful. That's all I think we're coming as administration to you, is there was some things said by the public that were not 100% correct, or they didn't have all the facts, right? I won't say weren't correct, they just didn't, we have all the, so that's the issue. But if you guys feel that you understand those facts, and that they understand that you can make a proper decision, then that's your
Proceed
decision.
today.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. If I could ask for a motion to close the public hearing today. Councillor Focht?
Can I get you to make that a little bit larger, Cal, please? Thank you. Public hearing bylaw 008-23. Motion that council adjourn the public hearing for bylaw 00923 being the best east acreages, north acreages, and Paradise Meadows land. Use amending bylaw on June 27th, 2023 at 12:34 p.m.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone. I'm just wondering, just in the interest of time, I know that this is challenging for everyone here, is to try and have us move forward with the bylaw while we have all the residents in the building, the bylaw conversation and questions. So if we could just move on with, starting with bylaw 008-23, which is East Acreages, North Acreages, Paradise Meadows, the MDP amending plan, second reading and third readings if agreed to. Which again would be, I mean, in general, a conversation with, if there is a conversation, I guess direct that towards administration and our planner, Liz. So the motion that's being presented, if council is comfortable, or if they have questions or comments, is that council gives second reading to bylaw 008-23, being the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows area municipal development plan amending bylaw as amended. So this is specifically to the MDP as opposed to the land use amendment. So if you're comfortable, if I could get one of the councillors to read that into the record. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council give second reading to bylaw 008-23, being the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows, and area municipal development plan amending bylaw as amended.
Thank you. Now to create some discussion around this, if councillors have some comments in relation to the motion that's being proposed. Councillor Funk?
I think Mark made a very good comment at the end there as to whether or not we're looking, or the concerns are in regards to the content and what's happening within the bylaw, or if it's concerns around not understanding what this bylaw is and what it's doing is a very important piece. This bylaw that we're passing doesn't change the opportunity for people to develop or not develop. It's just a piece within the development piece. There already are other options for application to change your zoning to higher densities or to whatever density, or even ask for an amendment or a relaxation of the code, basically. So for me, I think this bylaw is basically just a middle piece within all the pieces that we have to allow people options, and it provides the necessary uses, permitted uses, and pieces within the bylaw to facilitate how it's going to be accomplished. So I'm in support of reading this and passing this today.
Okay, one thing I'd like to say is that remember that it's very hard to be perfect. So we always have the ability to amend. And so trying to move forward in one step, 2 steps, 3 steps, doesn't mean we can't come back to the table, because we are, as we've indicated today, stepping on new ground, which is why it's been avoided for so long. But I do want to encourage, personally, I do want to encourage that we take that step and that we really try and identify how we can help this citizen group. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be more challenges in the coming days, but that is also what we're here for, is to work together with our citizens and try and come up with a solution that would fit for everyone. one step at a time. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I would say is this particular bylaw is the MDP. It is really just what creates the TTR district,
Yeah.
right? Without that, nothing else can happen. And Liz made that point very clear earlier on. So all this does is it basically almost goes back to everything stays exactly the same tomorrow unless you want to actually convert your acreage to a TTR district, which basically gets rid of the you can't subdivide your acreage. So it's a step in the right direction. But it's useless on its own unless the land use bylaw gets amended as well. But for this one, for the municipal development plan, the creation of it, I don't think is an issue one way or the other to go second and third reading.
Any other comments? Councillor Watt?
No comments.
No comment? Councillor Dean? Councillor Ryan?
Yes, thank you through the chair. And yes, for me, I think I've got ample information to make a decision on this. I think the missing piece is not necessarily, information for council. I feel that there is, the residents definitely could use, especially the residents from Find Paradise Meadows and North Acreage. Because they were sort of, late in the game. I think they may have some uncertainty about some of the process. But for me, I'm okay to go ahead and vote on this. Thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Dean?
Yes, sorry. Just reflecting on this a little bit more, I think too, I would like to see, after this is complete, I still have that presentation about process that was talked about, whether that comes back in July or early September. I don't want that to, that's all I'm thinking is I would not want this to think, the message to be that we're precluding that. I would actually like to see that follow after this is done.
Okay, with that, if I could request a vote on this particular motion. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. So that accepts second reading. If we could proceed with the third reading motion.
I'll read it.
Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council give third and final reading to bylaw 008-23, being the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows Area Municipal Development Plan amending bylaw as presented.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to this? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, jumping on to the next bylaw, which is bylaw 009-23, East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows Land Use Amending Bylaw, second and third readings. Again, I'd like to have a little bit of discussion with council once we read this into the record. Council, if I could get one of the councillors to read it forward. Councillor Funk.
Motion that council give second reading to bylaw 009-23, being the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows Land Use Amending Bylaw as amended.
Thank you. Councillor, are there any comments in relation to this? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I'm also in support of Councillor Dean's comments. I think we can move forward here, but I would like to see a separate resolution afterwards that the process be further explained, either in late July, early September.
I agree with that too. I think that one of the things we've heard today from residents is to understand what are the future steps coming, along with residents that have concerns as well. That how would they ensure that their philosophy on their land is protected, and what might that look like? Because everyone is getting a crash course in development, which again is not everybody's first expertise. So there is a lot to it, and we're trying to bring that forward to help all of these aspects go in. And there's a lot of ways to design developments very nicely, and there's some that aren't so nice. So we want to go on that other side. So there is some steps that our staff are going to have a lot of work to do, but it's important, and we want to try and hit all goals here within our residents to make sure that you guys have bought your homes and whatnot to live out your futures are there, and it's very important to you, and your home is your castle, right? So thank you very much for everybody's time. I want to just see if there's any further comments or questions in relation to this particular motion on the table. Councillor Fote?
I would support second reading on this. but I would concur with you that everybody's had a crash course today on development, but I would definitely want to see administration step forward to try to get all this information out to the two acreages that have been kind of just drawn in at the last moment, and they need to have good information given to them before I would even consider third reading.
Okay, Councillor Funk?
I just want to clarify that. Personally, I don't think the other two acreage areas have been pulled in at the last moment. There was meetings and stuff set up over the last 2 years. The attendance, I guess, was different than the east acreages, as they've been maybe a little more involved in the process. But the same meetings were held for the other groups. They just weren't attended as much, I think, or different interest or different understanding or wanting to move forward maybe on these was just different in those areas, as they are physically different areas in both size of lots and a number of different issues and stuff.
I think in relation to that, the meetings were attended by both groups, but what one of the main differences is the East Acreages has started to move forward in the analysis of the infrastructure, which that primarily being the biggest block, which was the water. So that analysis was done. And having said that, the sewer analysis is waiting for some of the residents to come forward. So it is a communal step forward. So definitely allowing residents to come forward with us. Okay, so if there's no more questions, I'd like to call for a vote. All in favor, if you could put the motion back up. All in favor of the motion that's been presented to give second reading? Carried. Thank you, everyone. And if you could put up the third reading. And just to speak to some clarity around what I've indicated, and I believe, which I'd like to confirm with Councillor Dean and Councillor Fote, is that I believe I'm personally asking for another resolution to come forward after this that confirms that that administration will come forward with process steps and to define that in a much more larger manner, so that we can make sure that our residents feel that they're connected and their questions are being asked and answered, and that we slowly start to bring forward all these options that happen in development, and they feel comfortable with that going forward. So I do see it as two separate motions personally. You guys are welcome to disagree, but I'd like to hear from if you're concurring with that or not. Councillor Dean?
I'm writing down the next one.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Fote?
I would have to say that the way I view this is once you have third and final reading, it moves the process further ahead. I totally agree with that. But I think that your second motion or another motion that we're going to bring forward, I think that's great. But I would like to see that process done before this process done. That is my feeling.
Okay, I just want to mention that the process we're talking about is much larger than just third reading and just this bylaw. It'll definitely involve, ideally all the future steps so that residents understand where they are in the step process, so that we see where we're at and so they understand what steps still needed to go. Councillor Hanley?
I guess question to the Ledge Services. If we could see the other motion, maybe it's as simple as do the other motion first before we do third and final. And is that appropriate?
I think in either order, you guys are directing us to do as it says on the screen there. But either way, third and final reading, if you guys do pass that, that will be signed today, obviously, and then anything of the information packages will be done later. So I think either way you make the motions,
okay,
it will have the same effect.
If we could just have a little bit of discussion with council in relation to some wordsmithing. Councillor Dean, you mentioned that you might have some ideas. Are you comfortable with what's on here, or do you have some recommendations?
Thank you. It's very close, actually. But should it be both bylaws then? Would it also include bylaw 008?
8's the MDP,
so we don't-
9 is the land use, so that's the process.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
So do you feel information package is succinct with what you're trying to get, or is it a bit of a different focus? Councillor Dean?
I had on the development, but I think it is specific in that it states the bylaw, right? So the information package is going to be about how you go about enacting what's inside the bylaw. I think for me, what I would add is by the end of September 2023 to put a date to it.
Are there any other comments or questions in relation to this? Councillor Funk?
Personally, I think we're kind of out of order in stuff in that it is related, but it's not. The bylaw for the land use bylaw really should be, I think, completed first, and then we can discuss moving on to the information packages and how we deal with the public and stuff. But I think we should finish the other one first before we do this, personally.
Councillor Hanley?
Good question. Back to ledge services. Does bylaw 009-23 even exist before third reading?
I would pass the reading first and then work on it after.
Yeah.
Okay. If we could proceed with our third reading. If I can get a councillor to read this into the record. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council give third and final reading to bylaw 009-23 being the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows land use amending bylaw as presented.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Councillor Fote?
If we pass this, we will definitely bring this other resolution or motion forward, correct? About the information side?
That's the plan. Doesn't guarantee it gets passed, though.
Okay, no, well, that's, okay. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions? All in favor? Thank you. Carried. The motion that is on the table, Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council direct the city director of community growth and infrastructure and administration to develop an information package for residents affected by bylaw 009-23 being the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows land use amending bylaw by the end of September 2023.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Councillor Dean? Oh, we got lots of
Yes, I was actually going to direct my question to Travis and Liz. Is this specific enough? Is this no?
We need to add in bylaw 008-23 to this because they work in conjunction together. And so to explain only how the TRR district works is going to leave a lot of people like Fred confused because he's not necessarily looking at using TRR, he's looking at another district. So we need to explain how they mush together. Thank you.
And in that time period, do you believe we would have a bit more of an understanding of what potential changes we may have in regards to more information on density by that time, or not necessarily?
I think that's a great question for Mark.
Well done.
I suspect that developing the servicing standards will take longer than September 2023.
I think, getting the terms of what we actually want to look at in terms of that is going to be really, this is the first step by having this bylaw passed. It really gets some density levels, and then we can look at what are the triggers Because at the end of the day, that's what's really going to concern residents. It's like, what's the cumulative effect of all this, and how will it affect my traffic? How will it affect all these different things? So those are going to be bigger issues, but these are a good step. But I do know that I put together a terms of reference for the sanitary on the east acreages. There is some discussion earlier about some of the discussions about how the servicing on Paradise or North acreages could go ahead. We could talk about those, but the servicing standards it's going to take a long time.
Do you see that, would it be good for us to, again, with our reach outs that we're doing, or another information session with residents, trying to understand where they're actually lining up with? Like, are they looking at, rather than do a bunch of work for something that's not going to happen, if nobody's asking for it, do we do that? And the only caveat I have to what I'm arguing here is that we're also recommending that residents may set themselves up to also talk with small developers, which may help them make those decisions. And so it's complicated answer there, but I think we've got to move forward with what we know, though, is my question, if we have that meeting with them.
Yeah, and we definitely would have some more information. We're updating our TMP, which is almost done. We were just starting our UMP. We're just evaluating the consultants for that. And I guess there's going to be some, how do we get from 0 to 100, right? Where do we get ultimately? Because if the ultimate plan is to get density, the short term is going to be another one. And then how much does that first person pay or do? And how much does the second person do and say, right? So we want to make sure that it's a fair process, right? It's a lot of work and a lot of communications. And I think some more of those sessions that we did, open houses with council and the residents of each of these, would be really helpful. And like you said, to get an understanding. So we're not looking at all the options. We're just looking at some of them, the ones
Focused,
that are probable.
And it's important to make sure we have everybody's email,
And
so we can communicate
further-
effectively. Councillor Dean?
Yes, I guess what I'm hearing a little bit is there might be some things that we don't know what we don't know, and then we might come to know something. And so I guess within that, I know that he would do this anyway. I would just encourage our city director of community growth. I would just encourage that if there's an emergent item that needs to be brought up, say during July, as he and his team work on this, I would just encourage him to just have that put on the agenda. If there's something that council needs to support between now and that presentation, as something comes up, then I would be certainly very open to the idea of having something like that added quickly, if need be, so that we could have that information to help support move this process through, so that then there might just be something that is needed to help with this presentation in September.
Thank you. Okay, so if I can get a councillor to read in the motion. Reread it, please. It's been amended.
Motion that council direct the city director of community growth and infrastructure and administration to develop an information package for residents affected by bylaw 008-23, being the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows Area Municipal Development Plan, amending bylaw, and bylaw 009-23, being the East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows Land Use Amending Bylaw by the end of September 2023.
Thank you. Does that look like what you're looking for, Liz?
What I want to clarify is what I see in this is that we're coming back to council by the end of September 2023. The second piece of this, though, that I think is very important is that I think we need to hold, and I think Mark talked about this, information sessions with residents in September as well. After council sees it, then we have to notify everybody and go through that process. But I think that it is a matter of not, Tuesday night at 6:00, everyone comes, but it's probably Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, giving options for people to come to different meetings so that it can fit in their schedule to make it as accessible as possible. And I think that that piece is critical, and I don't know if that's this motion or if that's something in September, but to me it is critical that, one, we make sure council understands the processes and in a way use you guys to explain them so that if there are questions we can rework and before we go out to the public. Of course, the council one will be held in public, but also then give residents that opportunity to come speak with administration and go through that process in multiple dates and times.
And I think that would be part of the process that's going to be described as to, are we holding information sessions? How are we doing it? How are we bringing forward different steps? And at the same time, explaining to residents what are those steps. Councillor Dean?
Could we not just after this do a similar to what we just did and make a motion that says something along the lines of after this is complete, after the date is determined for the presentation, administration will book information sessions with the public. And so all I mean by that is if they know that they're going to do this on, say, I'm picking a date, so this may not be a Tuesday, I apologize. If they know they're going to do this on July 23rd, for example, then they could, at the July 23rd, say these will be the information nights in September because they already know it's going to be on that agenda. So could we not just make a motion right after this? And so then it clearly outlines all the steps we're going to be following after this.
Yeah, I think we can definitely talk about that. Just move forward this motion. And so, are there any other comments in relation to this motion, Councillor? Sorry, Liz,
Travis, we'll tag team it. I think okay. So there's many components to what this information package looks like, and I just want to maybe clarify what this package is because. From a planning perspective, process related, like we think that it's achievable to come back to council in September with a process. However, when you look at the engineering standards that need to be developed, like that's going to take a lot longer, right? So, and especially with, administration's capacity right now. So I guess understanding from council what this information package looks like and what you want us to come back with in September. And if that's just planning process related, then I think that's fine, right, Liz? But if you were to ask Mark, the engineering standards and development of that will take a bit more time.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll come back in steps. And part of that information package, though, I think, is to further identify that so that we can clearly communicate that to residents that here's what we've learned and we've now looked at it. Here's what we're now knowing. Because again, today I don't know that we know those answers yet, but we're definitely working in that direction. Okay, so are there any last minute questions in relation to this motion? Okay, if I could ask for all those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, so that is the discussion, Councillor Dean, in relation to what Travis had just mentioned. What are your thoughts in regards to that they're still going to identify what they're going to learn and what the process will be going forward from that? And so do we wish to wait till that point and then book it that day if we want to? Or if we do know that it's coming forward, actually we can actually administration can actually take that on, I guess, on their own.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking is once they know the date that it's going to hit the agenda, right, then they have the freedom at the same time to book the public sessions that they could present during that presentation what the public sessions are. So I was going to make a motion as simple as once the date of presentation before council is determined for motion number, whatever that last one was, council direct city administration to book public information sessions to be held after that presentation.
Sure, try wordsmithing that, and then we'll talk about it. Sorry, Liz?
I don't think that the start of that is contingent on once that date is booked. If we might be able to, the more notice we can give residents to whatever dates we're going to choose, I'd rather do. So even if we end up later in September, we can have these rolling out that first weekend in October. And so I don't think it's contingent on knowing when it's going to come to council, because it is information. It's not something you guys are making a decision on. So I think we just need to proceed with holding public information sessions with landowners from the three areas after council.
Would there be the situation as required? Like, would you ever want to talk with residents even ahead of finishing the process analysis?
I think we'd want council to see that process first. And I talk to residents all the time. So they can call me, and if I have questions, I know there's times where I call some of the landowners out here, and we are able to have those conversations. But in terms of a formal meeting, I'd rather council see that information first so council knows what we're going to present to the public.
Councillor Dean?
Yeah, so I think just to maybe assist with saving on the keystrokes here, motion that council direct administration to hold information sessions with the public after presentation for council. And then I just need that motion number.
Okay. With the public after development of information packages for bylaw 0809 and present to council. After have been presented to council. So instead of the and there, yeah, have been presented to council. Fantastic. Councillor Dean, could you read that into the record?
Sure, just to confirm with Liz and Travis, does that work? Okay. So I'd like to make a motion that council direct administration to hold information sessions with the public after the development of information packages for bylaw 008-23 and bylaw 009-23 have been presented to council.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. I believe that concludes the portion that most residents are here for. We're going to break for lunch right now. So you're definitely welcome to come back to the balance of our meeting today. We will be discussing communications update, Alberta Transportation Economic Corridors update, Station Way update, and that's about it. So well, thank you very much, everyone. So we could adjourn.
Is lunch here or are we?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We're just going to move on with today's council meeting. We're just starting where we left off, which is on item F3, which is the bylaws 014-23, Clearwater Park Securities. If you could move forward with that, Travis.
Good afternoon, council. So yes, I'm here to talk to or present to you on the Clearwater Park West Outline Plan amendments. The intent of this presentation to present to council the proposed amendments to the Clearwater Park West Outline Plan. Essentially, we're going to talk about securities today. The request for the bylaw reading will be that council give first reading to bylaw 014-23, being the amendments to the Clearwater Park West Outline Plan as presented, which I'll take you through, and then a motion to schedule a public hearing on July 18th. So the applicant, this is us that's initiating this request. The interested party obviously is Clearwater Park Incorporated, who's the developer for Clearwater Park. Obviously the quarter sections there naming the affected parcels. And the proposal here is the amendments to the Clearwater Park Outline Plan. That is a typo there, should not be saying ASP, should be Outline Plan, that's my fault, sorry. To address the amount of securities required for the offsite infrastructure. Now this is not just any offsite infrastructure, this is the critical infrastructure that's required to service this whole entire community, which crosses the lake. This is just a quick breakdown of the staging for the outline plans. So the proposal here, the proposed revision will result in the development agreement being split into 3 sections for the purposes of the CCC and FAC timing and lowering of the performance security amounts for the portions outside of the lake boundaries as noted. So I'm just going to flip ahead because this diagram, and I'll go back. Essentially what we're trying to do is work with the developer on this critical infrastructure, really pertaining to the amount of securities that we want to hold for this scope of work. And normally the CAO can make this call at their discretion on the amount of securities that are required. However, in this particular outline plan, council has approved, we've identified that it is required to have 100% security. So because this offsite infrastructure, which includes the water, 500 mil water trunk, you got your sanitary force mains and everything crossing underneath the lake, it's pretty substantial amount of money that needs to be spent here on this. We're talking a multi-million-dollar project, and we're just trying to, as a city that's developing, we want to find ways to help development move forward and reduce the red tape. And if we looked at this, we assessed it, and I might be jumping ahead a little bit in my presentation, but we truly believe that the risk is low in reducing portions of the alignment, not all of it. For instance, the lake crossing shows we would still retain 100% security. We believe of the entire corridor of it being critical, that is the most critical component of it. That being, if this contract ever walked away, that we have monies in place for us to be able to finish the crossing ourselves and not leave the city kind of holding the bag, I would say. And then so the rest of it, though, we reduced from 100% security to 75%. You can see the green corridor there as well as the red corridor. And that takes us back to the existing lift station and water transfer station. So this is where I was saying the proposal is split into 3, as you can see here, to 3 segments. So the agreement would have the CCC and FAC and the performance security split into the portion under the lake as 100%, the portion east of the lake 75%, and the portion west of the lake 75%. And the reason we believe the areas outside of the lake are a little bit less critical of the critical infrastructure is just that they're more accessible. I don't need to have a drill rig there and digging pits and whatnot. I can easily get an excavator to finish off a job if I needed to. Flipping ahead, so what does this look like now? The amendment the policy that we will be amending is policy 19 in the Clearwater Park West Outline Plan. It's on page 72 of the key summaries, and so we've outlined it here. It says, prior to on-site deep utilities being installed, the following must be constructed or financially secured. And so originally what that said was 100%, and you can see in red here that we've amended it to look like this, 100% on the lake, 75 on each side. And then ABC just talks about the infrastructure that's involved in this. So again, the 500 mil trunk, as well as the wastewater force main that goes from the Clearwater lift station to lift station 10 on Chestermere Boulevard. Then we have the 250 mil main coming from the existing main on East Chestermere Drive, essentially taking it to the boundary, west boundary of Clearwater Park. So looking at the policy review, again, we're in compliance with the CMRB, the MDP. You're looking at area structure plan, which we're not amending, is really just the outline plan, which is at council's approval here right now. And then, of course, land use bylaw. So risk benefit analysis, the reduction in security for 2 sections of the offsite infrastructure outside of the lake crossing, as I mentioned, has been reviewed and assessed, and we believe it to be minimal risk to the city. But in doing so, as I mentioned, it works in that we're working with the developer in reducing some of that front-end security that's required for the critical infrastructure. It helps them in the financing of that multi-million-dollar project. As I mentioned, there's significant dollars being spent on that. And then, of course, the significant servicing connections that us as a city are looking forward to dragging across the lake, across the AT intersection highway, and then getting it over to the east side of the city, which is very, very important. Where we are right now, so what I would be looking for at the end of this is having a first reading on this, scheduling a public hearing, and then proceeding to second and third readings. And I feel like I just blew through that. So I will open up to any questions.
Thank you, Travis. Council, do you have any questions for Travis? Travis, so just if you could explain, so you're looking at, is that a change in relation to security?
It's just security, yep. But what it does too is when you divide it up into essentially as like 3 mini DAs, and what we can do is we can do an CCC and FAC inspection on each component as you see here, and that allows the developer to achieve his CCC a bit faster. So for instance,
securities?
For his securities, yeah. Like if we hold the 100% security, say on the lake crossing, we go ahead, we install it, we have the video inspections completed, we have our on-site inspections completed, we get all the testing documentation and whatnot back from the contractor. We review it, and if we feel comfortable, we'll issue the CCC, which CCC standing for Construction Completion Certificate, which then reduces the amount of security that's required. Essentially what we're saying is that it's been built according to standard, and it's in an acceptable state for the city to take over, but also initiates the warranty period for that. So we still retain security for 2 years, or whatever we agree in the DA, generally minimum 2 years. And then if we find any defects, we still have money in hand to be able to go and repair it if need be. But generally, with this significant infrastructure, as well as Clearwater Park's investment on the east side, we expect them to repair the deficiencies themselves. So again, go back to the 3 DAs. What it does, it really splits it up to work with the developer in releasing some of his monies faster once the infrastructure is in place.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Funk?
Would this also include the infrastructure that they'd have on the east side at the end of the, I'm assuming they're putting in pumps and tanks and...
So you're talking about to service the on-site phase 1?
Yeah.
Right now, we're planning to move forward with this until we receive another, if the developer chooses to go in that route, a proposal on how they're planning to service phase 1.
Okay, so right now this is just...
This is just off-site, yeah, to take it to the boundary.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and so you're looking for the or the motion that you're looking for. All right, if I could ask one of the counselors to read the first motion into the record.
Callan, did you want my page or do you want your own slide?
We have it here.
Motion that council give first reading to bylaw 014-23, being an amendment of the Clearwater Park West Outline Plan as presented.
Thank you. Are there any comments, council? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council schedule a public hearing for bylaw 014-23, being an amendment to the Clearwater Park West Outline Plan bylaw for July 18th, 2023.
Councillors, are there any questions in regards to the motion as presented? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Sure, yeah, why don't we jump to the G2, which is the Alberta Transportation update, verbal update through Travis.
So the G2, which is the Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors verbal update on the agenda. Again, being a verbal update, I didn't put a presentation together for this, but I wanted to share the very positive meeting that we had with Alberta Transportation last week on Thursday. And so it's been on my public action list to just get in front of Alberta Transportation to talk about some safety concerns around AT's infrastructure and economic corridors. So I had sent an email out to council kind of summarizing that. Again, this is just to kind of help reiterate some of that and elaborate a little bit more on it. So I'll start with, I'll probably start with Rainbow Road South and Glenmore Trail. So we acknowledge that obviously ISL has completed a safety and operational review of the report that was completed in March, I believe, and it identified some improvements to that intersection. Now, of course, there's a lot of Chestermere residents that navigate south through that intersection, even at times me being one of them. And you can easily identify that there's concerns there when you immediately you're merging, or you're not even merging, sorry, you're entering a through lane at 100 kilometers an hour through there. So there were some interim quick fixes in that report, and there were some midterm and then long-term solutions. Some of the immediate ones was the line painting, the sign upgrade, AT to even look at reducing the speed limit through there. And then there were the midterm where they would look at doing a traffic light install at that intersection. And then, of course, the roundabout being the ultimate, acknowledging even that Glenmore is planned to be twinned at some point in the future. So we had a very positive conversation with them. They understood that, and we understand that obviously it's not within our jurisdiction. However, we were at the table as being a regional partner, especially when you think of like IMC, Rocky View, CMRB, and just being that neighbor that wants to help Chestermere and address any safety concerns. So what AT has agreed to do is that they would go back and review the roundabout option, maybe look at doing some preliminary design on that. They had a meeting with Rocky View County this week as well. And we've really just let them know that we're here to help with that intersection and the safety of it, because we too hear from our residents that it's a safety concern. if and whatever that plan looks like, whether it's short term, long term, and that there's a cost share option, I would be back here at council with another update on if council had an appetite in participating in some of those improvements. So I'm not going to commit you to anything on that right now. I just wanted to provide an update on that intersection. So any questions on that one?
Councillor, thank you. Travis, are there any questions for Travis? Not seeing any. If I could get a motion to accept the Alberta Transportation verbal update for information.
Oh, I'm not done.
You're not done?
No, that was just that one.
That was part one. Okay.
That's part one. Yep. So Rainbow Road North. This one was actually very positive. We talked about the safety concern on the left turn coming out of Rainbow Road North onto the highway. Understanding that it's one of those items that's been kicking around for a while. Rainbow Road's been closed, as we all know, and now it's been reopened. And then there's been accidents in the past and whatnot. So we as a city understand that there's a safety concern here. And so when we had talked to Alberta Transportation on Thursday, everyone acknowledged this, and they are certainly in favor of us proceeding with an acceleration lane to be built within the Highway 1 corridor. So what does that mean for next steps? What I would like to do is to obtain council approval to move forward with obtaining probably request for pricing on get 3 quotes from a design consultant to design the acceleration lane on Highway 1. That would be part 1. So get the approval, obtain the quotes, obtain the pricing for it, and then come back to council for a request to move forward with whoever we recommend that award to. And then, of course, once that design is done, part 2 would be trying to get it to construction. So something that I still think that we can achieve this year. If you're looking at what the scope could look like, you're looking potentially with an 80-kilometer-an-hour speed limit, you're looking at about at least a 200-meter acceleration lane. If AT ever decided to increase it, the speed limit, then you'd have to stage that. So then that would be pushing the acceleration out a little bit more, probably in the more like 300 to 400 meters. However, right now with it being 80, we're looking at doing a 200, which is really good news. And so yeah, that's really the update on that one. I can keep going, and then we can come back for a motion on that one if we want.
Sure, please.
Okay. We talked about the Highway 1 bypass, acknowledging that there's been a functional study completed on this, I think 10 years ago, and showing a few options in that in regards to the monies that would be required to upgrade all the intersections adjacent to Chestermere. I think there was 3 of them, if I'm not mistaken, with some significant dollars on that, ranging, I can't remember, to be honest with you. I'm not going to even spit out a number, but it was a significant amount of money. And then the alternate to that would be a bypass, which there were some alignments in that report that really taken that kind of that S curve and shifted it over more towards Highway 9 with the transition coming into that intersection. So we didn't really get too far down the road in this conversation. We really just wanted to resurface it, talk about what it would take to get something like this off the ground, AT's appetite in moving this forward. Of course, this being in conjunction with the annexation boundaries as well as some of the development industry that's interested in, if that highway moves, that it could unlock land within Chestermere as well. So right now, I think the next step on that is for Chestermere to look at putting a little bit of a proposal together and continuing those conversations with AT. So, any questions on that one? Okay, so the next one being the recreational site. This was the campground site that we had talked about, right next to the highway at the interchange there by Clearwater Park. So the site being zoned interim commercial. Positive conversation around this one in that Alberta Transportation would be open to interim infrastructure, which hence the zoning interim commercial. So they don't want to see anything there permanent, which I think we all knew. However, they would be open to looking at a roadside development permit for anything that wasn't permanent. So we're looking at temporary infrastructure there. So that was great to hear. And then the last one was Clearwater Park. And we had some discussion around Highway 791 that interfaces with Highway 1. And essentially looking at staging that upgrade of that intersection. At looking at potentially putting in lights for that. And AT seemed to be receptive to that staging as well, when the need had come for any sort of traffic measure for the safety operation of that intersection. So that was very positive to hear as well. And that concludes my update from AT.
Travis, just have a quick question. Callan, can you share my screen? So Travis, my question is just simply acceleration lane. I know you said 200 meters, so I don't exactly know where that would start and stop. So I started in the middle of the road here and went up to not quite the end of it, but where your car is definitely moving into the other lane, and that's about 100 meters. And this is a 100-kilometer-an-hour zone. I'm just wondering if we could keep that in mind when we're looking into it. That I know they mentioned 200 to 300 meters, but that doesn't seem to be what's in practice.
I believe I was referring to a table on the design guideline.
Okay.
But I can definitely double check that. I think there were conversation even in the meeting that we were throwing our numbers in the meeting.
Yeah.
But 200 seemed to be the number
Yeah.
that everyone was kind of collectively agreeing to without having the table in front of us. I want to say though that the number that stands out to me was 200. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Obviously it has to make sense, but
But of course, I mean, we don't want to
pay more than we need to.
but we want it to be
Yeah. Okay, excellent.
we won't overbuild it unless needed.
Okay. Councillor, are there any other questions for Travis? Councillor Hanley?
Besides accepting for information, there's another motion you require from us.
I sure did.
Yes, the public hearing?
No, I
Nope.
want to spend some money.
Oh.
It was to proceed with what we had just talked about, but it's to engage. It's really for administration to go get 3 quotes
For the acceleration lane.
to get a design
Yeah.
consultant on board.
Okay.
So it's like council authorizes city director, growth and development to obtain 3 quotes.
For the acceleration lane for westbound acceleration lane on Highway 1 and Rainbow Road?
Yeah, to obtain. You're right. Yeah, that's fine. A design consultant for the acceleration lane from Rainbow Road within Highway 1 quarter. Directs. No, sir. A design.
Can you say, would you have it on both sides or just westbound?
No, you're both sides.
Good question. We can definitely look at that as well. Do you have your salary view there yet?
Yep. Councillor Funk?
Would we be looking to put acceleration lanes at 281 as well? 281 and Highway 1?
On the east side?
Yeah. It's the same intersection as same design.
This is 281 here, going into East Acreages. This lane here.
Because currently the only one that has it is 791, has one coming eastbound. All the other intersections don't have one.
It wasn't discussed, but I can definitely go back to the and have the question posed. So I wouldn't want maybe council to make a decision on that right now, but other than me just sitting back the
I'm assuming it'd be similar pricing. It just, there's a curve involved, but.
If you go,
Callan, can you go back to the motion, please?
Callan, can you, for obtaining a consultant to design the acceleration story?
Okay. If I could get this, if I get a counselor to read this into the record. Counselor Hanley?
Motion that council directs the city director of community growth and infrastructure to acquire 3 quotes for obtaining a consultant to design the acceleration lane from Rainbow Road within the Highway 1 corridor.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? Counselor Fogt?
It says acceleration is it de-acceleration lanes also or not? In the motion?
Not de-acceleration, just acceleration.
Because is there a lane there right now that people can slow down and go over to the right, make a turn to go down Rainbow Road?
There is currently, yes.
Okay, thank you, that's fine. I'm fine with the motion, yeah.
Any other comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. And you had a couple other motions, didn't you?
Information.
I guess we can do this one for information.
Okay, Councillor Hanley, could you read that motion in?
Motion that council accepts the Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors verbal update as information.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now, do you also looking for a public hearing?
We did that, didn't we?
For the Clearwater West outline plan?
We just scheduled the date for
We did that.
Okay. Good. Why did, too bad Ty just left. Um, Travis, did you want to continue with the reports for decision on John Morris Way?
How much time are you looking at the film?
With Ty's presentation, is that,
It's ready. He was just waiting all day.
We do each two.
It wouldn't take very long. The presentation's probably like 5 minutes.
in camera? Sure, we can. Okay, sure, we can jump in camera. All right, can I get a motion to go in camera, please? Councillor Vogt,
I make the motion we go into camera at this time,
3:16 PM.
at 3:16 PM.
All in favor? Carried? Thank you. Yes. Thanks, Bob. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for your patience. We're just coming out of closed session. If I can get Councillor Foat to read the motion to come out.
I make the motion that council come out of closed session at 6:07 PM.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. All right, we have a couple orders of business that coming out of in closed session that we'd like to bring forward. Just get Ledge to put that up on the screen. All right, our first item on the agenda, or item that we're going to be looking at, is the motion in regards to our legal opinion on I-2. All right, if I can get that read into the record, Councillor Hanley.
Motion that council seek legal opinion on agenda item I-2.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, if I can get one of the councillors to read in the second motion. Councillor Watt?
Motion that council accept the CRCA discussion as information and to release details of the discussion to the public as soon as possible.
Thank you. Are any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. I believe that's concludes our motion. Is that correct? Okay, great. All right, if we could take a 10-minute recess. It's 6:08 and we'll be back at 6:18. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We're just coming back to our council meeting today. We've just got a couple items that we're looking to finish, which is in relation to our directives. So we've got one of our directives is Directive 1, which Municipal Affairs has asked us to take a look at recommendations that were provided by Inspector Cuff. And in the recommendations that were recommended, he's recommended in number 2 that council take a look at reporting in relation to the 3 irregularity, or 3 I's we call them, and then also findings in relation to alleged code of conduct breaches. If I could, I shared my screen. It is shared, okay. So what I'd like to do is read through these, and I'll try to move reasonably quickly, and then bring this forward to something that we would be sending forward. So in relation to Section 4, this is Inspector Cuff's inspection report on his findings. 17.1.2, his first section was titled Pervasive Attitude of Non-Trust in Management. One, likely the most significant impact on the organization is the belief by most of the council that the management which they inherited, at least certain staff, could not be trusted. As a result, and led by the mayor and 1 or 2 councillors, evidence was sought to prove their point, including the demand and expectation for access to all electronic devices held by the former mayor and CAO, as well as personal files of various staff. In addition to their quest, and likely in support thereof, an investigator was hired to, amongst other duties, acquire information from past and current employees, emails, etc. This behavior is considered to be improper or irregular, as it is contrary to the Code of Conduct with respect to the treatment of staff, and that it falls within the definition. So this is, excuse me, this is what Inspector Cuff had presented in his report. The response to this is in relation to that. The above, Section 1.2, is clearly show this is an opinion of the investigator as demonstrated with the words likely the most, is the belief, and at least certain staff. No context nor evidence is provided to demonstrate his decision is reasonable. This statement ignores all the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations of participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates a bias that all respect must be given despite being given evidence that some members were staff behaving in an evasive or deceitful manner and providing contradictory information to council. It also refers to Section 1.4, which does not exist in this report. Section 1.3, the approach and impact of the mayors, is followed by Section 1.5, the type, quality of briefing. Council agrees that certain members of staff were behaving irregular and improper, and their failure to conduct falls under jurisdiction of the Chief Administrative Officer, which is our city directors. Jurisdiction to address. No action of council is required. 17.1.3, the approach and impact of the mayor. Cuff writes, the simple fact of the matter is that the mayor was elected by the majority of those who voted in the last municipal election. Whether or not he is right in claiming considerable public support for his vision, and contrary to all else that has been said by some current councillors, management, and former council members, the mayor obviously believes that he can personally improve the lot of life for Chestermere citizens. The mayor claims success in his direct negotiations with the developers, claiming that he describes the right path and then brings such projects to council. When challenged, he also admits that the city's management advises that he should consult with staff regarding the need of capacity to take on such projects and the requirement of council to give their approval. While the mayor's behavior might not be deemed irregular or improper, it will be problematic if his enthusiasm he moves too far ahead of council. Now, looking at Cuff's statement side by side, Cuff states that regardless of the degree of truth that may lie behind the mayor's perception of unfair treatment during the election campaign, using the power attributed to his position as the chief elected office official to find those whom he felt had not conducted themselves professionally is beyond the authority vested in his position. This did not happen. Only issue with staff, as communicated to the CAO, was ex-staff lying and misleading counsel. Next, Cuff indicates that some of the decisions of past administration and their timing, particularly with respect to the Civic Center project, appeared to the mayor as evidence that his concerns regarding poor decision-making might be justified. Cuff writes that we have seen the email trail pertaining to this issue and believe that the then administration was absolutely offside in its attempt to get a project started so that a new council would have difficulty rolling it back. The comments by seasoned administrators were at best unprofessional, if not unethical, as seen on page 110 in the inspection report. This shows how Cuff contradicts himself. In A above, to cast doubt on the unfair treatment in their action where completely unethical is unethical illegal, past admin or current admin at the time. Admin and past council being completely unethical. I'll just have to make this a little smaller. So in this, this is some of the information that Inspector Cuff is referring to, that shows that some of this conversation that happened in regards to the Civic Center. So here, this is an email that's being sent between the city and consultants, and it says, "Hi, please find attached the analysis of the cost premium associated with a fall 2021 start versus delaying construction to the spring of 2022." So from a consultant to someone at the city of Chestermere. Hi, Navi. Following up on our chat from yesterday, here are two schedule options that are being considered at this time. Option 1 is a fall start, winter stop, which is to expedite earthworks and civil. Tender would hit the street late next week. The trade is still in discussion with another company to see how quick they can pull this together. This would allow us to start work and establish a presence in case the new council wants to put the brakes on this project. Previously, the only work shown to take place between November to January was going to be the utilities. This work is not schedule critical and is much better from quality and cost standpoint to be in the warmer months. There will now be a roughly 2.5 month gap from November to January when the piling starts. We want to review the next week's schedule discussion. It can be accelerated in order to start the piling work sooner. Can you review with the trade company in advance of the September 17th meeting? Option 2, a spring start. Work would start when the ground thaws out, likely end of March. Design and pre-construction would continue from now until March construction start. This approach is seen as riskier due to the upcoming election. Joe will be sending out the cost savings impacts to going this route. He will be sending this out by September 13th. So you ask yourself, starting at the appropriate time in a spring start is a riskier choice, which doesn't make sense, obviously. Riskier is the less risk option of the construction world is to start in the spring. Riskier, as they're commenting here, is only in the sense of if the new council could stop the project. Perfect for a lawsuit abusing taxpayers' money. What was also included in the email is the analysis on how to do a winter start and the cost of construction of doing such. So here we identify the scheduled cost premiums for starting in a fall start and the various starts and stops between supervision and the winter scope. And you can see that one of the challenges you first see is that whether you do a spring start, you're at 19 months, and whether you do a fall start, you're at 22 months. So even though you started earlier, it's going to take you longer to finish. There's no benefit of time by starting earlier. It makes no sense to start in the winter. Again, that's not when you want to start a construction project. Again, you waste 3 months, and the premium for starting in this off-season time frame is approximately $984,000. which again, this is an abuse of taxpayers' funds. And so this is what was being attempted, and this is what George Cuff spoke of as being unethical. In relation to this, it further speaks on October 7th, so this is just before the election of October 18th. It says, I'm reaching out to set up an urgent meeting to discuss a number of items related to the Civic Center project. Can you please let me know your availability for tomorrow between 8 and 9 or anytime after 11 a.m. The meeting and agenda items will be site access. Mobilization to site needs to happen before the election day and keep going from there. Redesign, approval from the city, cost plan, other engineering drawings, development permit, pre-engineering construction, civil tender, timing for foundations, concrete, and steel, etc. Now, this is from a consultant to the city. The election results weren't in our favor. So this likely wasn't from a consultant. This is probably from the city. The election results weren't in our favor with respect to the Civic Recreation Center. We'll give you a call to discuss next steps. The email before that, 3:44 p.m., was from someone and someone. How bad was the election results of last night for our project? So this was an email sent to the councillors on November 3rd, right after our election, 2021. Please find attached the lawyer's legal opinion on the Civic Center that was received October 26, 2021, which was our first council meeting that we held in the afternoon. Kind of odd how we were never given this document by staff when I believe it was important to council. Both the contract and the blank contract, which gives the city the right to terminate both of these agreements for convenience without cause. We also added provisions which allow the city to only pay for the work or services performed up to the date of termination and some other limited actual expenses which may occur. We do not need to buy out the contracts and pay for the profit they would have lost if they would have successfully carried out the agreements. How is it that the city lied about this during the election, after the election, and in council meetings to council? I feel a review of what's happened around this project is important. Sure seems to be a lot of odd things happening. This document was last modified and received by staff at 10/26/2021, 11:47 a.m., which was before our first special council meeting at 3 p.m. the same day. Council's review and response. The above section 1.3 clearly shows this is another opinion of the investigator. No context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectation, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates a bias towards the duly elected mayor by painting a negative narrative. Despite his commentary, he finds the behavior might not be deemed irregular or improper. Council agrees that his behavior is not irregular and improper, and that the mayor understands that the majority decisions of council is required to proceed on any matters. This prevents him from moving too far ahead of council. No action of council is required. On pages 112 to 113, instance number 3, 17.2.1, Chestermere Council split. One of the repeated messages emanating from virtually, this is Cuff's response, from virtually all respondents was their observation that the council is regularly split on the key issues, and particularly those which would impact how the governance mandate is discharged. The split has been evident since shortly after the 2021 election, even though there is a spirit, at least to some extent, of collegiality when discussing and voting on non-controversial issues. There is nothing illegal or even improper about a council which has fundamental disagreements over key issues. Indeed, it is important to recognize that any council member is expected to vote their own conscience and not be cowed into silence by the majority. Such reflects a healthy council. What is not healthy or productive for this or any other any council is when such disagreements on issues become predictable and the council is viewed as a 4-3 council before a meeting begins, where the 4-3 split consistently involves the same 4 council members in opposition to the same 3 council members. That does not serve the community well. This predictable behavior by all members is improper and contrary to the spirit of a functional council. Council's review. The above section 2.1 is clearly shows this is an opinion of the investigator. No context or evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias toward the duly elected council decisions by painting a negative narrative. Despite his commentary, he finds there is nothing illegal or even improper about a council which has fundamental disagreements over key issues. Members of council agree that there is nothing illegal or even improper with council having fundamental disagreements over key issues. This is how democracy works. Each member of council has indicated that they vote independently their conscience based on what they believe is in the best interest of the city. No action of council is required. On page 130 to 133, instance number 4, 17.5.2, implications of the strategic advisory group. There are obvious concerns which ought to be, this is from Cuff again, there are obvious concerns which ought to be noted in the creation of the special group of council advisors. The philosophy behind the establishment of this group is cloudy at best. With the motivation to strengthen the administration or the council, was it to enable council to access administrative decision-making without violating the requirement to direct traffic through the CAOs? Was it to place additional and largely unfettered managerial powers in the hands of the mayor? Members of this group will be accessed by the mayor and will be contracted to the city through agreements signed by the mayor, acting as council's spokesperson. Regardless of the fact that the members of this group are to be directed by the mayor, as established by the duly approved bylaw 006-22, this flawed arrangement falls within the description of irregular practice. The SAG employees are to be commissioned by the mayor to undertake a range of leadership and investigative work, which would normally fall to the CAO and their department heads. This group of experts operates outside the bounds of a normal CAO department head structure and can be commissioned to undertake whatever new project either they or the mayor/council wish to undertake. It is our finding that the Strategic Advisory Group represents an irregular and improper arrangement with the strong potential to corrupt the normal council administrative hierarchy and definition of appropriate roles. Council's review. The above section 2.1 clearly shows this is another opinion of the investigator. No legislation is quoted that prohibits this organizational structure, nor context or evidence to justify his comments. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations and participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected council decisions by painting a negative narrative. Members of council agree that this may be considered irregular because it is not common but not improper. Similar arrangements exist in other cities, and the legal opinions confirm that this structure falls within legislation. This item is also related to the inspector's bias objection to the council's tri-CAO model, which also falls within legislation. In the province of Ontario, the CAO position is considered discretionary. Section 229 of their Act, accountability officers or designated officers are established by bylaws. No further action of council is required, as this will also be addressed under Ministerial Order Number 4. 17.10.2 on pages 147, the Anchor newspaper article, possible code violations. Inspector Cuff writes, Councillors Narayan, Johal, Watt, and Dean purchased space in a local newspaper to present their side of an issue, hiring an investigator, and to criticize the other members of council by stating that the other members of City Council refused to add this clause that would ensure an impartial hiring process and ultimately a fulsome and honest investigation. Email Mayor Council meeting March 29, 2022. The inspector finds this action to be irregular, as such comments should have been addressed at an in-camera meeting of council and not in a public forum. Council review and response. The above is another opinion of the investigator. No context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected councillors by painting a negative narrative. Evidence submitted showed that the interim former CAO, members of admin, and city legal were inappropriately involved with the 3 councillors. The former interim CAO and city legal and returning councillor were aware this was improper, and yet failed to inform the first-term councillors. Council previously submitted a code of conduct investigation for this incident, which was performed and completed by an independent third party that followed the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. The conclusion reached was the complaint was valid and that a breach had occurred. Each councillor was provided a copy of the complaint, allowed the opportunity to respond, and submit additional evidence. Adequate reasons were provided, and corrective recommendation were submitted to council. The results of this investigation will come to future council meeting. No further action of council is required at this time, and will also be addressed under Ministerial Order number 5. Instance number 6 on page 147 to 148, treatment of CFO. 17.10.2, possible code violations. Cuff writes, we were advised by council members and the senior manager involved in this incident that Councillor Hanley treated the CFO of the city in a disrespectful manner and challenged her professional competence as she was presenting a Q3 update for all of council on December 7th, 2022. The former CFO expressed feeling humiliated, psychologically abused, and belittled. This was also stated to us by the former CFO in a telephone conversation on August 18th, 2022, wherein she stated that the comments leveled by Councillor Hanley on the budget presentation were demeaning, harassing, and ridiculing. Councillor Hanley responded to our questions on this matter by explaining that he felt his comments were direct but not unduly harsh, and agreed that the CFO might have found the incident embarrassing. We find this behavior by Councillor Hanley to be improper. Council's review. The above is another opinion of the investigator. No context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectation and participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards a duly elected councillor by painting a negative narrative. The email of February 9th, 2022 refers to the signed request by Councillor Ryan, Dean, and Watt to the Minister seeking an inspection or inquiry into the affairs of the city and the conduct of the mayor and certain councillors. This initiative was previously outlined in an advice email on November 6, 2021, an email between a former CAO, city lawyer, and a re-elected councillor, all of which is irregular and improper. With the MGA, councillors acting without a motion of council and not following proper protocols for dispute resolution. The relevant section number 5 on the February 9th letter reads as follows. On December 7th, 2021, Councillor Hanley berated and humiliated the city's CFO during a council meeting. She was notably shaken during her presentation. At one point, Councillor Hanley requested all directors provide their comments on the budget in an attempt to pit staff against the CFO in a public setting. This action resulted in her immediate resignation. This link to the meeting shows the record of the incident. She was a respected member of the city staff. Before his election, Councillor Hanley and his now deceased spouse made false accusations against the CFO on social media. They alleged that she deceived city residents concerning the calculation of property taxes and supplemental taxes and wanted her fired. A review of the allegations was conducted by city staff and city's auditors and legal counsel, and it was determined that the allegations were false. Their report was presented to previous council. The above statement from the councillors Narayan, Dean, and Watt to the minister contains numerous factual errors, speculation, and demonstrates personal bias. Unbeknownst to the council at the time, the city's former CFO indicated she would be resigning prior to meeting on December 7th, 2021. Earlier email evidence exists that the former CFO on December 3rd, 2021, inquiring about the severance documents, followed by another email December 5th, 2021, with another attached to her with her resignation letter, agreement, and release. The actual severance payment was not approved by council and is under investigation. The above refers to a February 9th, 2022 email from Narayan, Dean, and Watt, where they falsely indicate information about the CFO to Municipal Affairs. Attempting to mislead the Municipal Affairs, the CFO had resigned before this December 7th, 2021 council meeting, and this conversation in council did not cause anything. This is improper behavior. The additional comments regarding Councillor Hanley's deceased spouse are unfounded, spiteful, speculation, and disrespectful to a fellow councillor. Further evidence of regarding property tax calculations issues brought to prior council's attention is available, which includes correspondence from a previous CAO and a letter from Municipal Affairs confirming her interpretation was in fact correct. Rather despicable behavior by councillors Narayan, Dean, and Watt, which demonstrates their lack of knowledge on the matter and proves that they are working with other despicable characters in the background. This is improper behavior. In relation to this December 7th allegation in the inspection report, the investigator and former interim CAO both demonstrated their lack of managerial financial competencies by not even referring to the quality of the presentation. The purpose of this presentation was to provide council with the actual business reasons for financial expense variances. This presentation should never have been presented to council, and it was unfinished and did not follow best business practices nor any business norms. When a CAO's staff member makes a presentation, they do so through the CAO to all members of council. In reverse, council's feedback questions are directed to the CAO or through the CAO back to the presenter. Council allowed this presentation to take place and then provided the appropriate direct feedback and clear expectations to improve the quality of future presentations. This approach followed business norms and best practices to foster continual improvement and therefore is not improper. The former CFO may have felt humiliated, psychologically abused, and belittled, which was a direct result of the former interim CAO's lack of due diligence in allowing the presentation to move before council. And his less than effective mentoring and leadership skills, especially knowing the CFO was in the process of resigning before she came to council that day. The investigator tries to imply this event is akin to harassment, ignores the fact that harassment does not refer to the exercise of legitimate managerial authority, including but not limited to day-to-day operations, managing employee performance, or the application of progressive discipline. Council finds Councillor Hanley's behavior not to be improper, and the former interim CAO and CFO behavior was improper, along with Councillors Narayan, Dean, and Watt's behavior was improper. No further action of council is required. Instance number 7 on page 148, which is the Grand Prairie Conference, 17.10.2, possible code violations. Cuff writes that Councillor Foat was reported at a mid-sized cities conference in Grand Prairie to have spoken disrespectfully of a staff as rats leaving a sinking ship. The language we find to be improper as it is unsuitable and does not conform with acceptable standards of conduct. Council's review is the above is an opinion of the investigator. No context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, and adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards a duly elected councillor by painting a negative narrative. The inspector fails to provide context, demonstrates a particularly strong bias as it takes a minimum of 2 people to have a conversation or disagreement. No mention, evidence, nor quoted statement is made regarding the conduct of the other municipal official making this claim. As recalled by Councillor Foat, the other individual insulted Chestermere by indicating with rude language that the MGA does not allow multiple CAOs. And when corrected, he shifted his argument into a number of staff that had departed and how it was council was to blame. Councillor Foat agrees that he failed by allowing the situation to escalate, which led to his disrespectful comment. During an inspection process, he offered to apologize for his actions and wondered if the other municipal official would also be willing to apologize. The inspector also repeats himself on page 160 of the report where this incident is restated. No further action of council is required. Instance number 8 on page 149, package from former director. 17.10.2, possible code violations. Cuff writes, all of council received a package from the former director that outlines some very troubling information, including the mayor encouraging a former director to personally sue councillors Narayan and Johal Watt. The mayor using his personal email to conduct city business, including with city investigator, and other concerns as well. She also provided evidence that demonstrated these concerns. We have not been allowed to speak about this in council as the mayor will not allow this conversation to happen. Any member of council could provide you with this package. Correspondence from Councillor Dean, May 23rd, 2022. We briefed the mayor on this matter and he responded with the following. It's completely false. that there is no proof that this is only hearsay from a disgruntled staff member. We find this behavior by the mayor to be improper as it does not conform to accepted standards or conduct. Council review. The above is an opinion of the investigator. No context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected mayor by painting a negative narrative. During the implementation of the Tri-CAO model, a former acting city director and SAG group representative were both competing for the permanent city director position, and each had a strong distrust of one another. As the situation began to escalate, each was trying to get the other dismissed by making false statements and providing misleading information to council. One believed that when a majority of council was convinced, the other would be gone. The situation has resolved itself by one resigning and the other being eventually released. This information is not accurate, and Cuff simply is showing false statements from a disgruntled staff member. As indicated, this information is false. Cuff does no investigation into the validity of the information. This was improper behavior by a senior administrative staff, which has now been resolved. No further action by council is required. Instance number 9 on page 149. The demotion of former interim city director. 17.10.2, possible code violations. Cuff writes, on March 29, 2022, without prior written notice, as required by subsections 206.2 and 206.3 of the MGA, the city revoked the appointment of the city director, growth and development, and demoted the city director to his former position of senior manager of planning and growth. No opportunity was afforded the director to speak in his defense to council. This represents irregular behavior by not following the usual rules about what should be done. Council's review. This above is an opinion of the investigator. No context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected council by painting a negative narrative. The city director, growth and development, had never signed his contract, as he was guaranteed the ability to return to his previous staff role if he or council found performance issues. During his tenure, he actively opposed council's decisions and directions. These job performance issues were then addressed by council and city directors. Council informed him of the reasons that his performance was unacceptable and that he was returned to his previous role, effective immediately. Prior to council's public announcement, he continued to actively oppose council and inappropriately exercised the powers of the CAO. These subsequent job performance issues were then addressed by the remaining city directors in compliance with legislation. Administrative staff issues are under the jurisdiction and responsibilities of the CAOs. Council concurs that these circumstances may be perceived as irregular, as he was without a contract and therefore not an employee of council. His guarantee to be returned to his previous role made his position acting and not under council's direct jurisdiction. This acting city director was appointed by council with a clause allowing him to return to his previous position. Council voted to return him to his previous position. The staff member also never signed his acting city director agreement. The staff member never requested to speak with council. Cuff uses the MGA incorrectly in this instance. As per MGA 206.6, the city director can be revoked with cause, subject to our agreement and with the staff member and with no notice, which the agreement was for him to go back to his previous position, which he was allowed to and did. Additionally, section 206.4 says that is only afforded the opportunity to speak if he requests this of council, and no such request was made. This is absolutely not irregular, as Cuff notes, and this is an example how Cuff should know the MGA better and ask more questions rather than jump to conclusions as he does his report. Council believes it is highly unlikely that he would want to speak in his defense and never requested to do so, as this would have resulted in the evidence being presented of his opposing activities. The inspector does not provide any reference or evidence that this lack of opportunity was requested by this individual. This leads council to believe this item may be generated by the inspector's own personal bias. No further action of council is required. Instance number 10 on page 149 to 150, the Senior Advisory Committee. 17.10.2, possible code violations. Cuff writes, at a meeting with council to try and understand what was happening on January 3rd, 2022, the Senior Advisory Group, SAC, this group of 10 volunteers, some of who have served the community for decades, were treated with disrespect and most unexpected bullying from the mayor. The SAC, as you know, has lodged a complaint with the Department of Municipal Affairs for this infraction of the Code of Conduct. The mayor has responded by stating that he has no say in the termination of the SAC committee. Councillor Dean provided the motion, as recommended by legislative staff member, to terminate all committees as per every new council. He further explained that a member of council was to advise the committee but had forgot, and that he feels that this incident was not portrayed as he recalled it. We find that the mayor acted in an improper manner towards the group of community volunteers. Council review and response. The above is an opinion of the investigator. No context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected mayor by painting a negative narrative. After numerous requests, Municipal Affairs nor the authors have ever provided a copy of the referenced email letter of June 13, 2022, so we are unable to comment on the alleged infraction of the Code of Conduct. Early in Council's term, on the advice of administrative legislative staff through the former interim CAO, the Council should terminate all SAC committee appointments. Council followed this advice and passed an appropriate motion. This upset the members of the SAC committee who request a meeting for January 3rd, 2022 to have council reconsider the termination decision. During the introduction portion of the meeting, it became quickly apparent that the members did not come to plead their case for reconsideration, but rather to admonish council for their actions. A large number of the members chose to insult Councillors Foat and Dean of being dishonest, swearing, and throwing papers at the mayor. The mayor responded by informing them being disrespectful was not helpful towards their cause of requesting consideration. As council had already scheduled a meeting following this event, the mayor then left to prepare for the next meeting. The committee members were not finished admonishing the mayor and council and became more upset that he refused to allow this meeting to further escalate tensions. Council finds his behavior to not be improper. Council notes the decision that during the inspection process, the investigator never spoke with two other councillors who also attended this meeting to obtain their perspective. This appears to be a biased, one-sided allegation within the report. No action of council is further required. Instance number 11 on page 150, contract of city investigator. 17.10.2, possible code violations. Cuff writes, shall not make improper use of his or her position as an elected official to 4.15.1, gain or attempt to gain or advance directly or indirectly a personal or private interest for him, herself, or another person. We find that the mayor, an email to council, made the following statement with respect to the hiring of an individual who is supposed to be opposed by some members of council. Appoint JG as city investigator of internal affairs as per Minister McIver's advice. This information to council was misleading, as that did not happen as confirmed by the ministry. The mayor explains that he was in discussion with the minister regarding information that had been leaked to a newspaper, and that the minister, in a subsequent email 3 days later, indicated his support for the investigation. This represents improper behavior in that it deviated from the truth and may have caused or enabled members of council to vote their agreement to a personal decision, appointment of a member of the Strategic Advisory Group. Council's review. The above is the opinion of the investigator, again provides no context nor evidence. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected mayor by painting a negative narrative. The investigator shows his bias by indicating this information to council was misleading, as that did not happen as confirmed by the ministry. By choosing a single-side version of events while failing to investigate the other side. In addition to the referenced email of March 24th, 2022, regarding the appointment of JG as city investigator, council was also forwarded a copy of the email from Minister McIver where he indicated it would be a good idea. Council finds the inspector's behavior improper. No further action of council is required. Instance number 12, on page 151, being concurrently informed. 17.10.2, possible code violations. Cuff writes, we were advised by all of council members that they are split into two camps on most significant issues. As a result, the mayor ensures support for his views and priorities by taking only certain members into his confidence. All members of council are entitled and expected to receive concurrent information to enable decisions to be made with the best information received in a timely manner. The mayor responds that he has lobbied for council members for their opinion without the intent of predetermining anything. All members of council deserve to be concurrently informed as to the issues under consideration by the mayor or as soon to be on a council meeting agenda. This behavior is improper. Council's review and response. The above is an opinion of the investigator again. No context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected mayor by painting a negative narrative. This is demonstrated by the statement. As a result, the mayor ensures support for his views and priorities by taking only certain members into his confidence. This is a biased opinion by speaking on behalf of what he believes are the mayor's motivations. Council agrees that all members of council are entitled to receive concurrent information to enable decisions to be made with the best available information. Despite the numerous requests to the investigator and municipal affairs for the documentation driving the review of the inspection process, this information was never provided. Leaked documentation was later obtained that demonstrated Councillor Narayan, Dean, and Watt had colluded with certain current and past administration staff to pen both jointly and separately various emails and letters. These contains numerous allegations, personal opinions, and partial truths with the intent to mislead and harm. As the inspector states, all members of council deserve to be concurrently informed as to the issues under consideration. This did not happen, and council finds this behavior of certain members of council, the inspector and municipal affairs, to be improper. No further action of council is required. Instance number 13 on page 151, being concurrently informed. 17.10.2, possible code violations. Cuff writes, the mayor contacted 3 members of council with regard to revoking the contract of a city director, thus interfering with the ability of the 3 councillors to be as well informed and prepared for discussion of the matter as the other 4 members of council. Email Councillor Narayan 6/16/22. This constitutes improper behavior by the mayor in that all members of council are entitled to expect to receive concurrent information to enable decisions to be made with the best available information received in a timely manner. The mayor responds that he has lobbied 4 council members for their opinion without the intent of predetermining anything. All members of council deserve to be concurrently informed as to the issues under consideration by the mayor or soon to be on a council meeting agenda. This behavior is improper. The above is an opinion of the investigator. No context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected mayor by painting a negative narrative. This inspector's allegation is a repeat of the incident from page 149 and 150 of the inspection report. During the implementation of the Tri-CAO model, a former acting city director and SAG group representative were both competing for the permanent city director position and had a strong distrust of one another. As the situation began to escalate, each was trying to get the other dismissed by making false statements and providing misleading information to council. One believed that once a majority of council convinced the other would be gone. The situation has resolved itself by one resigning and the other being eventually released. As discussed in our meeting with Municipal Affairs June 20th, Municipal Affairs confirmed the MGA does not require information to be shared with all of council at the same time. Cuff misunderstands the application of the MGA, and this is not an MGA requirement. Council finds this was improper behavior by senior administrative staff, which has now been resolved. Council further finds inspectors' behavior was improper as the same information was provided to all of council. Further, Cuff's behavior is improper for indicating that it is a requirement when the MGA does not require it. No further action of council is required. Instance number 14 on page 151 to 152, the Committee of the Whole meetings. 17.10.2, possible code violations. Cuff writes, the decision to remove the Committee of the Whole process from Council's meeting schedule has inhibited any opportunity that all members would have to fully understand agenda issues and the perspectives of management who have prepared the report. As a result, Council proceeds without a complete understanding and with limited assurance that each element has been properly considered. While this is not improper or even rare, it does result in members of Council having a very limited period of time to discuss and debate what could be weighty matters. Council's review and response is the above is an opinion of the investigator. No context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. As it violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected mayor by painting a negative narrative. This is further demonstrated by his comments, while this is not improper or even rare. Council finds the inspector's behavior to be improper, and all of Council has provided meeting materials at the same time, enabling them to become equally prepared. No further action of Council is required. Instance number 15 on page 152, acting without authority of Council. (17.10.2) possible code violations. Cuff writes the statement by the former interim CAO that the mayor ordered me to sell a piece of shoreline property along Chestermere Lake to an upland property owner for the price offered them in 2012. The 2012 value was approximately $40,000 less than the most recent appraised value. I did not comply with this order. This constitutes improper irregular behavior by the mayor as one acting without authority of a prior resolution of council. The mayor responded to this by saying, incredible how much of a misrepresentation of the truth this is. Plus he forgot to mention damage done by the city to the property. This was a motion of council, not the mayor. The lot was not being sold below value. The property was significantly damaged by the city and the city had liability. Council discussed the seriousness of this numerous times. See motions 501, 02, 03, 21. Council's review and response. The above is an opinion of the investigator. No context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected mayor by painting a negative narrative. The issues with this shoreline property came up in December of 2021 once administration provided the background information which resulted in the following two motions being passed at the December 21, 2021 council meeting. Moved by Councillor Hanley that council direct administration to take the necessary steps to immediately remove the fencing on the property to allow for access to Chestermere Lake. Moved by Councillor Funk that council direct administration to negotiate a fair deal with the landowners and that the cost of interest at the time of the sale as well as the damages to the dock, electrical, and irrigation system should be considered in negotiations. The investigator's bias is shown by his choice and placement of a determination based on a former interim CAO's comments, who admits he did not comply with council's directions. The evidence shows that the motions of council were provided which further demonstrates the lack of natural justice and procedural fairness. Council finds the inspector's behavior to be improper and that no further action is required. Instance number 16 on page 153, the opinion email from Councillor Dean. 17.10.2, possible code violations. Cuff writes, in an email from Councillor Dean of July 23, 2022, he reported that, I further find the tone of his emails to not only be disrespectful and unprofessional, but they highlight the underlying problem we are facing in Chestermere. The mayor believes that as the mayor, he is the boss. A couple of months ago, I met with the mayor, Colvin, after a council meeting, and he told me that we have decided that the three of you don't matter. We will let you speak at meetings and stuff, but really, the three of you don't matter. The tone of his email seems to further solidify the sentiment of the mayor. I do not understand how staff can be prepared to present based on the timeline of the meeting. Further, yes, he is the mayor, but the mayor is not the CAO, premier, prime minister, or president. In my opinion, based on this exchange, he has no intention of building relationships or collaborating with all of council. Mayor Colvin is cutting councillors Narayan, Joel Watt, and Dean out of meetings, not communicating, and continues to make decisions to increase the divide in council. The mayor responded by stating this is a biased statement. Mayor is the CEO, highest elected official in the municipality. Councillors are in every meeting. They are never cut out. How could you even do that? The mayor also indicated in a Teams call that he deliberately asked individual councillors questions on areas wherein they have an interest or expertise. The behavior described above constitutes improper behavior by the mayor in that all members of councils are entitled and expected to be treated in an equal and impartial fashion by the leader of council. Council's review and response. This above is an opinion of the investigator. No context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected mayor by painting a negative narrative. The inspectors quotes the opinion of a single councillor's bias that appears to be upset that things are not going his way. The mayor responds by saying councillors are in every meeting. They are never cut out. How could you even do that? The inspector then states all members of council are entitled and expected to be treated in an equal impartial fashion by the leader of council. This is what the mayor has indicated and how democracy works. The statement, the behavior described above constitutes improper behavior by the mayor, further demonstrates the lack of natural justice and procedural fairness. Councillor finds the inspectors acted unprofessionally and that no further action is required. Instance number 17 on page 154, business behind closed doors. 17.10.2, possible code violations. Cuff writes, there have been many concerns expressed about several council members of council doing council's business behind closed doors, and then having any necessary decisions made in chambers by council as a whole. Any decisions by council are to involve council as a whole. Such behavior is not appropriate to the fulsome decision-making of this council, as it does not reflect equal treatment of all members, nor and even access to the information on a timely manner respecting forthcoming meetings and decisions of council. We find this irregular and improper behavior. Council's review and response. The above is an opinion of the investigator. No context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected council by painting a negative narrative. Council agrees with the findings of irregular and improper behavior. Council members are entitled to receive concurrent information to enable decisions to be made with the best available information. Despite the numerous requests to the investigator in municipal affairs for the documentation driving the review and inspection process, this information has never been provided. Leaked documentation was later obtained that demonstrated councillors Narayan, Dean, and Watt had colluded with certain current and past administration staff to pen both jointly and separately various emails and letters. These contain numerous allegations, personal opinions, and partial truths with the intent to mislead and harm. The inspector's bias is further demonstrated in failing to be clear that the above email and letters are examples of certain council members doing business behind closed doors and acting without the authority of council. They chose not to follow any of the proper council dispute resolution protocols. Council finds this behavior of certain members of council, the inspector, and municipal affairs to be improper. No further action is required. Instance number 18 on page 154, access to information. 17.10.2, possible code violations. Cuff writes, according to various staff reports, concern was expressed when council and newer members of management were requesting access to the emails and other records, cell phones, computers, email accounts, and working folders of the former mayor, CAO, CFO, and former interim CAO. This was initially resisted by certain staff, including the head of IT, as being in opposition to their understanding of what is permissible by city policies and FOIP requirements. It would be fair to assume that the then administration would not want to act on any request from any other manager unless there was some assurance that they had followed applicable policies and protocols regarding access to such data. The signing of any required confidentiality agreement and an agreement to follow city's interpretation of FOIP legislation. We find this behavior by the mayor and councillors Hanley and Fote to be irregular, improper, and contrary to current city policy. Council review and response. The above is an opinion of the investigator with no context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected mayor by painting a negative narrative. Inspector bias is demonstrated by the lack of context. At the beginning of this council's term, obtaining information about the operation or administration of the municipality from the CAO as per section 153D of the MGA was difficult. Offices were void of files, information requests were being mostly ignored, blocked by staff, or advised that information no longer exists, which was contrary to city policies. In the process of reviewing the limited information being provided, council became aware of the information system's security breaches and the destruction of city's property. For example, email chains provided related to the Civic Center contained numerous emails from city officials that were no longer in existence. Access to information systems remained available and accessed by individuals whom should not have retained access. Council and newer members of management then took efforts to preserve and ensure city's information property was being protected in compliance with the MGA and city policies. The inspector actually states this was initially restricted by certain staff, including the head of IT, as being in opposition of their understanding of what is permissible by city policies and FOIP requirements. This statement demonstrates insubordination by staff and a lack of their understanding of legislation and city policies. Council finds the inspector was biased and failed to ensure compliance legislation, and this item is not irregular and improper, nor contrary to current city policy. No further action is required. Instance number 19 on page 155, access to information. 17.10.2, possible code violation, Cuff writes, any request for access to such devices or other equipment should be made by council as a request to the CAO, who would under normal circumstances ensure the city policies and FOIP legislation are being observed, so as to ensure applicable rules and confidentiality committed to by the city. Any such request should be made wherein there would be evidence to conclude that such devices were being used for non-city business, not following proper FOIP processes, could make the city liable for fines or restitution of other damages. We find this to be improvident behavior by members of council. Council's review and response is the above is an opinion of the investigator. No context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectation, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected council by painting a negative narrative. Council finds the inspector further demonstrated his bias by continuing to twist his previous findings on page 154. Council and newer members of management then took efforts to preserve and ensure city information property was being protected in compliance with the MGA and city policies. The inspector previous findings demonstrate insubordination by staff and a lack of their understanding of legislation and city policies. Council finds the inspector was biased and failed to ensure compliance legislation, and this item is not improvident nor contrary to the current city policy. No further action is required. Instance number 20 on page 156, access to information. 17.10.2, possible code violations. Cuff writes that staff struggle to maintain a semblance of the normal operational patterns throughout my term of employment. Council's distrust for staff was further demonstrated by the mayor directing Councillor Hanley to insert himself into the city's finance department's accounts payable approval process. This led to delays in the payment of invoices approved through the usual multi-step process. Councillor Hanley and the mayor were advised that council doing staff work was not their responsibility. Correspondence by the interim CAO. The mayor responded to this in part as follows. he, being the interim CAO, had some sort of agenda to obstruct and block council. Councillor Hanley provided additional insight as to his involvement and spoke to the fact that council members were being asked to approve invoices based on a 3-page summary without any backup details. We agree that council members doing staff work is not appropriate, but asking for additional information would much better illuminate expenditures is not beyond reason. We therefore do not find this to be irregular behavior by the mayor and Councillor Hanley. The above is an opinion of the investigator. Little context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectation, participation rights, and adequate reasons, and demonstrates his bias towards the duly elected mayor and council by painting a negative narrative. Council finds the inspector's unprofessionalism and bias is further demonstrated by his choice to include a finding where we therefore do not find this to be irregular behavior. This finding paints a negative narrative and fails to focus on the correspondence by the interim CAO of May 19th. Council is concerned with what other untrue statements were also included within that correspondence and why they have not been provided with a copy after numerous requests. No further action of council is required. Instance number 21 on page 156 to 157, performance of an interim CAO. 1710.2, possible code violations. Cuff writes, from the first day I faced regular requests by the mayor and occasionally by one of his supporting councillors to fire specific staff members who were deemed to be disloyal to the mayor. I refused every request and attempted to find a means to begin to build relationships. I was not successful in any instance. As the result of continued display of displeasure by the mayor and council, including at times verbal abuse in the formal setting of council CAL meetings, I found myself negotiating several mutual release packages for senior staff who were constructively dismissed by council's actions. My continued refusal to terminate staff led to my own termination on January 17th. Correspondence with the interim CAO. We find that this falls within the definition of improper behavior and that it falls outside the boundaries as established by the MGA Section 180. The council may act only by resolution or bylaw. Council review and response. Cuff was shown this, and he participating in the cover-up of these events and has intentionally misled the public and government. The interim CAO, council learned a senior member of IT was deleting and destroying city property after this was uncovered. The interim CAO asked the mayor to cover up and forgive crimes of wrongful activity by staff, which the mayor would not agree. This led to issues with the interim CAO. The interim CAO paid funds out without authorization and above his authority and were unbudgeted expenses, $600,000 in his, as he indicates, payoffs to staff, $100,000 unapproved to a construction company. The interim CAO asked staff to cover up crimes of property destruction by creating a staff policy allowing it to be done retroactively. See the email below. The CAO encouraged councillors Narayan, Dean, and Watt to spend unbudgeted funds without council approval. Number 6, amongst many other things. Here, interim CAO is shown trying to cover the alleged crime up, and Cuff knows about this. Now Cuff is assisting in not reporting this. The interim CAO was caught asking Ledge Services Manager to create a fake policy after the fact to cover the alleged destroying of city property. However, even the legislative manager tells him it's city policy to keep the files and emails, and in fact, all fired and resigned staff get a legal hold on their files and emails so they cannot be deleted. The IT manager deleted these and destroyed city property and has been referred to legal counsel. See files attached separately on the CFO that was almost paid $400,000 and director of HR paid $200,000. The interim CAO admitted to me that it was hush money, and when I seemed surprised, he would not communicate further. Just let me pause for a second. Why in the heck does this not have blocking over it. Redaction. Redact that before it goes. Just give me a quick moment. I just want to make sure that we have this information presented properly. I'll actually be done here in about 25 seconds. Sorry for this inconvenience. Okay, so here we have an email. If we start actually at the bottom, you'll see the email come through from the CAO to the Ledge Department. You both heard what I communicated to council on this topic. Do you know of any written policy, protocol, or directive on this topic? The Ledge replies back and says, there is an IT end user policy that speaks to keeping email records. According to this policy, they are kept for at least 2 years, and hardware may be examined, reviewed at the direction of the CAO or council. See the snippets below. Litigation holds will be applied to the emails of any user whose employment or contract is terminated, voluntarily or not, pending any FOIP request that may be imposed on the city. The litigation hold will be placed on each council member's email for the duration of their council term plus 2 years. Users do not have any expectation of privacy with respect to activities conducted and documents stored on the city network, hardware, city Wi-Fi connection, or other devices, and are required to comply with the FOIP Act. In order to protect the city and prevent liability, information received, generated, or stored on the city network, hardware, or other devices may be examined, inspected, monitored, or reviewed by the city at any time without the user's consent or notification. However, this shall be conducted only through specific direction of council or the CAO. Then the CAO responds back to Ledge Services and says, thanks. As I read the policy, there is nothing that precludes having an operational policy relating to the cleaning of used equipment. Your thoughts? From Ledge. I agree, there is nothing precluding that. Most files are kept in adherence to our retention schedule, or in the case of emails stored on the file server anyway. I would recommend that IT have something such as an administrative policy written down that at least speaks to the cleaning of used equipment. If this is the operational practice, sorry, that the admin wishes to continue following. That way it can be referenced should topics like this arise in the future. Great idea. Care to write the policy? So the issue with that is obviously the C drives that are on, the hard drives that are on the computers. The above is an opinion of the investigator. No context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice. Yeah, maybe.
The above is an opinion of the investigator. No context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected mayor and council by painting a negative narrative. Council finds the inspector's unprofessionalism and bias is further demonstrated in his desire to believe and failure to investigate a former interim CAO job performance. As identified on the previous finding, page 156, the correspondence, interim CAO, May 19th, 2022, was untruthfully and contained unfounded allegations. Council is concerned with what other untrue statements were also included within that correspondence. Despite numerous requests, Council has never been provided with these allegations. The former interim CAO has already demonstrated his lack on integrity and competencies by authorizing severance packages and unapproved unbudgeted payments without the authority of Council. Refused to deal with security breaches and destruction of property. Refused to follow motions of Council. Actively participated and encouraged councillors to act without authority in seeking and review the inspection process with municipal affairs. Provided advice to council contrary to legislation and city policies. Requested to write staff policies after the fact to justify his actions. His original interim contract was for 2 months, and council was concerned that would not be enough time to find a suitable replacement. At the time, he was asked if he would be willing to extend his extend into January 2022. His release was performed in accordance with his contract. Council is in consultation with legal, is considering next steps in relation to this individual. Council finds that former interim CAO actions fall within the definition of improper behavior and that it falls outside of the boundaries as established by the MGA. The city's instance number 22 on page 152, performance of former interim CAO, possible code violations under section 17, 2022. The city's finances, and in particular the city's chief financial officer, were a major focus of the mayor and his supporting councillors. This resulted in staff never being able to provide council with a fully briefing of state of city's finances and the work that was being completed for the 2022 budget. CFO made numerous attempts to have constructive discussions and to make informative presentations to council. In every instance, the mayor or council Hanley would be verbally abusive of her work, question her professionalism, and make additional defaming comments. Took her apart in televised public session. CFO was one of the senior staff who chose to secure a mutual release. Part of correspondence, interim CAO, May 19th, 2022. We find that this falls within the definition of improper behavior and that it falls outside of the boundaries as established by the MGA. Section 180, subsection 1, i.e. a council may act only by resolution or bylaw. He advised council that the fact that the settlements provided to staff would be expensive, he believed that they did not care. He simply wanted it done. The mayor signed the checks. Interviews, interim CAO, July 20th, 2022, telephone conversation, also 31/08/22. We find this to be improvident behavior and is reflected behavior as it reflected disregard for the policies and finances of the city. Council review and response. Cuff has seen the evidence of this and has intentionally covered this up. 1. A major focus on financial information is not only critical component by council, but is a requirement of the MGA Section 153. 2. Cuff is falsely stating that council did not let staff continue. Council to always listened to every financial situation or presentation provided by staff. Proof is on the council video. Council was never abusive to staff. Cuff is completely wrong in his use of MGA Section 180. Councillors, in fact, are allowed to ask questions in council or workshop presentations. Cuff is misleading the public and government. This is a crime. Cuff indicated that the interim CAO told council about expensive severances. Never once did he tell council, regardless, he needed a motion of council to fund an unbudgeted expense. Mayor did not sign checks. Cuff was told this by myself and the mayor and other councillors in our interviews. It was paid by a manual payroll entry adjustment done electronically. This undermines Cuff's entire integrity and truthfulness of the report.
I can take back over, I think. So what we're looking to show here next is this is the GL transactions from the city. As Cuff had indicated that I had signed these severance checks, which I've never signed a check in the city yet. So here we have the payroll to one of the employees where it indicates this person is getting a $202,000 payment, $141,000 in cash, and $60,000 in taxes removed, and accrued vacation. So here we show, so we're the 141,000. So this is from the City of Chestermer's TD Bank, which shows that this is an EFT. So as we have proof right here, this is not a check that Cuff indicated that the mayor signed, which he's falsely stated. The second check in relation to the the second employee that was provided the release of approximately $350,000. That employee was paid $256,000 in cash, and $92,000 was taken off for taxes. As you can see from the TD Bank statement, that indicates the $256,000 came from an EFT transfer on December 17th. So again, Cuff, unfortunately, instead of investigating and finding out the actual truth of the matter, instead decides to come up with falsehoods. The above is an opinion of the investigator. Little context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected mayor and councillors by painting a negative narrative. Council finds the inspector's unprofessionalism and bias is further demonstrated in his desire to believe in failure to investigate a former interim CAO's job performance as identified on the previous findings, pages 156 and 57. The correspondence interim CAO, May 19, 2022, was untruthful and unfounded allegations. Council is concerned with what other untrue statements were also included with that correspondence, and again, despite numerous requests, council has never been provided with these allegations. This finding is also another repeat of page 147 and 48 regarding the former CFO. The former interim CAO has already demonstrated his lack of integrity and competencies by authorizing severance packages and unapproved unbudgeted payments without the authority of council, refused to deal with security breaches and destruction of city property, refused to follow motions of council, actively participated and encouraged councillors to act without authority in seeking and reviewing the inspection process with municipal affairs, provided advice to council contrary to legislation and city policies, requested staff to write policies after the fact to justify his actions. His original interim contract was for 2 months, and council was concerned that this would not be enough time to find a suitable replacement. At that time, he was asked if he would be willing to continue to extend until January 2022. His release was performed in accordance with his contract. Council is in consultation with legal and is considering next steps in relation to this individual. Council finds the former interim CAO actions falls within the definition of improper behavior and that it falls outside the boundaries as established by the MGA. Council also finds the former interim CAO's behavior as improvident as it reflected disregard for the policies and finances of the city. Instance number 23 on page 159, performance of former interim CAO. 1710.2, possible code violations. Cuff writes, in an email of December 26, 2021, Councillor Foat makes the following comment. If we put 3 people in a place, then there will be no need of Harry. But to move things forward, we need to put people in place so we can hire a new IT team. We would need to have Harry let people go as requested. We find this behavior to be irregular and improper as it contradicts the limitations placed on members of council. A council must not exercise a power, function, or perform a duty that is by this or other enactment or bylaw specifically assigned to the CAO or designated officer. All staffing responsibilities are to be handled by the CAOs and are not the responsibility of members of council. This involvement by Councillor Foat is contrary to the Act and is irregular and improvident, and it does not follow the usual rules nor acceptable standards of conduct. Council's review and response. Cuff knows and was provided the evidence that the Deputy Mayor is talking about the IT manager who was caught destroying and deleting city property, which the interim CAO was in collusion with. That comment was to all council, which is confidential, and Cuff is releasing this to the public without context, which is improper. All of council wanted the interim CAO to protect city property. The December 15th, 2021 email proves interim CAO, after the IT manager was caught deleting files and destroying city property, attempted to convince the manager of legislative services to retroactively create a staff policy without the knowledge of council, which would allow them to destroy city property. Rather incredible this was happening in Chestermere City Hall. Deputy Mayor Foat is talking about IT manager in the above email to council. Rather than fire the IT manager, the interim CAO goes to Ledge Services manager, another complicit party, to ask if he can create a policy after the fact that allows staff to delete files and clean computers. The legislative manager reminds the interim CAO that the city policy states that all electronic information must be kept for a minimum of 2-year period after any staff member is fired or resigns, and they get a litigation hold on the files and emails, not allowing deletion or destroying data. Then, without skipping a beat, the interim CAO suggests a way around this to allow them to delete computer hard drives. This is improper and has been referred to legal counsel. I've seen that already. This above is an opinion of the investigator. Little context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected council by painting a negative narrative. This finding is another continuation from the previous pages regarding the former interim CAO by simply using a different document. Council finds the inspector's unprofessionalism and bias is further demonstrated in his desire to believe and failure to investigate a former interim CAO's job performance as identified on the previous findings. The former interim CAO demonstrated his lack of integrity and competencies by authorizing severance packages and unapproved, unbudgeted payments without the authority of council, refused to deal with security breaches and destruction of property, refused to follow motions of council, actively participated and encouraged councillors to act without authority in seeking and reviewing an inspection process with municipal affairs, provided advice to council contrary to legislation and city policies, requested staff to write policies after the fact to justify his actions. Councillor Foat's email of December 26, 21 refers the above comments on the former interim CAO, specifically the refusal to deal with the security breaches and destruction of property. Councillor Foat's choice of language could have been better, and how the inspector obtained a copy of this email and in what context is questionable. Council finds the context behind Councillor Foat's email is not irregular, improper, or improvident, as it was Council's duty to assess the performance of the former interim CAO. No further action is required. Instance number 24 on page 160. 17.10.2 Possible code violations. Cuff writes, Councillor Foat disparaged staff publicly during a conference in Grand Prairie. Repeat again. According to eyewitnesses at the conference who challenged him after those remarks, amongst the normal cordial chit-chat, Councillor Foat began to refer to the administrative staff as rats on a ship, and this was a good thing they were gone. I challenged him, saying something like, that's not an acceptable way to refer to people who are trying to serve your community in partnership with you. He went on to describe the city is better off without the recent staff that left or were fired, and implied that they were involved in some level of unethical or illegal behavior. We find this language to be improper and is unsuitable and does not conform with accepted standards of conduct. We have spoken to the councillor, and he was apologetic about his choice of words. He conveyed that to one of the members at the table who advised him to drop it. We accept that he realizes that this was not befitting of a council member. Council review and response. Various ex-staff were involved in unethical behavior, and Deputy Mayor was correct in saying that ex-staff were involved in some level of unethical and or illegal behavior. Reviewing Cuff's statement on page 111, where Cuff admits staff were unprofessional and unethical, We have seen the email trail, this is from Cuff. We have seen the email trail pertaining to the issue and believe that the then administration was absolutely offside. The seasoned administrators were at best unprofessional, if not unethical. These matters have been turned over to legal counsel to pursue. The above is an opinion of the investigator. Little context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected counselor by painting a negative narrative. This finding is another repeat from page 148. The inspector attempts to provide hearsay context as evidence. This demonstrates a particularly strong bias, as it takes minimum of 2 people to have a conversation or disagreement. The inspector failed to investigate and choose to use, amongst the normal cordial chit-chat, little evidence nor quoted statement is made regarding the conduct of other municipal officials making this claim. As recalled by Councillor Fote, the other individual insulted Chestermere by indicating with rude language that the MGA does not allow multiple CAOs, and when corrected, he shifted his argument into a number of staff that had departed and how it was council to blame. Councillor Fote agrees with he failed by allowing the situation to escalate, which led to his disrespectful comments. During the inspection process, he offered to apologize for his actions and wondered if the other municipal official would also be willing to apologize. No further action of council is required. Possible code violations, instance number 25 on page 161 to 62. Performance of former interim CAO. Cuff writes, there have been numerous emails with respect to the employment of an investigator. These have included disrespectful comments by the mayor directed at members of senior management, berating them for failing to follow through on his advice. Example, this was not well thought out by you. This entire situation has been grossly inflated due to the issues created around staff around the employment agreement. For Mayor Colvin, May 5th, 2022. The foregoing comments and directions by the mayor are not appropriate to his office and reflect his involvement in administrative matters. Based on our discussions, he is aware that his only avenue for direction by council is to and through the CAOs. We find these interventions to be irregular, improper, and contrary to Section 2012 of the MGA. Cuff is misleading the reader. The third-party investigator has nothing to do with any of these comments. This was a comment to a CAO as he was risking covering up wrongful behavior. I did say that this wasn't well thought out by you, as I did not believe that he should be covering up this behavior by another senior manager. The above is an opinion of the investigator. Little context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected mayor by painting a negative narrative. It is unclear of whether these findings relates to the inspector himself, whom was also an investigator of the municipal inspection report, or the third-party investigator for council-related matters, or the investigator role within the strategic advisory group. The latter two are covered by motions of council. The third-party investigator for council-related matters was to ensure natural justice and procedural fairness by removing any possible emotional or vindictiveness by members of council. The strategic advisor group's role is to provide independent and objective assurance, advisory, and investigative services to add value to the city of Chestermere and enhance public trust. Provide independent and objective assurance, advisory, technical, and intergovernmental relations services that add value to the City of Chestermere special projects. To ensure the progression and alignment of the city's policies, procedures, and master plans with special projects' goals and objectives. If related to the inspector, whom was also an investigator of municipal inspection report, the comments of "this was not well thought out by you," this entire situation has been grossly inflated due to issues created by staff around employment agreement, are related to the evidence and feedback those who initiated the process, and the inspector biased and a reluctance in accepting and interpreting the defense evidence that was provided. Council did not find their investigators' roles to be irregular and improper. No action is required. We're almost done. On instance number 31.
26.
Yep. So instance number 26 on page 162, disgruntled staff. 17.10.2, possible code violations. Cuff writes, on February 3rd, 2022, Mayor Jeff requested through his assistant that I turn off commenting on special social media posts about decisions that have been made at a council meeting, as he was unhappy with the comments being made by residents. I, along with my manager, responded that we would follow our social media policy and remove comments that violated it, but that we are very hesitant to turn off comments entirely in support of free speech and municipal transparency. In response, the mayor is reported to have said, "Thanks, I will deal with it." The next day, Friday, February 4th, 3 people, including my manager, were fired. I was terminated on the following Monday by the director. He had started a week or two before as a new city director appointed by council. He had never met me nor spoken to me until he called to fire me. The social media policy 124 states that the purpose of this policy is to establish guidelines for the city of Chestermore's social media presence. We find the foregoing behavior to be irregular and improper and an over-response to staff who were following current city policy and advice of city legal counsel. Cuff is misleading the reader about this situation. I never told my assistant to talk with communication staff. My assistant was sick this week, referenced. As communicated to Cuff, there were no emails to my assistant and no phone calls to her as proven by the records provided to him. This is completely a fabrication. Cuff provides no evidence, total false presentation of fiction. This never happened. This is why cross-examinations are part of procedural fairness. This person is lying, if there is even a person. Odd, in the draft inspection report, she supposedly said she was fired the next day. Now, in the final report, it's a week later. The above is an opinion of the investigator containing unverified context and no evidence despite it being provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected mayor by painting a negative narrative. The inspector bias is demonstrated in failing to verify the above complaint by a disgruntled ex-employee that contains numerous factual errors, hearsay, and commentary. The complaint indicates on February 3rd, 2022, Mayor Colvin requested, through his assistant, that I turn off the commenting on a social media post about decisions that had been made at a council meeting. The mayor's assistant was not in the office this week. The complaint indicates I, along with my manager, responded that we would follow our social media policy and remove comments that violated it, but that we are very hesitant to turn comments off entirely in support of free speech and municipal transparency. This statement was not the first instance and is contradictory to the city's social media policy and therefore was an act of insubordination. The complaint indicates in response the mayor is reported to have said, "Thanks, I will deal with it." The next day, Friday, February 4th, 3 people, including my manager, were fired. I was terminated on the following Monday, February 7th, by the director. He had started a week or two before as a new city director, appointed by council. He had never met me or spoken to me until he called to fire me. Administrative staff matters are not under the jurisdiction of council. Council was advised by the city director that he experienced numerous acts of insubordination and destruction of property. Staff was given multiple opportunities to comply with the directives of their superiors. Human resource lawyers were consulted and staff chose to either resign or release from service in accordance with labor laws of Alberta. The investigator also implies that city legal counsel was involved yet does not mention where or how in any capacity. Council finds the inspector's behavior to be irregular and improper, but not performing any verification, and providing a biased opinion based on a disgruntled staff complaint. No further action is required. Instance number 27 on page 170, Legislative Services, 17.10.2, possible code violations. Cuff indicates that Chestermere uses the eScribe system for meeting management, including the creation of minutes. Typically with this system, draft minutes should be available for review within 1 or 2 days. It's not unheard of that in some municipalities where eScribe or other electronic meeting management systems are used, that draft minutes have even been available to be circulated for review on the evening of the council meeting date. Technical problems can occur in any software-based system. However, it is highly unusual for this many sets of minutes to remain unpublished for as long as many of these ones have. The only obvious causes for this type of irregularity would be poor performance by legislative services staff or political interference in the administrative function of publishing approved minutes. If this problem has been caused by either staff capacity or staff capability, questions follow up the chain of command through the supervisors of those staff, all the way up to the city director responsible for that functional area, and the council who established an organizational structure where they hired and are responsible for the supervision of that city director. The other possibility presented is political interference. When this many sets of minutes have not been made available to the public, one might wonder if somebody is trying to hide something. Even if this is not the case, the potential for residents and other stakeholders to be asking this question should be enough motivation for council to ensure that what should be a routine administrative procedure is completed in a timely manner. Council's review and response. This is pure nonsense and speculation. CUF was given the exact reasoning behind the work they were doing as described below. It is incredible that CUF can choose to tell half-truths, and this case full outright falsehoods, when he knows the answer and is very simple. We had bad staff intentionally trying to derail council and legislative services. They were caught fraudulently changing minutes and were fired. All minutes had to be redone from scratch. The videos of these council meetings were always available. This is improper of CUF to mischaracterize the truth in this manner. CUF's lack of disclosure is improper. The above is an opinion of the investigator. Little context nor evidence is provided. His statements ignore the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness. It violates legitimate expectations, participation rights, adequate reasons, and demonstrates bias towards the duly elected mayor and council by painting a negative narrative. The inspector bias is demonstrated in his statement. The only obvious causes of this type of irregularity would be poor performance by alleged services staffs or political interference in the administrative function of publishing approved minutes. And in his secondary statement, when this many sets of minutes have not been made available to the public, one might wonder if somebody is trying to hide something. Even if this is not the case, the potential for residents and other stakeholders to be asking questions should be enough motivation for council to ensure what should be a routine administrative procedure is completed in a timely manner. Council's original legislative staff was caught being deceitful and obstructing council by not providing proper advice and not including and or rewording council motions. By not including and rewording council motions within the minutes to change the meaning. They both chose to resign afterwards. New legislative staff were brought on board, and their job performance within the probationary period proved less than satisfactory. The replacements had to review all videos and correct all minutes since council's term began. The investigator chose to ignore this information when provided and add his personal speculation on political interference. Council concludes the cause of this irregularity was a result of poor performance by legislative services staff. The situation has been corrected and legislative services performance is not perfect but is continually improving. Instance number 28 on page 172, Legislative Services. 17.10.2, Code Violations. CUF rights possibly related to the decline in the quality of minutes are some troubling signs that may indicate a decline in the quality of advice provided to council by senior administration. The provision of advice is one of the key functions of a CAO, or in the case of the City of Chestermere's organizational structure, the city directors. While council has a great deal of authority bestowed upon them by the MGA, they will often need to rely on advice from administration to ensure that they exercise their authority in a manner that achieves the desired outcomes and is legally defensible if challenged. When challenges occur, these are generally caused by one of two things. Either administration is not providing the appropriate advice when it's needed, or else council is receiving this advice but not choosing to follow it. If council is choosing not to follow administration's advice, it may be because they do not trust their advice due to a lack of confidence in their expertise and experience, or else because it does not support their pre-existing objectives or agendas. If administration is providing appropriate advice, it is important that their advice is provided in writing so that if council chooses to ignore it, management can be absolved of responsibility for any consequences that might arise from council not following their professional advice. Some irregularities observed in the proceedings of council meetings are relatively minor. However, when taken in context with other larger issues, this may be an indication of a bigger problem. Smaller issues would include such things as a resolution moved but not voted on, or not having a motion to close a public hearing before proceeding to new agenda items, as occurred on May 3rd, 2022, or resolutions being passed in the incorrect order, such as when, in the May 17th, 2022, Council appointed C. Wong to the position of City Director. Council's review and response. Each of these was recommended by professional legislative staff for Council to follow. Specifically, regarding the CAO, we were told you could never be without one. So as recommended by Legislative Services, C. Wong was appointed prior to removing the current CAO